Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Became the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. During the Great War, an angel female and a devil male fell in love. Knowing that they would be killed by their own faction, they kept it a secret. A secret kept for 300 years into the war until other angels start noticing a dark aura around her. Most angels thought she was trying to prevent herself from falling and left her alone. Meeting with each other was always a risk of being caught or followed, but this meeting was more important than any other times they met. Though he was a devil, he waited for her during the times she did the safe ritual, and she loved how romantic he was when they were away from the battlefield. "My darling devil," she started, "I have news of the utmost importance." She stopped to take a breath for courage. He saw the sorrow on her face and asked, "What is it, my love?" as he held both her hands in his. She looked into his eyes as tears started slowly creeping out of hers and said, "Him with child and is due in 5 months' time." She thought he would be worried or angry bringing a half and half into this world, especially during these turbulent times, but she was shocked and unhappy when he held her in his arms and gave her a. But all the feelings he had went south when she continued her news. "I can feel the energies within this child fighting each other for domination," she paused, "and if we don't find a way to prevent each from clashing when the child is born, it will die." He looked onto her with despair on his face, then he asked, "Does anyone in heaven know of this?" She shook her head and replied, "No, no one knows of us or this child." He stood there thinking she was sad and thinking he will leave her to her fate, but he held chin within his right index finger and thumb, looked her in her eyes and said, "We'll have to leave heaven and the underworld behind if we want this child of ours to survive." She looked at him and asked, "Where will we go?" He replied, "The dimensional gap." Within the dimensional gap there was a great red as a massive red western dragon with a horn on its snout. His overall length measures around 100 meters, rolling around doing what appears to be cartwheels and other tricks. The couple looked at him, and when he got close, the devil stood in his way. The angel, fearing for her lover's life, was about to look away but was surprised when the dragon of dragons stopped and snorted at him. "Who dares obstruct my path?" he bellowed as he looked upon the devil. "Tell me why I shouldn't smash you where you stand." The devil kneeled in front of the dragon and said, "Great Red, I am but a lowly devil, and my love is an angel. I have but one request, and you may do as you wish to me." At this gesture the dragon looked at the angel with his golden eye, and he sniffed her. "Or with child that is half and half?" She nodded at him and said yes. Great Red looked at the devil and asked him what is his request, already knowing the answer. With this the devil replied, "The mixing of light and dark energy will kill our child upon birth. We humbly ask you to help us balance the powers of both." Fearing the dragon would deny his request, the man did not raise his head to look at the dragon. Why would a dragon help a lowly devil? An angel, he is a mass of power and destruction. He can easily kill them like swatting a mosquito. "Sure, I can do that," Great Red replied, "but she cannot leave the dimensional gap and has to stay on my back until after the child is born." Knowing this, the couple agreed. The man was happy as he held his love and placed her on top of Great Red's back and told her he'll be right back. He left and came back within an hour with food and supplies for the stay. "Come on, honey, one more push," the man told his love. During the 2 weeks, Great Red was slowly giving some of his energy to the unborn child so that it will be born 1 part angel, 1 part devil, and 1 part dragon. But now it was time for the child to be born. Even though the devil left the dimensional gap to attend to his duties and his involvement in the war, the angel never left the gap. But she left a message in heaven saying that she fears that she will fall and has left for solitude to prevent herself from becoming a fallen. Among the 3 currently in the gap, another has just entered, a baby boy with light brown eyes, crying and screaming as he's being held in his mother's arms. "What should we name him, dear?" the angel asked her devil lover. He looked at her and shrugged his shoulders, indicating he had no clue, just enjoying the bliss of just being a father. Great Red coughed, indicating he wanted to name the boy. The couple noticed this and asked Great Red to name the child and be the boy's godfather and caretaker, knowing they both had to return to their duties as angel and devil due to the ongoing war. As much as he would like to say no to the latter, he agreed after naming the boy Issei. They came to the dimensional gap to take care of him during the times they had free, some time together and most time alone. His father was the first to die in the war right after his first birthday. He died while protecting Lady Gremory from a light spear aimed at her. His mother was heartbroken, depressed, but always smiling when she was with her son, wishing she could take him out of the gap, but feared the other angels will kill him on sight and her for creating him with a devil. It was 4 days before little Issei's 7th birthday when his mother was called to the front lines. Her garrison was ambushed by devils led by the house of Marquis Nabrius, and with her last breath to Great Red she asked him to care for her son. Great Red, hearing this, used his magic and opened a small gap into heaven into her quarters and took everything she wanted to give to her son: the toys for his birthday, the letter to him from his father, the picture of his parents at a lake during sunset, and any other items to say she was involved with the devil and gave birth to Issei. When he was done removing what he needed to remove, he was wondering how to tell a kid who was about to turn 7 his mother had just died. On his 13th birthday, Great Red gave Issei the letter that was written to him from his father all those years ago. "My son Issei, first of his name, if you are reading this, then the worst has happened, and I along with your mother have perished in the war. I was but a low-born devil born to serve the house of Gremory, and your mother an angel under the command of Archangel Gabriel. I know it's hard to accept why 2 natural enemies would love each other, but we did, and through that love you were born. My only regret is I will not see what kind of man you will become, but I know I will be proud of the choices you make and I will watch over you in the afterlife with your mother Lauren. Your father, Marikai Vestinori. As Issei read the letter, a single fell onto the letter that was the last time he ever cried for over his parents. With new determination he talked to the one being who has been by his side. Hey Uncle Red, he started, can you train me on how to use my powers? Great Red just huffed at him and said, I was wondering how long I had to wait before you suggested it yourself. Harris, your first lesson dodge, he yelled, sending a fireball straight at him. And so began Issei's training. The training was brutal. With Great Red's help he mastered different style of martial arts and swordsmanship, along with his mastery over his holy and demonic magic. Also, due to the power he got from Great Red, he also acquired the ability to transform his body into a 25-meter tall crimson dragon, how to create a pocket dimension. Also his wings, at first he had 1 pair of each, now he had 3 pairs of each, giving him 18 wings. Great Red also told him he's as strong as the heavenly dragons before they got sealed. He also learned how to manipulate one of each set of wings to show up at a time. He also made his own magic circle, which consisted of a dragon's head with ram's horn on both sides, a cross in the middle of the dragon's head, and 1 pair of both angel and devil wings spreading behind the dragon's head. During his training the Great War came to an end. God died in battle with the original 7 princes of the underworld after being weakened while sealing Trihexa and creating the sacred gears. Then came the civil war of the underworld between the old Mao faction and the new Mao faction, with the victory going to the new Mao faction and the creation of the evil peace system. Issei took these times to travel to Earth and stayed in hiding. He could always sense when someone from the 3 factions was trying to get near him, so they can sense what he was. Even thought he did his best to hide power and stay below the radar. His power still leaked Abbott. It was during these times when he sensed someone following him, and like always he lost whoever was following him. He was enjoying his time on Earth until one day he was sitting in a park in Europe and saw a young boy playing with his parents. He left the park and teleported back to the dimensional gap. Hey Uncle Red, I need your help with something, he yelled at the dragon that was doing tricks in the dimensional gap, who came to a stop and looked at Issei. What is it? How was your trip to the human world? I need your help. I wish use a spell that will revert me back into a baby and with seal on my body to hide my heritage so I can appear human, he asked. Great Red looked and replied, I can do that, but the seal will break if your life is in danger, and your full power and heritage will be awakened. I see, let's do it anyways. Great Red looked at him and replied, there's a catch with the seal. You want just appear human and not use your heritage powers. But you won't even know of it unless the seal is broken and your memories will merge. Issei looked at Great Red and nodded his head in agreement. A magic circle appeared under both of them, and before the flash Great Red smiled at Issei and told him, enjoy being a human, but be warned. Even though I sealed your powers, you still carry the scent of a dragon and the aura of both devil and angel. As he said this, he searched the dreams of everyone on Earth and found a couple who would be perfect for raising Issei. A young couple was leaving the eye's grand shine after praying to the Shinto goddess of the sun Amaterasu when they heard a child crying in the bushes. Deciding to take a look, they found a baby boy with light brown eyes wrapped in a red blanket. As the couple decided to look for the parents of the child, they found no one claiming the child, and the shrine maiden insisted they adopt the young boy, knowing they always pray for a child of their own. While the couple were looking at the child trying to think of a name, Great Red decided to help them one more time and with a nudge of his powers put the name into their minds. As the couple looked at each other and smiled, then said to the shrine maiden, we shall name him Issei. IssiexHarem. The shrine maiden smiled and replied, that's a lovely name for a boy, let's pray for his success in the future. And with that the Hayatu family prayed one more time at the shrine. Don't cry, Irikun, we'll see each other again when we get bigger. A young Issei was trying to comfort his friend who just told him that their family is moving to England because of her father's job. But Issei will find new friends and forget about me. She stood in front of him crying. He held her hand and told her he'll never forget you, Irikun. When she heard this, a smile appeared on her face and she had him on the cheek. You, Irikun, why did you me? He yelled in shock. Because girl's always the boy she likes. When he heard this, his whole attitude changed as he looked at her like he was seeing something new for the first time and replied, Irikun is a girl. Upon hearing this, she delivered a punch to his stomach and walked away, then looked back. Seeing her friend holding his stomach, she pouted while saying, stupid eyes, I can't believe he thought I was a boy. Waving goodbye to Irina and her family, Issei stood outside with his mom and asked her, hey mom, do you think you'll ever see her again? She looked at her son and replied, I'm sure you'll see her again someday when you're older. Hearing that, he smiled and walked back home holding his mother's hand. Growing up, Issei and his parents always knew he was different than other children around his age. He was faster and more athletic, healed at a quicker rate when injured, and smarter than even most adults. This became evident when he was 10 years old and was watching the news with his father and told him he should invest in certain companies. His father did it on a whim and became wealthy within a month. After that, he left his job as a salesman and gave Issei his own money to do as he pleased. Issei took his money and also invested in different companies over the years and also helped his father invest as well. At age 16, he bought a Crimson Yamaha Striker motorcycle with black leather seats. On the passenger's backrest there was a motif of a red dragon spreading its wings as if showing its body. He also added chrome exhaust with matching handlebars. As he walked to school, he wondered why he let his parents talk him to transfer into the former all-girls academy that recently turned co-ed Ku Academy. It's been a month since he transferred into this school, and he always felt like someone was watching him. He just shrugged it off as the girls who gave him the nickname the Gentleman Prince, which he didn't care for. Now taking a break after eating his lunch, he decided to take a nap in his usual spot, under a tree close to the old school building. Looking out the window of the old school building, looking at Issei taking a nap, was a young woman who appears to be in her late teens with light skin, blue eyes, and a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature is her long, crimson red hair that reaches down to her thighs, with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. Akino isn't that the boy I asked Kaneko to keep an eye on, she asked the other female in the room. Said female came to the window and looked down at the young man resting under a tree. She had a smile on his face and replied, "Yes, that's him. He looks so cute, I just want to tease him." Rias just looked at her and smiled. She asked, "Has Sona finished her investigation on him?" Akino replied after she moved a chess piece on the desk. She said, "Shall be finished in 2 days." Rias left the window and moved her chess piece and replied with a checkmate. As Issei was leaving, he stopped on a bridge and looked at the passing traffic. Then he heard a girl calling his name. When he turned to look at the person who called his name, he saw a girl around his age with long black hair that reached her waist. She was also wearing a school uniform, which consisted of a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt, a red bow, and a green skirt with a thin white strip around the lower end of it. "You are Issei Hayadu, right?" she asked with a blush on her cheeks while playing with her fingers. Issei looked at the girl, thinking to himself and wondering if he ever met her before. "Yes, I'm Issei Hayadu. But I'm sorry, have we met before?" he answered. The girl clasped her hands together and a smile adorned her face before she replied, "No, we haven't. My name is Yuuma Amano. I always see you walk by and I was wondering if you have girlfriend. If not, I would like to go out with you sometime." Issei was speechless, thinking about this girl just asked him. Knowing he doesn't have any plans this weekend, looked her with a smile and replied, "Sure, how about we go out this Saturday? We can meet at the park." As they exchanged numbers and walked away in the opposite direction, unknown to them they were being watched by a short girl eating a chocolate bar. As Yuuma entered the church, a tall man in a pale violet trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, and a black fedora grabbed her and placed a pair of handcuffs on her that strips her of all magical abilities. Then asked her about her mission. "We have a date this weekend," she replied. He then led her to a room with 2 other females. One was a tall and buxom woman with long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye and brown eyes. She was wearing a violet trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat top was open at her chest, giving view to her ass and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. The other was a young short girl with blonde hair styled in twin short side ponytails and blue eyes. She wore a gothic Lolita attire, which consisted of a black Lolita dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, and a green jewel embedded on the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. Both were also handcuffed and looked depressed and disheveled. As they looked up to see the door open, they saw their friend return. "Rainier, are you okay?" the tall one asked the now named Rainier, who just nodded or replied and said, "Calawarner, it's gonna happen this said. I have to kill that poor boy." Then the blonde spoke up, "Why isn't Aziz-sama doing anything?" "Because Midolf, Donosik is working behind Aziz-sama back with Kakabeel. Aziz-sama never want us to kill sacred gear holders," Rainier replied to the blonde. Bouchu, a fallen angel, has made contact with Issei Senpai. They have a date this Saturday, a petite girl with white hair and hazel eyes. Her front hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair, reported to Rias. "Thank you, Kaneko, then well, make preparations and leave the rest to him," Rias replied as she sat behind her desk with both her hands in front of her face. Kaneko nodded and sat on a couch and ate a piece of cake given to her by Akino. Issei was standing near the fountain in the middle of the park wearing a red leather jacket with a black shirt and pair of jeans with a pair of black biker boots, when a young woman wearing a cosplay outfit with bat wings attached to her back came up to him and handed him a leaflet and left on roller blades. Issei looked at the leaflet and noticed it had what appeared to be red magic circle, and underneath the circle was a sentence, "Your dreams will be granted." Must be a new cafe, Issei thought as he put the leaflet in his jacket pocket. Yuma came running to him with a smile on her face. "Sorry I'm late, I hope you didn't wait long," she said with a smile. Issei nodded his head as he noticed the yellow and white sundress she was wearing. He grabbed her hand and said, "Let's have some fun." As they were walking, Yuma told him she'd like to be back early in the evening. She was surprised when Issei stopped in front of a motorcycle and gave her a helmet to wear. After seeing Issei put on his own helmet and started the motorcycle, she put on her helmet and then sat on the seat behind Issei with one hand holding onto Issei and the other holding down her dress to prevent it from flying up. Issei noticed this and decided to stop at the local mall. As they were walking around, he bought her a pair of jeans to wear. As they rode along the coast, Issei looked in his rear-view mirror and noticed a sad look on Yuma's face, but was smiling when they stopped to eat at a restaurant and went on with their date at an amusement park, then drove back to the park. At the park they sat on a bench and Issei decided to talk to her about today. "Hey Yuma, did you have fun today? Cause I noticed a sad smile on your face a few times." She looked at Issei and her smile turned into a frown with tears starting falling from her eyes. "Sorry Issei, I did have fun but I'm sad at what I have to do now." Issei looked at her with a confused look on his face and got closer to her and put his hand on her shoulders. "What's wrong? You can tell me." He smiled as he said this and looked at her. "I know you're a nice guy and I did have a wonderful time, but I have to kill you now or me and my 2 comrades will die." Issei took a step back and felt a sharp pain in his stomach. When he looked down he saw a bulk of light that was in his stomach. He reached to pull it out but it dissipated and started pouring out the hole in his stomach. As he fell to his knees, Yuma caught him and gave him on his lips while crying and saying she was sorry. As she was leaving before he closed his eyes, Issei, her appearance changed. She grew taller, taking on a more mature appearance, and her eyes changed, taking on a darker, more evil look. Her clothing also changed dramatically, now consisting of black, strap-like objects around and under her a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps, gloves that run right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them, shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black thigh-high heel boots, and then she flew away. "I see, so this is how I die," Issei said to himself while on his knees with his body arched backwards. "At least I got her before I die. I wish I could have helped her. She too beautiful to be sad." As Issei closed his eyes waiting for the end, he felt a power surge build up in his body. The feeling of his body burning was new to him. His eyes shot open as he grunted in pain. He felt an immense power about to leave his body, but then it stopped. He looked down, saw the injury he received closing and healing. Then he held his head as his brain was on fire. Memories he never knew he had came rushing back at him. When everything was over, he stood up, looked down at on the ground, and with a melancholy smile he said, "I guess the seal is broken. I need to talk to Uncle Red. I think he'll do it tomorrow." Making a magic circle appear, he cleaned up at the park, making it look like it never happened. He then got on his motorcycle and went home. "So someone tried to kill him and broke his seal, huh? This should be fun to see his decisions," Great Red said in a low growl. Ria sat at her desk while drinking a cup of tea and looked at the clock, then turned to Akino and said, "I guess he didn't use the magic circle I gave him. Notify Sona that he has died. She'll know what to do." With a short bow, Akino left the room. "Too bad, and I thought I found a new servant to join us," Ria thought to herself. Upon arriving home, Issei noticed a police car at his house. He got off his bike and ran inside shouting, "Mom, Dad, is everyone okay?" His parents, along with the 2 officers, were shocked to see him, and his mother ran to him and hugged him. As he sat down with the officers and his parents, he was told that a report came and that he had died in a crash. Issei was surprised at this information and thought that someone must have made this up to cover what really happened. After the officers left, Issei assured his parents that he was fine and he wasn't in an accident. He then went to his room and looked through his own memories, and a smile came on his face before he went to bed. It was the day after his date with Yuma, and Issei was preparing to talk with Great Red. As he teleported himself to the dimensional gap, he saw Great Red rolling around like he always do. Issei flew over to him and to talk to him. "Hey Uncle Red, did you miss me?" The dragon just huffed and looked at him before he replied, "Didn't expect you back this quick. Who killed you?" Issei just had a sad expression on his face as he said, "A fallen angel. I think someone forced her to kill me, thinking I had a powerful sacred gear." "What makes you think she was forced?" Great Red asked, and Issei went on to explain what happened during and after his date. Great Red just nodded and asked, "What will he do now?" "Well, I think he'll stay on Earth. I like my human parents and I don't want to alter the memories they have of me or just disappear from their life." "Well, if you need me, just call and we can talk through mental link, but before you go back, let's check your power," Great Red said with a grin showing his massive canine teeth. Issei gulped as he knew the training was gonna hurt a lot. After Issei returned from the dimensional gap, he lay in his bed most of the day to soar to do anything thanks to Great Red training. And noticing his power was the same it was before he had it sealed and turned human. It was a little after 2 p.m. when Issei felt the presence of a devil nearing his home. He looked out his window and saw a white-haired girl looking at his house. Then her eyes met his and he smiled at her and watched her as she left, knowing she's probably going to report to her master. With that thought, Issei went downstairs to fix himself something to eat. Ria sat and waited for Kaneko to return. She had sent her to see how the Hayadu family was dealing with the death of their son, but was surprised to see her running into the room with a shocked look on her face. "Kaneko, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." "How is Issei's family holding up?" Kaneko just looked at her and replied, "He's still alive, and I think he knew what I was when I was outside his home." Ria was stunned with this new information and decided to go and talk to Sona. Inside the student council room was 2 young girls the same age as Ria's. The first, sitting behind an office desk, was a bespectacled woman in her late teens with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes, with a small pair of black framed glasses on her face. Next to her standing was another bespectacled woman with long straight black that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. She also wore glasses, but her frame was green. As both heard a knock on the door, the one behind the desk looked at the one standing next to her and nodded to her, implying she can answer the door. Entering the room, Riaz went straight to the one behind the desk and started talking. "Sona, what information did you get on Issei Hayadu?" Sona looked up at Riaz with an arched eyebrow before talking. "Tsubaki, bring the information she asked for." Tsubaki left and Sona returned her gaze back to Rias before continue speaking. Why do you need his information since he is dead and wasn't reincarnated? That information is useless now. Rias smiled and just told her that he was still alive. Sona was shocked upon hearing this. So what will you do now? She asked. Know the answer. I will invite him to the Occult Research Club tomorrow and ask him if he would like to become a devil and join my peerage, Rias stated. It wasn't long before Tsubaki returned with a folder and handed it to Rias. Rias thanked both of them and returned to the old school building. As Rias sat behind her desk and opened the folder, she was hoping to find something outstanding but found the information just above average. Issei's parents in line was completely normal, nothing outstanding with their ancestors, no great achievement whatsoever. And the information on Issei was just above average, adopted by his parents after they found him at a shrine, and he had above average intellect. Rias had hoped for something outstanding that would blow her mind, but she wondered what if his birth parents were the ones who was not normal and extremely powerful in some way. With that thought, she closed the folder. I guess I'll talk to him tomorrow, she said to herself while looking out the window. As Issei was walked through the gates of his school, he felt the presence of more devils. 13 devils, two appear to be high class, then the rest must be their peerage, he said to himself. As he was walking, he saw the same white-haired devil was outside his house looking at him. He smiled at her once more and waved to her, and she just ran away like last time. Issei was surprised when his day went on normal and no other devil was watching him, and as his break came up he went to his usual spot and lay down underneath the tree. Then he sensed the same white-haired devil coming close to him. He noticed she was mixed with yakai, and he decided to speak up. Hello, can you tell me why you keep looking at me and running away? She just stared at him without emotion and replied, why can't I sense what you are now? What do you mean? He asked. At first I could tell you were more than just human. Now I don't know what you are, she replied before continue. But she wants to speak with you. Issei got up and followed her into the old school building. While they were walking, Issei asked her for her name and she replied in a monotone voice, Kaneko Taoju, and continued to walk inside the building. As they went up the stairs, Issei looked at one door that was sealed and had caution tape on and preventing anyone from entering. As they reached a room on the 3rd floor, he felt the presence of 3 more devils behind the door Kaneko was about to open. As Issei entered a room behind Kaneko, he looked around for the other devils he sensed. The first was a male student the girls called the Prince of Kyo. Yudokiba, a handsome young man with short blonde hair, gray eyes, and a mole under his left eye. As he kept scanning the room, the next one he saw was a redhead sitting behind a Victorian-styled desk. Then out of the back room came a young woman with a buxom figure around the same age as Rias, with very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backwards, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place, and she was carrying a silver cart with sweets, cake and tea. The one behind the desk motioned to Issei to have a seat on one of the couches in the room. Issei sat down, noticing that everything had a Victorian design. Then she sat up and walked in front of the desk and introduced herself. Hello Issei, hiya, my name is Rias Gremory. And she was cut off as Issei raised his hand and started talking. Gremory from the 72 pillars of the underworld, he asked, and she replied with a smile and a nod, then continued, I see, so you know about devils. Do you know anything else about us? Issei smiled as he accepted a cup of tea from the one who brought in the tea and said, how about we introduce ourselves first? She complied and continued the introduction, starting with the one who served him tea. This is Akino Hanjima. The one who brought you here is Kaneko Taoju. Said girl stood up, bowed to him, sat back down and continued eating her cake. And this is Yudokiba. The now named Yudokiba came over and shook Issei's hand. They were about to continue the conversation when Akino spoke up, but how about we finish this after school? Classes are about to continue. Issei then stood up and replied, she's right, we can continue after school. I'll meet you guys back here. With a quick bow he turned and left the building. Then a smile appeared on Ria's face and she thought to herself, he knows about us devils and is willing to come back after school is over. After school, Issei once again found himself in the old school building talking to Rias. So Issei, how much do you know about us? She asked. Issei then began to talk about all he knew about devils, angels, falling angels, the Great War and sacred gears, but he kept the death of God to himself, wanting to know if they knew about it and would tell him, which they never did, and he decided not to tell them that much. Then Rias asked him to tell them about himself. There's not much to tell. When I was born I was kept hidden because of what I am, so my parents hid me, and after their death I was raised by my uncle. And a few years ago I sealed my power and made it appear I was human until I died either of natural death or killed, and my seal would be broken. Everyone looked at him with either shocked or stunned expression on their faces. So are you for your family and you to take drastic measures? Akino asked. Everyone in the room kept quiet, wanting to know more about him, but he sadly replied, sorry, I know the Gremorys are a kind and respectable family in the underworld, but I just can't talk about it right now. Rias smiled and continued the conversation. Very well Issei Hyudu, I would like you to join us in the Occult Research Club, hoping that y'all trust us and join my peerage. Issei just scratched the back of his head and replied, I'm sorry, but you won't be able to reincarnate me as a servant. If you don't believe me, you can try right now. Ria smiled as she grabbed 8 crimson pawn pieces and placed them in front of him. As she said the incantation, the pawn pieces started glowing before rising above him and fell back down on the floor. She pouted a bit before smiling and talked to him one last time. Well then, since I can't have you as a servant, how about join this club as an ally? Issei stood up and shook her hand, accepting her offer. And please just call me Eyes. He smiled at his new club members. It's been 2 days since Issei joined the Orc, and they just returned from exterminating a stray devil, and Issei was not impressed by their display of power. Even though her knight Yugoto-Kiba was fast, he lacked great defenses, and Issei could still track his movements. He was slightly impressed by her rook Kaneko Tauju's strength, but was disappointed when he saw lack of speed, and even though her queen had the traits of the knight, rook and bishop, she mainly used the trait of bishop to maximize her magic power. But he also noticed that she had more power hidden that she didn't use, and kind cringed at the fact that she was a sadist. But mostly he was disappointed by Ria's. Even though she's from the Gremory household, she used the power of destruction from the Baal household. Thinking that one of her parent is from the house of Baal, she used too much power needed to finish the stray. He just told himself that they were young, and with time and training they'll be more powerful. After they returned, Issei drank some tea offered by Akino and asked if she had a bishop. I do, but I can't use him right now. Issei remembered the seal room he passes by on his way up to the club room, and the devil he sensed behind the door. After he finished his tea, he left for home. It was the day after the stray devil incident, and Issei decided to just relax at a park before heading to school. As he was sitting on a park bench, he saw a sister carrying a suitcase that she tripped and fell face first. As he ran over to her, her veil flew off her head that he caught and turned to her, noticing her long blonde hair and green eyes. But something inside of him was telling him to hold her and protect her. He then realized he was staring at her. Then he asked, "Are you okay? Do you need help with anything?" She smiled and started talking in Italian, but he understood her completely. "I've been assigned to a church here, and I got lost because I can't read the signs and I don't understand the people around me." Issei smiled and replied in Italian, "I can help you and it won't be any trouble at all." She quickly grabbed his hand, said, "Thank you. It must God's will that led you to guide me on my path." He sweat dropped a bit knowing that God has died. He just waved his hand and said no problem. Leading her to the church, it was a quiet walk until Issei spoke up. "I'm Issei Hyudu, by the way, but you can call me Eyes," he told her, and she replied Asia Argento. Then Issei continued the conversation, talking about the Bible, which made Asia quite happy. As they got closer to the church, Issei felt the presence of 4 fallen angels and multiple human auras. When he got close to the church, he decided to let Asia walk the rest of the way. They said their goodbyes, and Issei went on his way to school. During his class, he opened up a mental link with Great Red to ask him something. "Hey Uncle Red, can you hear me? I need to ask you something." Then he heard the booming voice of Great Red. "What is it? Bored of the living on Earth and decided to come back to the Gap?" "No, nothing of the sort. I met a girl today and I just had the urge to protect her and keep her to myself," Issei told him. "She must have an affinity with dragons, which means she has a pure, uncorrupted heart that makes us want to keep her away from all harm," Great Red replied. Issei just sighed and placed his head on top of his desk and wondered if she'll be alright and if Yuma was okay as well. After school, he went to talk to Rias. "Hey Butchu," he said as he entered the club room. "Eyes are getting used to being around us and having fun?" she asked from behind her desk, looking up from a stack of papers. "I'm just wondering what your thought on the fallen angels in town. As long as they don't interfere with us, well, leave them and just monitor their activity," she replied. "And I have sent a request to Grigori asking why they are in my territory and waiting for a reply." "Is that why you didn't intervene when I was attacked? You trying to avoid conflict as much as possible?" he asked with a curious look on his face. "Well," she started, "I was gonna resurrect you as my pawn if you had died," she said, looking at her desk with a small blush on her cheeks. "I see," he said with a deadpan face. Then the others started coming into the room, getting ready for their night doing request. I sat on the couch drinking tea, then asked Rias a question that was on his mind for a couple of days. "Butchu, I've been wondering, I know what the others do when they do a devil request, so I was wondering, what type of request do you do?" Rias smiled as she answered, "Oh, I just mostly remove curses from objects and make deals with influential people." "Oh, that's not too bad," he replied. As the night went on, Issei was now walking home when he felt a falling angel following him. He then stopped and turned around to face his stalker, who was wearing a pale violet trenchcoat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, and a black fedora. He then asked, "So is there any particular reason you're following me, Fallen?" The fallen angel just looked at him with a surprised look on his face before answering, "Well, look at this. I decided to take a walk tonight and ran into someone who's supposed to be dead. When I get back, Rainier will have to explain herself." As he finished, a spear of light appeared in his hand, and he threw it at Issei, but was surprised when he sidestepped and dodged it easily. He threw more light spears at him, but he kept dodging them and moving closer to the fallen. When he noticed that he was getting closer, he tried to fly away, but Issei quickly grabbed one of his legs and slammed him down to the ground. As Issei was about to punch him in the face, he got distracted as a magical circle appeared close to him, and he saw Rias and Akino coming out the circle. The fallen took this time to get away from Issei. "Crimson hair. You must be a woman from the house of Gremory," the fallen snared. "My name is Rias Gremory, and you're attacking a friend of mine in my territory. My name is Donasik, and I hope we never meet again," he said as he was glaring at Rias before he flew away. Issei just shrugged his shoulders as he was complicating what to do about Asia, Yuma now named Rainier, and the fallen Donasik. Tired from thinking too much, he decided to just go home and worry about this the next day. Issei was in bed falling asleep when he sensed Rias entering his room through a magic circle. He just kept his eyes closed, just wondering what she was doing in his room. To his surprise, she started to disrobe and get in bed with him. Issei, too tired to bother with her, just let her do what she wanted, even as he felt her arms wrapping around him. The next morning, Rias was surprised as she woke up in Issei's lap. She shot up to look at Issei, who was sitting up on his bed with a smile on his bed. "Butchu, why did you sneak into my room and climb into bed? But most of all, why did you get naked and started hugging me?" he asked, trying not to look at the lovely mounds in front of him. She smiled with a reply, "Well, I came to talk to you about the fallen. But when I saw you in bed, I decided to join you." Issei just sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose before continuing. "That because I can't sleep unless I'm naked and hugging a body pillow, and since you don't have one, I decided to hug you instead," she replied with a slight blush on her face. "Well, anyways, I'm not gonna judge what you do when you sleep, but we need to get ready for school," he stated before getting off the bed. "Issei, are you awake?" was heard behind his door. "Yes, Mom, I'll be down in a minute," he replied before looking at Rias. "Do you want to stay for breakfast?" he asked her while they were getting dressed. She just replied with a nod, "Mom." He shouted at the door, waiting for his mother to reply, which she did, and waited for her son to continue. "Can you set one more spot for breakfast? We'll be having company," he said, and waited for her to reply. "Oh, did you make friends at school? That's wonderful. They'll set a place for your friend." Issei's sweat dropped a little, wondering how he's going to explain Rias to his parents. While his mother was happy that he made a friend at school, she was not prepared for the red-headed beauty that came downstairs out of his room instead of knocking at the door to pick up her son like she expected. So the breakfast atmosphere was slightly awkward as the four of them was sitting at the table. His father was happy for his son to have such a beauty already spending the night, but his mother was suspicious of her intentions towards her son. "So Rias Gremory, was it why we're in bed with my son? Are you here to trick him out of his money?" she asked with narrowed eyes as she stared at Rias. Rias just replied with a smile, "Of course not, and my family is very wealthy as we own several hotels around the world and other financial institutions. We also finance the construction of Ku Academy," she said in a voice filled with confidence. Issei and his parents were quite surprised at this information, but his mother continued the conversation. "I just wanted to make sure my son wasn't getting tricked because we have some news to tell him." Issei looked at his mother with a puzzling look that said, "Please finish what need to be said," and so his mother did. "Issei, your father and I are going on a vacation trip tonight for 2.5 weeks. So yeah, I'll be alone until then." He just smiled, thinking it wasn't any bad, and replied with his hand waving in front of him, "I hope you to have a wonderful time, and don't worry, he'll take care of the house while you're gone." His father finally joined the conversation with a slight lecherous smile on his face. "Just don't have too much fun while we're gone. Even though wed like a grandchild to spoil, well, wait till you're finished with college." And with that, both Issei and Ria's face turned red as a tomato. "I can't believe he would say something like that," he cursed as they walked to school. And Rias just smiled at him, but he could tell it was a forced smile, like the statement his father made was an uncomfortable topic, so he decided when she's ready she'll talk about it. As they entered the school grounds, all eyes were upon them. Some girls were jealous cause they wanted to be with Issei, and the boys were glaring at him angrily cause they could never get close to Rias or Aquino. But that didn't stop there. When he arrived at his class, he overheard some girls saying that they were already dating, and some wished they made a move on Issei earlier when he first transferred into the school. But two boys stood out the most, shouting at him to leave the school so they could have the girls to themselves. The perverted duo, as everyone called them, Matsuda, also known as the perverted Baldy, a former jock and sports star, and his friend Madohama Slow, known as perverted glasses or three size counting, claiming he can count a girl 3 measures by just looking at them. Issei, human part, made a mental note of not getting involved with them when they were caught and beaten by the girls of the kendo club for peeking. It was after school now, and Issei was laying on the couch as everyone went out to handling their clients' wishes, so he decided to go home early tonight, and remembering he had to cook for himself because his parents won't be there. As he finished his meal and prepared for bed, he stayed up a while longer to see if Rias would sneak into his room again, but she never came. Issei was a bit taken aback at the atmosphere in the clubroom before speaking up. "Hey Butchu, everyone, what's wrong?" Rias was the one to reply with a forlorn expression. "Last night when Kaneko went to meet a client, she found him nailed against a wall upside down, with cuts all over his body." She sighed before continuing, "And then she was attacked by a priest. But the strange part is he was with a nun who saw the client and was shocked at what she saw. It was then," Kaneko continued, "the priest grabbed her and shoved her face into the client and told her this is what we do to devil worshippers before he dropped a flash grenade and left." Issei just had a concerned look on his face before asking Kaneko did the nun have blonde hair and spoke Italian and seemed too kind for her own good. Kaneko just nodded as she took a bite out of her chocolate bar. "Issei, do you know her?" Rias asked with a worried expression. "Yes, I met her a few days ago and walked her to the abandoned church that the fallen angels are holed up in. It was the day after, and I was glad it was Saturday." Once again, and took his bike out. He stopped and sat on a bench at a park where his seal was broken. He took a seat on a bench and started thinking about everything that was going on. Then I felt a familiar aura. It belonged to Asia. I got up and started looking around the park and found her wandering around with the lost look on her face. The same look she had when I first met her. I just walked over to her and she was surprised to see me. "Eyes, what are you doing here?" She asked. I'm just riding my bike around town today. What about you? I replied with a smile. I just wanted to see the town today, so I decided to take a walk, was her answer, but I could tell there was something weighing on her mind. Do you want me to show you around? We can ride around on my bike. I just smiled at her as she held onto me tight with her eyes closed as we rode through traffic. We stopped at a family restaurant. I ordered a double cheeseburger and fries with a soda. I noticed she was having trouble reading the menu, so I ordered the same for her, but she had a puzzled look when our food came. What wrong, Asia? What's wrong? Don't you like it? I asked. She just nodded no and replied, it's not that, it's I never had anything like this, and they didn't bring me a fork or a knife to eat with. I just smiled and thought that she must live a sheltered life before showing her how to eat the food in front of us. While we were having our lunch, Issei sensed a devil watching us. He didn't have any of the aura I felt at the school. Issei looked out the window and noticed a young devil with blonde hair was watching them. Issei made his hand into the shape of a gun, pointed it at the devil, and mouthed the words bang. The devil was surprised at this and left the scene. Asia was surprised at his sudden gesture, looked out the window and asked, guys, is there something wrong outside? He just replied, I just remembered a place that is nearby that I know y'all have fun at. When they arrived at arcade, Asia had stars in her eyes, everything in front of her. They started out with a racing game. Even though Issei won, she was still smiling. As we were leaving, she left my side to look at the crane game and was smiling at a little stuffed toy based on a mouse. Would you like that stuffed toy? I asked her. Oh no, you've done so much for me today. It's no problem, I replied while inserting a coin into the machine, and got the stuffed toy on my first try. Her face lit up enthusiastically as she accepted it. On our way back to my back, a young boy fell in front of us and scraped his knee. Asia immediately kneeled down and I saw a green glow from her hands, and the boy's scraped knee was healing. He bowed and thanked her before leaving. That's a wonderful sacred gear you've got there. She looked at me. Eyes, you know about sacred gears? Yeah, my uncle told me about them when he was training me. Eyes, can I tell you a story? I just nodded as she put on a complicated expression, then her face turned sad as she started. In a certain region in Europe, there was a girl who was discarded by her parents. She was raised in a church nearby by a nun along with other orphans. The girl, who was a strong follower of the church, received a special power at the age of 8. She healed a wounded puppy, and a person from the Catholic Church witnessed it by chance. From there on, her life changed. The girl was taken to the main Catholic Church, and she was symbolized by many as a holy maiden because of her healing power. She used her power to heal many believers, and they were told it was a power of divine protection. Rumors brought rumors, and she was respected as a holy maiden. Even without her approval, she had no dissatisfaction for how she was treated. People from the church were kind, and she didn't hate healing people. She instead was happy that her power was of use. The girl was thankful to her power, which was bestowed to her by God, but she was a bit lonely. She didn't have any friends she could open up to. Everyone treated her nicely and was nice to her, but there were no one willing to become her friend. She understood why. She knew that they were looking at her power as something irregular. They didn't look at her as a human, but as a creature that could heal humans. But one day, it changed. By coincidence, there was a devil nearby and she healed it. A wounded devil. The girl couldn't ignore it. She thought that even if it was a devil, she had to heal it if it was injured. It was her kindness that made her take such an action. But that changed her life forever. Someone from the church saw that incident and notified others of the church. The ministers of the church were shocked about it. A power that can heal devils. Something absurd like that cannot happen. The power of healing can only heal the followers of God. Yes, there were several people who had the power to heal. But the power to heal the devil was out of the question. The people of the church thought it was common sense that the power of healing doesn't work on fallen angels and devils. Apparently, a similar incident had happened in the past, the power to heal fallen angels and devils that were not protected by God, but that was feared as the power of a witch. So the people saw her as a heretic. Damn witch that heals devils. A girl who was respected as a holy maiden was then feared as a witch, and the Catholic Church abandoned her. She didn't have anywhere to go, and the organization of stray exorcists picked her up. In other words, she had to get divine protection from the fallen angels. But the girl never forgot to pray to God. She also never forgot to thank God. Even so, the girl was abandoned. God didn't save her. What shocked her the most was that there was not even a single person in the church that was willing to defend her. There was no one who cared about her. It's because I didn't pray enough. It's because I'm clumsy. I'm so stupid that I can't even eat a burger by myself. Asia wipes her tears while laughing. This is also a trial that the Lord gave me. Since I'm a clumsy nun, the Lord gave me this trial, so I have to endure it. She was laughing as if she was talking to herself. I'm sure I will make lots of friends one day. I have a dream. I want to go buy flowers with a friend, buying books, and someone to talk with. She is full of tears. You already have a friend in me, Asia. We ate, played, and talked together. I told her that with a smile. I wanted to tell her that God was dead, but her mental state is unstable right now. She might do something drastic. So I gave a hug and held her tight before continuing. Asia, I have something to tell you. I paused and looked into her eyes. I'm not human. Before I could continue, a barrier went up and everyone in the area was leaving, as is avoiding being around the area. Then a young man with short white hair and dressed as priest came walking towards us and started talking. Asia, why did you run away from us? We need you to come back. Father freed him. Not coming back. You tried to kill a man last night. I don't want to be around people like that. But it's our job to punish shitty devil worshippers and devils too. We don't have God's protection, but we still need to do his work. I'm sorry, the truth is I ran away, but I have to go back now, she said with a downcast expression. I just held her hand. Asia, it's a good thing that you ran away, cause I was wondering how to save you and Rainier, who's still at the church. As I finished talking to Asia, I turned to the priest. I think you should leave now. It's obvious she don't want to go with you, so she'll be coming with me. When I finished my statement, his face turned into a scowl before he started talking again. Who do you think I am? My name is Fried Selzen, the Great Exorcist, he yelled, then put on a disgusted face before continuing. They said I can't kill you, so I'll kill your boyfriend, then rape you and take you back to the Donasik. So he called. Before he finished, he was punched in the face. Asia didn't even see Issei leave her side. At first she was thinking of leaving with Fried so Issei will be safe, and after what he said about rescuing her, she wasn't sure what to do, but she didn't want to go back to the Fallen. And now her first friend was fighting for her. You're not human, you must be a shitty devil, he'll cut you up like the rest, he exclaimed while pulled out a light sword and gun. He then rushed at Issei and attempted to slash him across his chest. Issei dodged the slash and saw the gun pointed at his left leg. He immediately spun on his right leg, avoiding the shot. Fried was getting frustrated that none of his attacks were hitting. He jumped backwards and took one last shot at Issei, then pointed his gun at Asia. Issei, seeing this, immediately ran and stood in front of her and glared at Fried. Shitty devil, I'll kill you later, I'm leaving this town today anyways, he said before running away. Issei looked at Asia, who now had tears in her eyes, used his fingers to wipe her tears away. Why are you crying, he asked with a worried expression. She just looked up at him and replied with a smile. Because no one ever stood up for me before. Of course he'll stand up for you, that's what friends do, help each other when in trouble and stand up for each other. He stumbled back a little as she hugged him. He just patted her head. Now we need to head back to the church, there is someone else that I need to rescue, he told her. Asia looked at him with a curious look on her face before talking. You mean the 3 fallen angel girls that they have locked up in a room? They told me they misbehaved and was getting punished. Issei's face became calm at the new information, then remembered Rainier told him about her friends. What do you mean she's with someone else? Donasik shouted at Fried. You were supposed to bring her back so I can extract her sacred gear. He clenched his fist at another failure of his subordinates. First Rainier said she killed the boy he told her to kill and somehow he's still alive. And when he found out, he started whipping her and the other 2 he had locked up, and now Fried failed to bring back Asia and her sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Now he was wondering how he's going to explain that he couldn't get her sacred gear to the one he serves, Kakabia. He said hell be coming here for Rainier. With that bit of news, Donasik gained a wicked smile as he formulated a plan to kill the boy and extract the Twilight Healing from the Asia. As Issei and Asia pulled up in front of the church, it was already nightfall. They got off his bike and walked up to the door. Issei saw that Asia was nervous, held her hand in his and assured her that everything will be fine. He sensed multiple human auras within the church and the 4 fallen angel auras. He felt a swell, but he noticed that 3 fallen angel auras were getting weaker. He opened the door and they entered. He was prepared for battle. Welcome, it must be fate that we can be united again, Fried greeted them while clapping. Did you know I never meet the same prey twice because I'm super strong. But you're stronger than me, so I'll take my leave. The plan can't allow me to die tonight, so until we meet again, he said before leaping through a window. Asia looked at the window with a perplexed look on her face before following Issei to the podium. Issei just looked at the podium and destroyed it with a punch, showing hidden stairs that led underground. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, they saw 2 female fallen angels chained and sitting against a pillar with the light fading from their eyes. And Donasik was holding a light spear against Rainier's neck while holding her hands behind her back, and 23 stray exorcists behind him. But what stood out of place was a metal cross in the middle of the underground room. That's far enough, shouted Donasik. Issei and Asia stopped and stood waiting for him to continue. Hand the girl over to me and I'll let you in this one leave, burning Rainier a little while he said that. Issei just closed his eyes and sighed before replying. How about you let the 3 girls leave with me and Asia, and you and your minions behind you live. Donasik put in an evil grin before telling the exorcists to attack him. Issei, seeing this, inhaled a deep breath before and shouted Dragon's Flame, releasing a fireball that went over all their heads. You missed, one of the exorcists quipped. I wasn't aiming for you, as he said that the fireball hit the cross, destroying it. Donasik started seething at this action and yelled at the perpetrator, have you any idea what you just did? Issei's face held no emotion as he said, I'm guessing that you needed that machine for something important, so I took it away. I'll say it again, leave now and I'll let you live. Donasik just started laughing. I see, so that what you are, you didn't hold any sacred gear. You're just a dragon. Everyone in the room was stunned at the announcement just made. And what if I am, he replied. It'll show you that we fallen angels are superior to all. It'll kill you and then take Twilight Healing from that nun. Upon hearing that, Asia cringed while holding onto Issei's arm. Since she saw the state of the injured fallen female, she wanted to heal them, but Issei held her back. Now she was shocked and surprised that he wasn't a human but a dragon and was trying to help her and be her friend. Even though she wasn't sure of herself, she knew she still wanted to be friends with Issei. Issei looked back at Asia and told her to hide behind a pillar. Soon as she let go of his hand and complied, he got into a battle stance. Donasik threw Rainier away from him, unveiling 6 wings on his back, and got into a battle stance with a light spear in both hands. Issei bent his knees slightly before disappearing and reappearing in the middle of the group of exorcist dragons. Inferno, he shouted while spinning, releasing a flame emanating from his body going outwards. Donasik flew upwards above it all and saw his men getting enveloped in the flame. He's stronger than he appears. I have to report him to Kakabil-sama. Issei looked around, making sure Asia, and the three fallen females didn't get injured before going after Donaseek. Donaseek was upstairs preparing a magic circle to leave when Issei was suddenly in front of him. He had fear in his eyes as he saw the anger in Issei's eyes. Issei leapt forward with a front somersault and brought down his foot that was ablaze with fire, hitting Donaseek across his chest, leaving a scar that ran along his chest and stomach. "Just a little reminder, and tell your master these girls are under my protection," he said, and walked back to the underground. Donaseek grabbed his chest while disappearing in his magic circle. Back in the underground, Asia was trying to heal Rainier and the other two who were covered in cuts from being beaten to near death. Issei looked at them, broke the handcuffs that was suppressing their magic. He also realized that they were very near to death and not sure if Asia could heal them. He began looking around the underground trying to find anything to help them. As he almost walked past a cupboard, he noticed it was magically infused. Upon opening it, he realized it was concealing several interesting items. An evil pieces full set. The Brave Saint Spades card set the angels were working on, but it was incomplete. Also a red gauntlet, and a paper with the topic Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade written by Azazel. Issei held the red gauntlet and felt the presence of a dragon sleeping. He took these items and them to the girls. "How are they?" he asked. Asia just looked at him and spoke in a sad tone. "They are very weak. Even if I heal them, I don't know if they're alive." Issei immediately stood up and asked the three of them, "I may have a way to save the three of you, but I'm not sure if it will work." They all looked at him, and Rainier was the first to speak up. "Our own kind did this to us, and you're the only one to help. If it means that someday we'll get our revenge, then he'll take that chance." They all nodded at her words. They saw a magic circle appear under them and was instantly transported away. Issei and the four girls appeared in what appeared to be a protective bubble, looking around. It was the tall one who was first to speak. "Where are we and why are we in this bubble?" she asked weakly. Issei realized he didn't know the other two fallen females' name, decided to ask while giving them an answer. "We're in the dimensional gap. I'm here to ask my uncle for help. By the way, I never got the names of you two," he replied. "My name is Calla Warner, and this middle. Why are we in the dimensional gap?" she asked with a worried expression. Issei just looked onto the horizon before answering. "Waiting for my uncle. I can't attempt what I want to do without his help." The three fallen angels was confused. As far they know, the only being that lived in the dimensional gap was Great Red, the apocalypse dragon. Then they all saw something massive rolling towards them. Asia just grasped onto Issei's arm and watched as the being stopped rolling a few meters away and flying towards them. They all had the look of fright on their face as a massive red dragon stopped in front of them. "Everyone meet my uncle Great Red," he said with a smile. "EHHH," they all shouted. "Great Red is your uncle." "No need to shout him right here," he exclaimed while picking his ear. "Okay, since I'm about to do something drastic, I think I should tell you guys what I am." As he said that, the girls had a confused look on his face, then turned surprised as he showed them his wings. "But how is this possible?" Middle asked, looking between Issei and Great Red. The other two fallen angels had the same thought and look on their faces. But Asia was just staring at his angel wings. Then Issei began explaining everything to them about his parents, how Great Red helped them, and the seal that Rainier broke when she killed him. "Sorry for killing you, Issei," she said with a downcast expression. "Don't worry about it, at least I got it out of it." "Then call me Eyes," he told her, which put a slight blush on her face. Asia was feeling out of place, so she decided to ask Issei why he brought them here. "Eyes, why are we here? What is your uncle gonna help you do?" Issei pounded his left fist into his right palm as if he forgot and remembered why he brought them all there. He then turned to Great Red and started talking about his plan so everyone can hear. "Great Red, I need your help in combining the Devil's evil pieces and the Unfinished Angel's Brave Saints cards." Great Red just showed his canines into a huge smile and replied, "That is possible, but you'll have to add some of your draconian essence, and it will only work if you have the kings of each set." Issei looked at both sets and smiled when he saw that both kings were there. The girls were still confused at the conversation between Issei and the apocalypse dragon. Then Issei turned to them and said, "What I'm attempting to do is combining the Brave Saints card and evil pieces with dragon magic. So you girls will be one part angel, one part dragon, and one part devil." He paused before continuing, "But you three will still be one part fallen, and Asia, y'all be just like me, one part angel, one part dragon, and one part devil." They all looked at him in shock, trying to comprehend what he just said before Middle spoke up again. "Is such a thing possible?" She received her, and from a loud bellow that caused her to flinch, his Great Red replied, "Nothing is impossible for me." Issei then had pieces and the cards floating in front of him, and he started to merge both cards and chess pieces together. He started with the kings. Great Red noticed that Issei didn't have enough draconian energy for the procedure, so he decided to use his instead. After the kings were combined, it transformed into a crimson chess piece with dragon scales. But the thing Issei noticed the most was that in the center was the spade symbol with a pair of angel wings outspread behind the spade and a K for king in the center of the spade. He then took the new combined piece and placed it inside his chest. He then felt his body and power more balanced than before. At first his body and powers felt like it was in constant flux battling for power, but now it felt as though it was at peace. He and Red then started pairing the other pieces and cards. Queens went together, the Jack and 10 paired with the rooks, the 9 and 8 paired with the bishops, the 7 and 6 paired with the knights, the 5, 4, 3, and 2 paired with a pawn each, but the ace took the remaining 4 pawns to be paired with. Great Red considered it equal to the mutated piece of the evil piece system. Now that the merging was complete, the girls looked at the pieces and noticed that each pieces had the same similarities as Issei's king piece. They were all crimson with dragon scales, the spade in the center with angel wings outspread from the spade and the card number in the center of the spade. He then looked at the girls and asked them if they were ready for a new life as his servants. They all nodded without hesitation. Rainier was the first. For her he chooses the 2 of pawn. His magic circle glowed below her and he placed the piece into her chest. Her body glowed and after the glowing stopped she felt revived. Now let's see your wings, Issei asked, and she complied, feeling muscles on her back that she never felt before tearing at her back, and then she felt nothing but the look on her companion's face were of shock. She looked behind her and saw her new wings, 1 angel wing and 1 fallen wing, and below those were her a new pair of dragon wings, and below those were her devil wings. She fell down feeling tired from the new abilities she just gained. Issei then turned to the other girls and started the procedure with them individually. It was now middle turn and she laid floating in the middle of the other girls, and Issei gave her the 3 of pawn, and just like Rainier the procedure was a success. She smiled as she looked at her angel wing. Unlike the other 2, she was born a fallen angel, so she was happy to be part angel. At first Calawarner was a bit skeptical at first, but now after seeing her comrades she was sure that this was the right thing to do. They were betrayed by their own kind and no one in their faction saved them. It was this boy who saved them when he didn't have to. He could just save Asia and leave them, but he came back for them and is willing to give them the power to live and get vengeance on the one who betrayed them. She stepped in front of Asia and laid before Issei and told him she was ready for what piece he deemed her fit to be. Issei brought out the 10 of rook and placed it in her chest. She was content that this was the right decision. After everything was over she sat down next to Rainier and middled, and watched as it was Asia's turn to become his servant. Asia was a bit frightened at the fact that her entire state of being was about to change, but her fears was slowly going away when she realized that she'll be with her first friend for a very long time. As she laid there and saw Issei place the 8 of bishop and placed it into her chest, even though she knew that she was transformed into what Issei was, she didn't feel all that different until she tried to show her wings. She was ecstatic being part angel, a being that was part of her religion, but was concerned about her other 2 pair of wings. Issei looked at the girls and started talking to them about their new wings. Now that you all have the same abilities just like me, you still have whatever original abilities you had before, and I'll help you all train to master your new ones. He then looked at the 3 fallen angels and continued speaking. He'll also ask that you help Asia adjust to her new life. I know she never had much contact with the outside world as the role the church placed on her, so he'll ask for your instance in this. They all nodded in agreement with him. Oh, one more thing, even though you all are part devil, you won't be affected by prayers and holy water. The only thing that can hurt you is holy weapons and light spears. Asia looked up at him and asked what was on her mind. Doesn't that mean I can still pray and read the Bible? Issei looked at her with a smile, seeing that even though she was thrown out of the church and called a witch, she still prayed to God. He wanted to tell them God was dead but opted not to at this moment. Thanks for your help, Uncle Red, Issei said as he was preparing to leave, just to be stopped by Great Red. What do you plan to do with D-Drag? he asked. Issei just looked at the gauntlet before speaking. So that's the dragon I sensed in the gauntlet. Maybe I'll put it in my pocket dimension with the other pieces until I find a servant who can be its host. Great Red just turned ready to go back doing its tricks in the dimensional gap before having the last word. Be careful, while you were away she came by and told me she's gathering beings from different factions to fight me. Even though she don't know about our relationship, she might try to recruit you. Issei haven't heard him talk about her since Great Red told him the story of when they fought for control of the dimensional gap. He wanted to roll around and do tricks. She wanted silence. With a nod he activated his magic circle and they left the dimensional gap. They reappeared back inside the abandoned church. Issei immediately felt the presence of the devil who was watching him and Asia earlier, and the presence of 15 weaker devils. As they were leaving the church, Issei looked at his bike and realized that he don't have enough room at his house for all of them. He was pushing his bike while the girls were walking on either side of him. When he reached his home, he placed his bike in the garage and told the girls to make themselves at home cause he had an errand to run. While inside, Issei turned around to face the devil and his followers who been stalking them since they left the church. Can you tell me why you're following us, devil? he sneered. And out of the shadows a blonde young man dressed in noble attire stepped out and started speaking. My name is Deodora Astaroth. I've come for my Asia, he said with an insincere smile. Issei looked at him while being on guard of him. Can you tell me how you know her? Still smiling, he just snapped his fingers and 15 girls dressed as nuns appeared from where they were hiding. Issei looked at them and thought of something. Let me guess, you were the devil she healed. Deodora continued smiling as he talked. Let's just say I have a fetish for pure nuns, and after she got kicked out the church I was gonna make her my next plaything. Issei was disgusted by what he just heard. He created a barrier around him and the devils. Don't try to escape, you won't be able to. After that was said, Deodora ordered the girls to attack Issei. Issei ignored the girls and went straight for Deodora, punching him, breaking his nose. Deodora held his wide nose and snarled at Issei. Do you not know who you're dealing with, you insignificant worm? I am Deodora Astaroth, little brother to Adjuka Beelzebub. Issei paused his actions before continuing. I see, so I can't just kill you. Deodora smiled once more, thinking he won. Good, now that you know your place, you will hand my Asia over to me. Let me ask you something. Does Ria's Gremory know that you're in her territory? Deodora was taken aback at the statement and his smile faltered. This was all Issei needed. As he raised his left hand up, Deodora thought he was given up and started walking towards him with his girls now at his side, but was surprised when he and the nuns were trapped in circular barrier. They tried to escape using magical attacks and teleportation but failed. Why don't we go talk to Rias and see what she has to say about this, and teleported away. Rias was about to dismiss her peerage for the night when a magic symbol containing a dragon's head with ram's horn on both sides, a cross in the middle of the dragon's head, and one pair of both angel and devil wings spreading behind the dragon's head. Realizing that they never saw this symbol before, they all got on guard and stood in front of Rias in a protective manner, but was surprised when they saw who came out the magic circle. They looked on and relaxed when Issei came out the magic circle, and behind him was a young man with 15 girls dressed as nuns in a barrier. "Oh my Issei, you have a very unique magic circle. I never seen anything like it," Rias stated with a smile, but dropped her smile when she recognized the young man trapped in the barrier. "Why is the heir to the Astorath clan and his peerage trapped behind you?" she asked, still bearing cautious of the situation. "That's why I'm here. Did you know he was in your territory?" he asked of her. "No, I did not, but before you explain the situation you'll have to ask for someone else to be present," and with that she looked to Akino, who just bowed towards Rias before leaving the room. It was 10 minutes after Akino left. Issei was currently sitting on a sofa across from Kaneko, who was eating some chocolate donuts with sprinkles. Rias was seated behind her desk, not sure how to deal with the situation, and Yuudo was standing near Deodora and had his guard up. Then there was a knock on the door and Akino entered the room with two females. The first had a bob-cut hairstyle, wearing glasses. The other one had knee-long black hair. She also wore glasses with heterochromic eyes. "Sona, Tsubaki, welcome," Rias greeted them. I stood up and greeted them. "Hi, I'm Issei Hayadu. I'm Sona Shitori, Student Council President, and this is my Vice President Tsubaki Shinra," Sona greeted. "I see Shitori must be an alias, and you and your peerage is the other devil presence I've been feeling in the school," Issei said with a small smile. "It's no point in trying to hide it. He knows more about us in the supernatural world than we thought," Rias exclaimed. "I see. Then allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Sona Citri, and this is my queen, Tsubaki Shinra," she said with a small curtsy. Sona was now looking at the trapped Deodora before taking a seat across from Issei with Tsubaki standing behind her. Akino went to the back room and prepared some tea. Kaneko was now standing next to Yuudo. After Akino returned and served tea to Rias, Sona and Issei, they started the conversation. "So Issei, why do you have the heir to the Astaroth house and his peerage trapped in a barrier?" Sona inquired. "He attacked me and was about to attack a member of my newly created peerage. Before he finished, he was cut off by Rias yelling. Issei, I never knew you had a peerage. What house are you from?" When did she stop as Issei put his hand in the air to stop her from talking so he can continue. "Rias, I just created my peerage tonight, and am not from any house in the underworld. But to continue, I have a feeling you didn't know he was in your territory. The only reason he's still alive is because he claimed to be the little brother of Adjuka Beelzebub. I'm glad that you didn't kill him, and yes, he's the little brother to one of our leaders," Rias explained. "Issei, this member of your new peerage you created, is she a nun?" Sona asked with a cocked eyebrow. "Yes, she's a former nun, and please you can call me Eyes." "I see. He has a habit of breaking nuns and using them as his playthings," Sona told him. This enraged Issei slightly as he glared at Deodora. "Well, Issei, since he's a high-class pure ed from a Pillar's clan, the most he'll get is talked to about going in another's territory without informing the person in charge," Sona told him. "So I have to release him?" Issei asked as he looked between Rias and Sona. They both nodded at him. Issei got up and went over to the barrier and saw Deodora looking at him with a smug smile. Issei glared at him before dispelling the barrier. Deodora stood up and dusted himself off and was about to speak before Issei grabbed him by the throat and told him, "Come close to me or Asia and I'll rip your heart out and feed it to you, and deal with the consequences." I then released the grip and watched him and his peerage leave in a magic circle. Rias and Sona watched the interaction between Issei and Deodora, and after Deodora left, Sona spoke up. "Issei, we will need you to fully explain yourself and how you acquired a peerage." Issei looked at her as he calmed himself down before replying, "How about tomorrow you and Rias can come over to my house for dinner while I explain everything? You can even bring your queens." And after he told them that, teleported back home. Issei appeared in his bedroom and went downstairs to see the girls watching TV and sitting on the couch. "Okay, now that we're all here, let's talk about sleeping arrangements. Asia and Middle, you can have the spare room upstairs, and Calawarner and Rainer, you can sleep in my room tonight. As for me, I'll sleep on the couch for tonight and think of a permanent situation tomorrow," Issei told them, standing next to the TV. "Oh, and before I forget, 4 devils will be coming over for dinner tomorrow, so I can explain how I got my own peerage." They all looked a little shocked about the company coming over tomorrow before relaxing and continued watching TV. The girls woke up to the smell of breakfast. Asia and Middle put on some shirts that belonged to Issei. Both noticing that their panties were slightly showing, Middle didn't mind, but Asia was blushing. Middle went downstairs while Asia stayed to pray. Calawarner and Rainer had the same problem, but their panties were fully seen and they paid no mind to it being fallen. It didn't bother them much. As they reached downstairs, they saw Issei setting the table. Even though they wanted to help, he just told them to sit and relax. But as when he saw Asia fidgeting in her seat, he had to say something. "Asia, what's wrong? You can tell me anything," he asked. "It's just that I never wore just a shirt and panties in front of a boy before," she said while blushing. Issei finally caught what she meant and tried to calm her down. I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable. How about after breakfast I'll give you girls my credit card and you all can go shopping for new clothes and whatever items you might need. All the girls smiled at his gesture and ate their breakfast while having mundane conversations. The main topic Issei brought up was about remodeling the house so they can have their own rooms. He knew he had to talk to his parents about this. As the girls were leaving for the shopping stores to buy what they needed, Rainier changed into her uniform. After a few minutes of Issei was alone, he decided to call his parents to tell them his plans. Issei, is that you? Is something wrong? His mother asked on the other end of the line. No, nothing's wrong. I just need to tell you guys something and ask for your permission for something else. Alright, I'll put you on speaker so your father can hear as well. Well, I found 4 girls who were kidnapped and mistreated by some weird guys, and I told them they can stay with us. He knew this lie was necessary so his parents never find out about the supernatural world. And I was thinking of renovating the house so they can have their own rooms. Issei waited patiently for his parents to respond. Issei, are you following my dream and starting a harem? His father asked and received a slap from his wife. Dear Issei, isn't like that and don't have perverted thoughts like you. His mother berated his father. Issei, are you sure it's safe and these girls aren't in league with the kidnappers and trying to trick you? His mother asked in a worried tone. She's always been protective of him, thinking every girl he talks to is trying to fool him or trick him. The only girl she liked was his childhood friend Irina. I'm positive that they are not trying anything, he assured her. Well, I know you won't do anything indecent to them and I trust your word if you say so, and it's okay with me if you remodeled the house. And your father just nodded, giving his approval as well. Just send me a picture of the new house when it's done. In a warm tone she gave him the okay. Thank you both for your trust in me, and we'll be staying at a hotel until the renovation is finished. Enjoy the rest of your vacation, Issei told them before hanging up. It's been over 3 hours since the girls left to buy what they needed and had just returned. They all bought similar hygienic materials for daily use, but their clothes were totally different. Little bought different styles and colors of gothic clothing. Calla Warner bought different business dress shirts and skirts. Asia bought mostly one-piece dresses of different colors. And Rainier bought clothes for both her forms, which was a lot of different t-shirts and jeans with a few dresses and mini skirts. The girls all glomped on Issei and thanked him for all he has done for them. He patted each of them on their heads and smiled, telling them it was his pleasure. Issei was about to leave for the supermarket to buy ingredients for the dinner later that night when Rainier insisted on going with him. The walk was quiet until Issei spoke up. Is there something weighing on your mind? I can see the worry in your eyes, he told her as they walked. She stopped a few steps behind him and started talking with tears in her eyes. I know you didn't have to save us after I stabbed you and left you for dead. You could have taken Asia and leave us, but you came back for me and also my 2 friends. She started wiping the tears from her eyes. We were betrayed and beaten by our own kind, and it wasn't our leader who sent help or saved us. It was you, someone who could have held a grudge at all fallen angels and let us be but you. Before she finished, Issei held her in a warm embrace before speaking. When we went on our date I saw how troubled you were and I heard what you said. I know you didn't want to do it and I forgive you. I hold no hatred against you. And I promise I'll help you and the others find the one who did that to you and make sure he pays. Held her for a few minutes until she felt better and continued on while she was holding onto his arm with a smile on her face. Sona wanted to bring more of her peerage other than just her queen. She wasn't sure of meeting Issei without a backup plan, but trusted Riaz when she told her that he wasn't a threat to them. Sona didn't like the fact that Issei somehow got a hold of evil pieces and now started his own peerage without going through the proper channels. As they stood outside his home, she felt not only Issei's aura but 4 other auras that told her these were the ones he reincarnated into devils, and just stood there as Riaz went up to ring the doorbell. Issei and Middle just finished placing the plates on the dining table before calling all the girls together as he felt the 4 auras outside his home. Alright, while we're eating and meeting the other devils, I'd like you all to hide your angel wings. They don't know impart angel and I'm not ready to reveal that to anyone just yet. If they want to see your wing, just your devil and dragon wings. After he said that, they all heard the doorbell ring and Calla Warner went to greet their guests for dinner. Riaz thought it would be Issei to greet them at the door but was surprised when a tall woman opened the door and greeted them. Welcome, Lady Riaz. Lady Sona and their queen's master Eyes has been expecting you, she said with a bow and led them to the dining room. The table was lightly decorated with a small floral arrangement that didn't block anyone's view of each other, with 2 small baskets of croissants at close to the ends on opposite sides of the table. As they sat down, Issei served them avocado-flavored paella. In the middle of dinner, Sona was the first to speak up as she was curious how Issei got a hold of evil pieces. So Eyes, how did you acquire your evil pieces if you don't mind me asking? I found them in the abandoned church where I rescued these 3 who were held captive and beaten to near death by the same fallen angel that attacked me last week, he said while pointing to the 3 fallen female. Yes, I saved us from our own kind who betrayed us and he is now our master, Rainier told her with a smile on her face. So you 3 were fallen before and chose to become part devil? Aquino asked in shock. Well, Aquino, I also had a little help from my uncle to give them more like me, Issei said as he drank some water. I'd like to know what you really are if you don't mind me asking, Sona said with a stern look on her face. Sure, I'm part dragon, part devil, he told her. And I'm guessing this uncle of yours helped make them also part dragon. Who is you uncle we'd like to know, Riaz asked. His 4 housemates looked at him wondering if he'll tell them, but he just waved his hand in front of his face and replied, I'm sorry but he wants his identity to be kept a secret as long as possible. But he'll tell you he's not any dragon in the underworld. Riaz and Sona was unsatisfied with that answer but knew they wouldn't get answer even if they pressed the issue. Well, you know we have to report this incident along with the report about Deodora Asteroth to the underworld, Sona told him. I understand you have your responsibilities to attend to. As they finished eating dinner they were currently sitting in the living room drinking tea. So Issei, I doubt that you only invited us for dinner to talk about how you acquired a peerage, Riaz said in a taunting manner. You're correct, I was wondering if there was a way for the 4 of them to attend school with me, he asked her. She looked at Sona who just nodded at her before replying. Yes, we can arrange that. What years will they be in? Well, Middle can be in 1st year, and Asia and Rainier will be in 2nd year with me. As for Calawarner, I was thinking she can be a teacher if that's possible, he asked of them. Yes, that is possible. Well, just require their information and any alias they'll be using, Sona answered. Thank you both. If I can do anything to repay the both of you back, just let me know, he said as he bowed to both of them, prompting the other girls to bow, showing their thanks as well. Now that's taken care of, we'll have to find someone to renovate this house and get a hotel room. Upon hearing this, Ria's face lit up. I can help with that. We devils can renovate this house overnight, she told him. He looked at her surprised. They can do something like that. Okay, we can talk about the details of that tomorrow in the club room. For now, let's talk about their application, he said after taking a sip of his tea. Metal, do you have an alias you use in the human world? Issei asked her. No, I do not. This was to be my first mission, she replied. Well, since you have blonde hair, how about using Asia's last name and say your sister's? I don't mind. I always wanted a sister, Asia exclaimed. I have no objections to the idea, Middle told them with a smile. Perfect, then from now on your name is Middle Argento, Issei told her. Rainier, do you still want to be called Yuma Amano, or do you want to change it? He'll keep it. It was that name that led me to this new life, she replied. What about you, Calawarner? He asked, the oldest of them all. Well, mine is a bit unoriginal. It's Calawarner, she told them, blushing while looking at the ground. Issei then turned to Sona. All right, there you have it, the aliases they'll be using from now on. I hope we all can get along, Issei told them. Great, I'll ask that all of you also join the Occult Research Club. And Calawarner can be the club's advisor, Riaz told them. Issei agreed with her, and then she left his house along with Akino, Sona, and Tsubaki. As we're walking outside, Sona turned and talked to Riaz. I have a feeling he's hiding something other than the identity of his uncle from us, she told Riaz. He might, but he must have his reasons. Also, he's part dragon, and we know they are not that trusting of others, she replied. Issei was now sitting and watching the TV with the girls before he spoke up. They'll either send the information for girls tomorrow or they'll give them to me when I meet them at school tomorrow, he told them. But what are you going to do about remodeling the house? Rainier asked him. He sat there and thought for a few seconds before giving an answer. For the renovation, I might have to buy the neighbors' homes from them. We might need the extra space. He'll talk to Riaz about that tomorrow, he replied to her. They looked at him with nothing to say until Calawarner spoke up. Eyes, how wealthy is your family? She asked him. Me and my father has been investing in successful companies since I was 10, so we amassed a small fortune, he told them. They were surprised because they know when most people become wealthy they spend their money on extravagant cars and houses. But Issei and his family lived in the same 2-story, 3-bedroom house. Issei was sitting in the Orc clubroom during lunch using his smartphone to make a few investments before talking to Riaz. So I plan to buy the land my neighbors owns for the renovation, he told her. Eyes, how big of a renovation would you like? She said with a devious smile. 6 stories with 3 underground floors. I can understand the 6 stories, but why do you need underground floors? She asked inquisitively. Those will be used for a training room, a large indoor bath, a movie theater, and the other 2 one can be an indoor pool and a library and storehouse, he told her. Well, my father does construction in the human world, so we'll let him know about this. And y'all wake up tomorrow in your new house, she told him. Okay, that's great. I know my parents will like it as well. So what would you like for payment? He looked at Riaz waiting for an answer. I can't think of anything at this moment, but as soon as I do, I'll let you know. After they finished, Issei went back to his classes thinking of how he might find a way to repay her himself, but drew a blank. Issei entered the clubroom after school and Sona and Tsubaki there as well. Kaichu, it's nice to see you again, and you as well, Fukikeichu, he greeted them. I assume you're here to tell me about the girls' entrance into the school, he asked. Yes, I am. Yuma Mano and Asia Argento will be in your class, while Middle will be in the same class as Ryas Rook Kaniko Tauju. And as for Calawarner, she'll be the school nurse and the club advisor, Tsubaki told him while handing him folders with their classes' schedule. Thank you for all your hard work, Issei bowed while thanking them. Don't mention it, and as for payment, I'll call upon you 4 times if I need of your assistance in any matter. Is this acceptable? Sona asked him. Yes, that is acceptable, he told her. And we have sent uniforms for the 3 girls to your house earlier. I'm sure they'll be happy to model them for you, Sona told him. Issei smiled at her and watched as both her and Tsubaki leave the clubroom. He then turned to Riaz and told her that he'll be leaving early. When Issei arrived at his house, he noticed the neighbors that lived to his left and right were moving away. He talked to them and they told him that someone bought their homes and gave them new land to build new houses at. Issei smiled while thinking that devils sure work fast. When he entered his house, Rainier, Middle, and Asia were wearing the girls' uniform, which consisted of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar, a black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset, and a magenta skirt with white accents. Issei looked at them and smiled. "You all look very lovely in your uniforms," he told them. That night, while Issei was laying on the couch, he felt his surroundings change around him and saw that it was his furnitures and were changing as well. It was as if his old furniture were teleporting out and new ones was teleporting in, and the walls and size of the house was also changing. The whole procedure took a few minutes after it was done, and Issei just talked to himself. When she said overnight, she wasn't kidding. He then proceeded to walk around his newly renovated house. On the first floor are the guest rooms, living room, kitchen, and Japanese-style rooms. On the second floor are the rooms of Issei, Middle, and Asia, who were still asleep, sharing the same room at this time, with Issei's room facing theirs and 2 other rooms next to his. "My room seems to be more than 4 times bigger than before," he told himself as he watched Warner and Rainier still asleep, unaware of the changes. There was a huge television I'd never seen before in the living room, also a chandelier on the ceiling. His parents' room was on the 3rd floor, a study and the storeroom. There were 4 more rooms on the 4th floor. The 5th and 6th floors are entirely made of just vacant rooms. He'll use them as guest rooms for now and for my peerage later. There is also an open-air garden on the roof. I know my parents will love that. I then proceeded to the elevator and went to the underground floors. The first underground floor is the training room and movie theater. It's also equipped with a large indoor bath. The second underground floor is used entirely for an indoor pool that can also use warm water. In the third underground floor are a library and a storehouse. I'm just glad there's an elevator, and she followed my plans, but some reason I think she had something else in mind when it came to my room, he mused to himself. After walking around the house, he decided to sleep in one of the empty rooms next to his room. Issei was the first to wake up the next morning and went to the new kitchen to make breakfast. After he finished, he went back upstairs to wake up the girls. They were all surprised at the sudden changes of the house, and Issei just smiled at the expression on their faces. As they ate breakfast, he asked them what rooms they would like, but the ones on the 3rd floor were for his parents. Asia wanted to stay in the room next to his. Middle took the room across from Issei's. Warner and Rainier took rooms on the 4th floor. After breakfast, they all prepared to go to school. As they walked to school, everyone was looking at 3 beauties walking with Issei. Warner left early so she can meet and greet the faculty. Asia was asking Issei about school life, this being her first time, and as they were walking and smiling, the students were glaring at them, the boys glaring at Issei, and the girls looking on with jealousy. They watched 4 new girls walking with the Gentleman Prince of Ku Academy. Issei led them to the faculty room so their teachers can introduce them to their classes. When Issei arrived at his desk, he was assaulted by the perverted duo. "Why can't you just leave this school so we can have the girls to ourselves?" Madohama sneered. "First you get all the girls in the orc, and now you got 3 beauties before we get a chance," Matsuda said as he adjusted his glasses. Issei stood up and held both of them by the collar before speaking up. "Those girls are friends of mine, and if I hear you guys peeping on them, I'll call the police and have both of you arrested with you'll harassment and conspiracy to commit rape." This shocked everyone, especially the girls, for not thinking of doing something like that earlier. A few minutes later, the teacher entered the class. "Now everyone, before we start the class, we have to new students in and introduce yourselves." After the teacher said that, 1 blonde girl and a long black hair entered and introduced themselves to the class. "I am Asia Argento, please take care of me," she said with a bow and a smile. The girls looked at her innocence and wanted to protect her from the boys. And before the boys looked at her, they looked at Issei and saw his eyes waiting for one of them to say something that will allow him to attack the perpetrator. "Hello, my name is Yuma Amano, nice to meet you," she said with a bow. "Alright, Amano, you can sit next to Issei. Argento, you can sit behind Amano," the teacher told them, and with that they went on with their classes. During the break, the female students started asking the 2 new female students random questions. Rainier knew how to avoid those questions to avoid misunderstanding, but Asia was oblivious to their intent. "So how do you girls know Hugh?" one student asked. "He helped us out from some bad people and let us live with him," Asia answered. "So is it just the 2 of you or the other girl we saw you walking with today?" another asked. "She's my little sister, we all live with eyes." "Have you walked in on Hyudo in the bath yet?" a girl with twin braided brown hair wearing glasses asked. "No, I haven't," Asia replied, blushing. After school, when they all went to the orc club room, Middle arrived with Kaneko 2 minutes after Issei, Rainier, and Asia arrived. "So any problems with your first day?" Riaz asked the new female members of the orc. They all answered with a no. At that moment, Warner entered the room as well. "Is school just full of perverts and idiots?" she cursed. She was wearing a white dress shirt covered by a light blue jacket with a matching skirt while wearing a lab coat. "I swear these boys just needs to be put out their misery," she said as she sat down. Riaz had gotten new furniture to compensate the new members of her club. When everyone was in the room, they began the introductions. Issei noticed even though Yudo and Akino was smiling, they were a bit reserved. Riaz then asked them about their magical abilities. The 4 of them looked at Issei before replying. He just nodded his head to affirm that it was okay to tell them, and he started with his own. "Since I'm part dragon and devil, I can use elemental devil magic and dragon magic. I can also enhance my devil magic with my dragon magic," he told them. After he was finished, his 4 started speaking up. "Other than the light spears we can create, we also have individual elemental magic. I can use water-based magic," Warner told them. I use earth-based magic, Middle spoke up. My element is wind, Rainier told them. I can only use my sacred gear to heal, Asia said in a worried tone, hoping she won't get scolded, but was surprised when Issei just patted her on her head. That's okay, I can teach you how to use other types of magic, he told her. She just smiled at him. Rias pouted a little at when she heard Asia had the ability to heal. She wanted Asia to be her servant, knowing she'll be valuable during raiding games. During their conversations, Issei stood up and immediately looked out the window. Is something wrong, Isakino asked. We're being watched, he told them. Everyone, stunned at his accusation, wondered who could be watching them. When Issei arrived at the window, he saw a type of bird he never saw before but immediately teleported away in fire. That's new to me, he said out loud. Did you see who was watching us? Yuudo asked him. That's just it, he started. It was some type of bird. What kind of bird? Rias asked with worry in her tone. Well, brown feathers on its underbelly, with black feathers on the back of its neck. It also had red feathered wings and head, but the feathers under the tail was white, he told them. I see, Rias said with a downcast expression. But do you know who owns it? He asked her. Don't worry about it, he'll handle it, she told him. Okay, if you say so, he said, noticing she was sad about something. The rest of the night went on as usual, but Rias was acting differently. Issei knew something was bothering her ever since he saw that bird spying on them. He felt it was connected to her somehow. As Rias' peerage was out making contracts, Issei brought an idea to her attention. Hey Rias, I know I didn't acquire my peerage the official way, but I would like to help you out if you and your peerage ever get overwhelmed, he told her. Thank you, we'll keep that in mind, she replied. That night Issei was getting ready to sleep when he heard someone knocking on his door. He already knew who it was. Yes, come in, it's open, he answered. Standing in the open door was Asia holding the stuffed toy he got her a few days ago. Can I sleep with you? I've been having bad dreams about when I left the church, she told him. He just smiled. Sure, come on, and he replied, opening his covers for her to get into. She smiled as she fell asleep next to him. During the night Issei felt the rest of the girls coming into his bed one by one. The next morning Issei awoke with 4 girls in his bed, Calawarner and Asia on his left, Middle and Rainier on his right. After breakfast they all went to school. The day went by slow. But during lunch Issei felt the same aura that was watching them earlier. He saw the bird on the same branch and trapped it in a barrier and brought it down to him. Someone in her peerage caught my familiar. I didn't expect that, a blonde male said out loud. But I caught the bird that was watching us, Issei said as he entered the clubroom. Rias looked up and saw Issei with the bird in his barrier in front of him. Issei, do you know what that is? Issei looked at her with a maniacal grin and answered. Tonight's dinner. Want to join us? Rias was shocked when she heard this. It's a familiar to the House of Phoenix. You can't eat it, she shrieked at him. Suo, you're not coming over for dinner tonight? He asked. She just sit there and looked at him, not knowing what to say. I'm gonna skip the rest of school today. If this is a phoenix like the immortal bird, it's be tough to cook. After he said that, he teleported to the training room of his house and looked at the bird. Now how am I gonna kill you? He grinned, turning his own teeth into sharp canines. The blonde looked through his familiar eyes and saw the young man who caught it and was planning to eat it. How dare he? Does he not know who I am? Call the house Gremory. I want the date of the marriage moved up. With that he left the room. Well, it seems I can't kill you and eat you since it may cause Rias some problems. And that may cause problems for me, so we'll have to release you. After Issei released the familiar from its barrier, he watched as it disappeared and returned to wherever it came from. Back at the Orc, Rias was looking out the window with a sad look on her face when a silvered-haired maid appeared from a magic circle. Grafia, why are you here? She asked. Grafia just looked at her with a smile. That night Issei was in his room while the girls were doing their own thing. Calawarner was in the library. Rainier was in the training room helping Asia with magical barriers. Middle was in the underground bath. He was about to leave his room to check on Asia's progress when he felt Rias trying to teleport through the barrier he put around his house. He lowered his barrier so she can teleport through. I need you to fulfill your repayment to me now, she said to him in a hurried tone. He looked at her before talking and noticed her body language was nervous and erratic. Sure, what can I do for you? He said. I need you to take my ID, she told him. Issei looked at her knowing she wasn't acting like herself. Are you sure you want to do this? Once it's done it can't be undone, he told her. She shook her head with a yes. Issei then put the barrier back around his house. He laid her on the bed and started to undress her, slowly laying her on the neck, one hand caressing her head while the other was removing her skirt. She laid on his bed with her shirt unbuttoned, her bra and panties showing. Issei took off his shirt and was hovering above her when he saw tears leaving her eyes. He then stopped and sat on the edge of his bed. Rias sat up quickly. What's wrong? Am I not to your standards? She asked with pain on her face. No, it's not that. I just feel that something is wrong that forced you to do this, he told her. It's just that my family won't listen to me. Issei stopped her and left the room for a few minutes. When he came back he was carrying a cup of warm vanilla-flavored black tea. Issei waited for her to calm down before speaking up. Now that you've calmed down, are you willing to tell me what's wrong? He asked her. Say, will you marry someone you didn't love? He looked at her with a confused look before answering her. No, I wouldn't. But the only thing I know about love is the story of my parents and what I've seen in movies and on the TV, he told her. Then can I tell you something? My family is forcing me to marry someone I despise. He's the heir to the Phoenix house. I see he's the one who was watching us. Then he mused. Rias nodded before continuing. Yes, I just came back from a family meeting and they want to move up the date for the marriage. And they won't listen to me. She spoke sadly. So you thought if you lost your ID they wouldn't go through with it? He asked her. If you want you can stay the night. She smiled. I thought you weren't interested in that. No, it's nothing like that, I just want you to relax and be comfortable. If it's not a problem. Issei was about to reply when he told her someone's trying to break through his barrier. Grafia was perplexed at how someone they didn't know can put up a barrier she couldn't get past and had to resort going through the front door. As she rang the doorbell, she hoped that she wasn't too late to stop Rias. She knew who lived there and the peerage he obtained it. At first she thought it was just a weak devil, but she was shocked that she couldn't get through the barrier. Calawarner was surprised when she opened the door. She started walking backwards in fear of who she saw standing in the doorway. Good evening, my name is Grafia Lucifuge, servant to the House of Gremory. I'm here on orders to retrieve Lady Rias Gremory. Calawarner was confused at the statement. As far as she knew, Rias never came over and thought if she came over she must have teleported. He'll have to get Isama, she replied. No need, I'm right here, just invite her inside. I'm guessing we have things to talk about, he told her with Rias standing behind him. Grafia gave him a look over, knowing he was more than he appeared to be as she entered the house. Kala, can you give us some privacy and tell the others not to disturb us? Calawarner looked at Issei before leaving. As they sat there and Grafia was the first to speak up. Please tell me that I wasn't too late, Lady Rias, she asked. If you're talking about me taking her purity, I can affirm that it's still intact, he told her. Grafia looked at Rias for confirmation. It's true, he didn't take me as much as I wanted him to. He was a complete gentleman to me. Grafia was relieved but never showed it, her face stoic and unmoved. That's good news. Now, Lady Rias, we have to return. Your family is disappointed in you for suddenly leaving the meeting. If I didn't do something drastic, they'll never listen to me. But there is different ways to go about this, Grafia stated. From that statement I can assume that someone from her family thought of another way, Issei asked. Yes, and since it appears you are now involved, I'd like you to be there at her clubroom tomorrow morning, she told him. Issei lowered the barrier as Grafia prepared a magic circle to teleport out of the house. Before Rias stepped on the circle, she gave Issei a hug and on his cheek. Thank you for listening to me, she whispered in his ear. Grafia, I would like Akino to join us as well, she told her. Of course, it's only proper for a queen to stand next to their king during times and meetings like this. After they left, his peerage came in with worried expressions, wondering what was wrong. It seems I might be helping Rias with a problem, he told them. He then looked at Asia. So how's the barrier magic coming along, he asked her. Eyes, do you know who that maid was? Calawarner asked. She said she's the maid to the House of Gremory. She's known as the strongest queen and wife to Sirzach Lucifer, one of the current rulers for the devils, she told him. That's why I sensed she was stronger than Rias, Issei said with an eyebrow cocked. If you're worried that she might harm any of you, we'll never let that happen. Besides, it seems she wants me to help Rias with her problem. What problem is that? This time it was Asia who spoke up. Yeah, I'll find out tomorrow morning. We have to be in the clubroom earlier than usual, he told them. The next morning, Issei found himself with his girls in the clubroom before classes started. Rias and her peerage was already there along with Grafia. When everyone was seated, Grafia turned to Rias and started speaking. Lady Rias, shall I inform them of the situation or shall you? She inquired. No, I shall tell them, Rias started. Everyone, the truth is Iman. Before she could finish, she saw Issei got in front of his 4 girls in a protective posture. Then a magic circle with a different house symbol appeared in the center of the room. Phoenix, Akino said with slight disgust in her voice. Flames come out from the magic circle and the room gets flowed with heat. Hot sparks are burning my skin. There is a man inside the flames. When he swings his arm across to the side, the flames disappear. It's been a while since I came to the humans' world, said the one standing there. He was wearing red suit casually. He didn't have a tie and his shirt is open till his chest. He looks like he's in his early 20s. He appeared to be trying to pull off the rich bad boy look. The guy looks around the room and then smirks after finding Rias. My lovely Rias, I came to see you, he said out loud. She just looked away with her eyes half closed, not paying any attention to him. Now then, Rias, let's go and take a look at the ceremony hall. The date of the ceremony is decided, so we need to check it before then. The guy grabs Rias' arm. Let go of me, Razor. Rias says that with a deep and serious voice while shaking the guy's hand off. The guy called Razor doesn't seem to care about having his hand shook off and is just smirking. Excuse me, but you are being rude to our club president. Actually, what's with that attitude towards a lady? Issei said it clearly to him. He looks at me and starts backing away before speaking. You're the one that caught my familiar and tried to kill it, he said, looking at Issei shocked. Everyone but Rias was surprised when they heard that. Then Rias spoke up. Eyes, you didn't cook that bird. It's a pity, she said with a sinister smile. Nah, I just released it. I sensed you might get into more trouble if I did that, he told her, but the truth is he didn't want an investigation done on him. For an unknown to kill a familiar belonging to a pillar clan will raise some flags, and he was sure that some flags are already raised with the Deodori incident and the fact that he acquired his own peerage illegally. Who are you to dare such a thing? Me, am no one important, but shouldn't you introduce yourself first, I told him. Oh my Rias, you never told them about me. I'm appalled you don't talk about me. There was no need, as you are not important enough to bring up in a conversation, she jeered at him. His face contorted in anger as he looked at her before talking. I am Razor Phoenix, pure-ed high-class devil, he said as he looked around waiting for reaction from everyone before continuing. And Rias' fiancé, he smiled after saying the last part. Oh, is that all? I told him. Is that all you have to say to someone as great as me? Razor boasted. Razor-sama, if you could please sit down so we can continue, Grafia gestured. After they all sat down, Akino brought out some tea and snacks for everyone. The tea served by Raya's queen is always lovely, Razor told her. She just smiled and replied with a fake smile, "Thank you very much," with the hate in her tone. I wouldn't be surprised if she spat in his cup and separated it from the other teacups. Riaz is sitting on the sofa. Razor carelessly sat next to her and is holding her shoulder. Riaz keeps on shaking his hands off, but he keeps on touching her hair, hands and shoulders. Her and my servants are sitting away from the two high-class devils and can only look at them. I then started smiling. Eyes, did something good happen?" Asia asks with a worried face. "No, I'm just thinking of ways to make him feel pain," I told her. "Stop it already." Raya's angry voice echoes through the room. When I look, Riaz got up from the sofa and is glaring sharply at Razor. Razor, on the other hand, is smirking like usual. "Razor, I told you before I will not marry you." "Yeah, I heard that before, but Riaz, that one, do you know, I think the situation of your household is quite serious." "That's none of your concern. If I'm the next heiress for the House of Gremory, then I will choose who will become my husband. My father, brother, and everyone in the clan are trying to control my life," she yelled at him. "That's because your father and IssiexHarem are worried. They are afraid that your household will become extinct. We lost a great number of pure devils in the last war. Even if the war has ended our rivalry with the fallen angels and God hasn't ended yet, it's not rare for the successors of pure devil to get killed in the worthless battle against them, which leads to the household becoming extinct. So for a pure devil that also happens to be a high-class devil, getting together would be the obvious solution for the forces of devils. A pure high-class devil, even you know that these children will be important from now on. The newly produced devils, the ones like your servants, the reincarnated devils, are expanding in terms of strength, but that would make us, the high-class devils with old history background, lose our place. There are old nobles who gets close to the reincarnated devils because they are very powerful. Well, that might be all right. The newly produced devils are also important for our future, but we can't allow the pure devils to go extinct, right? You and I were chosen in order to prevent the pures from going extinct. My house is safe because I have my older brothers. But there are only 2 siblings in your house, and your brother is someone who left the house. Then there would only be you, Riaz, who can inherit the House of Gremory. If you don't take a husband, the House of Gremory will go extinct in your generation. Are you trying to crush your household that has been continuing for a very long time? Remember, we only have half the amount of pillars left after the Great War. This marriage has the future of the devils on the line," Razor stated. "I'm not going to crush my house, and I am willing to take a husband." Listening, Razor makes a big smile. "Oh, to be expected from Riaz, then let's. But I won't marry you, Razor. I will marry the one I love. Even the devils from the old noble house have the right to choose." Riaz talks over Razor and says it clearly. Hearing that, Razor suddenly becomes enraged. His eyes become sharper and he even makes a noise with his tongue. "You know, Riaz, I'm also a devil who carries the name of House of Phoenix behind me. I can't let that name get tarnished. I didn't even want to come to a small old building like this in the human world. Rather, I don't like the human world that much. The fire and wind of this world is filthy for a devil like me who rules fire and wind. I can't stand it." As he said that, he gathers flames around him. "I will take you back to the underworld, even if I have to burn all of your servants." After hearing that, I immediately trapped him and his fire in a barrier. "You claim to rule over wind and fire when your fire won't even scratch my scales," I told him with a bit of hostility in my voice. Then I felt an cold aura filling the room. I look at the source. It was Grafia. I can tell she's stronger than Razor. "I know you're friends with Lady Riaz, but I must insist you release Razor-sama immediately," she told me in a harsh tone. I just sighed and complied. I raised the barrier in the air and released him and watched him fall on his face. "You insolent whelp, I'll teach you to make a fool of me," he shouted. "Razor-sama, please calm down. If both of you were to continue, then I won't be quiet about it. For IssiexHarem's honor, I won't hold back," Grafia told us in a calm, authoritative tone. "How can I calm down when this boy disrespected me? Trust me when I tell you he's stronger than he let on," she told him. Razor takes a step back and sat back down. To be told that by the strongest queen, but I wish to challenge him to verify this claim. I just looked at him with a sinister smile. I was thinking of proposing a battle for Riaz, but he brought it up himself. "I guess I'll egg him on more." "Are you sure about that? You might not survive if I get serious," I told him. "You think you can defeat me, I who have entered rating games and is seen as a prodigy," he said boldly. "Okay, how about a wager?" "What kind of wager?" "If I win, I along with my servants will pledge our loyalty to you and obey all orders that you give us." After I said that, I pointed to my 4 servants behind me. He smiled pervertedly as he looked at each of them. I can tell what he's thinking. "And if you win, what would you claim as a prize?" "If I win, Riaz gets the freedom to marry anyone she chooses," I told him. "Fine, but y'all have to fight me and my entire peerage." "I accept these terms." Riaz looked at me with worry. "Eyes, I can't ask you to do this." I turned to her. "It's okay, let me repay you for all you have done for me." After I said that, Grafia intervened. Originally, the House of Gremory was allowing Riaz to fight Razor for her right to deny this marriage, but if it's between the both of you, we'll have to inform the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix, she told us. "I see they would go that far knowing I would fail," she said with a downcast expression. "Yes, IssiexHarem figured it would be a last resort given your defiance to the marriage. I have to warn you though, I have a full peerage." Saying that, Razor clicks his fingers, and the magic circle on the floor glows. The magic circle has the same emblem of Phoenix that Razor appeared from. Then shadows appears from the magic circle. Well, these are my cute servants. Around Razor, who said that. 15 girls that seems to be his servants gathers around him. Razor walked over though his peerage and starts seeing one of the girls. Riaz looks away and interested. Next to me, Asia's face turned red as she looked away, while everyone else besides Grafia has a disgusted look on their faces. Don't worry girls, when I beat him y'all get your turn as well, he told them. I just sat there quietly before standing up to speak. I see you don't care for Riaz at all, you just want her as a trophy. I'm a high-class devil, I can do whatever I want, he said to me. No, you're just a spoiled rich kid who needs to be taught a lesson, and he'll gladly teach it to you, I told him. He got angry at my statement. Near attack him, but don't injure him too bad, I want to make him suffer during our match. When he said that, a girl with a stick stepped forward and got into a battle stance. Rainier was about to get into a battle stance as well, but I stopped her. You should reserve your strength for the match, I don't like to bully girls, I told her. She then leaped at me with her stick aimed at my stomach. I immediately stepped into her attack path and grabbed her by the throat and grabbed the stick out of her hand. She flailed around trying to release herself from my grip. I then threw her at Razor's feet. Seems like this one needs more training, I told him. We watched her gasping for breath as two beast-like girls assisted her in standing up. No matter, you will meet your demise during our match, he talked as if he already won. Razor-sama, I suggest you return to the underworld and tend to your servant, Grafia told him. He then made his magic circle preparing to leave. He shot a fireball at me. I caught it with one hand and destroyed it. Like I said, your flames won't even scratch my scale, I told him mockingly. After he left, Grafia started speaking. I also have to return to the underworld and report this new development. She then looked between me and Riaz. Lady Riaz, I hope your friend is as strong as I think he is, said with a smile before leaving in a magic circle as well. After she left, Riaz hugged me right away. Eyes, why would you do something like that? I know you're strong, but are you strong enough to defeat him? She asked with worry written all over her face. Yes, I can defeat him and his peerage. Trust me, I'll free you of this as my way to repay you. She smiled and gave me another on the cheek. Issei and the other students decided to wait in the clubroom until Grafia returned from the underworld with news about the upcoming tournament. Calawarna returned to the nurse's office to fulfill her duties as school nurse. They all sat in the room drinking tea prepared by Akino and waited. So how did it go? Did she accept the challenge? A middle-aged man with long crimson hair with a short beard asked Grafia upon her return. No, she did not, Lord Gremory. Razor challenged the unknown that is in her territory, she told him. You mean the dragon, devil hybrid that acquired his own peerage that we received the report about? Another crimson-haired man asked. Yes, IssiexHarem. Is this unknown strong enough to defeat Razor? Another middle-aged man asked. He had long blonde hair. It might be Razor-sama, most challenging fight he ever had, and the unknown have to fight Razor-sama and his peerage alone, she said to them. I see we wanted Riaz to be the one to defeat him, but we feared she wasn't strong enough to defeat him, Lord Gremory stated. But this unknown might teach him a lesson if not defeat him. Grafia, you met the young man. What is your assessment of him, based on what you saw? Lord Phoenix asked. He'll have to say I think he's more than a devil-dragon hybrid. When went to retrieve Lady Riaz, I couldn't penetrate the barrier around his house, she told. I think Lady Riaz suspects he's hiding something more but don't know what it is. I see, and there's also the report of this uncle that raised him and helped him create his peerage. Yes, we don't know who this dragon is. It might be Fafnir or Cromcrotch. Midgardsormr has been asleep before the Great War started and have not woke up, and Tiamat is in the familiar forest, Sirzech said out loud. That may be true, so it's either an evil dragon or the golden dragon monarch, Lord Phoenix commented. What about you, Long? Lord Gremory asked. I spoke both him and Sun Wukong after I received the report about him. They both told me they have no knowledge of the young man, Sirzech told them. By the way, what is his name? Lord Phoenix inquired. His name is Issei. If you like, I can send the information about him to your house, Lord Phoenix, Grafia said with a bow. I see, thank you, Grafia, and my house accept this change and the wager. How about you, Lord Gremory? We accept. Let's have them fight in 10 days, Lord Gremory suggested. There you have it, Grafia. You can tell him of the date for the match, Sirzech told her. And with that she teleported away, leaving him with the two gentlemen. What do you think he's hiding? He asked of them. They looked at each other before looking at Sirzech. I don't know, I just hope he can deliver. It's my daughter that he wagered, Lord Gremory stated. As long as he entertained me with this match, I don't really care for the outcome, Lord Phoenix said. Sirzech just sat there with a smile on his face. What are you really, Issei? He thought to himself. The members of the Orc was patiently waiting for Grafia to return while drinking tea and eating snacks offered by Akino. It's been over 45 minutes since Grafia left. As they sat there, they saw a magic circle appeared, and from Grafia stood there stoic and calm as ever. The date for the match between Issei and Razor Phoenix-sama is in 10 days, she told them. Thank you, Grafia. Is there anything else? Riaz asked her. No, that is all to report, she said with a bow before disappearing in another magic circle. I see, so I fight him in 10 days. That's too long, Issei said out loud. Eyes, don't you need to train for the match? Akino asked. No, I'll be fine. I know you're sure of yourself, but it's my life on the line. If you don't mind, I'd like this time to assess your skills, Riaz told him. Sure, I can also use this time to train my peerage as well, he told them. Great, my family have a villa in the mountains that will be perfect little getaway for training, Riaz said with a smile. But I have a training room in my house. We don't have to go to the mountains, he spoke up. Riaz had a defeated look on her face. She wanted to take him to the mountains so she could get closer to him. Then she found an ally in his bishop as she spoke up. Oh Mamais, I would like if we go training in the mountains, I would like to be outside during our training, Asia said while fiddling with her fingers. Do you all want to be in the mountains, he asked the others. They all nodded a yes. Fine, but there will be no teleportation, you will be carrying your own luggage and extra weights, he told them. They suddenly regretted their decision. After they finished their tea and snacks, they returned back to the rest of the classes they had that day. After school, Riaz and her peerage used their familiars to send message to the clients they had in town that they will be away for a few days and will alert them upon their return. As Issei was walking home with Asia, Middle and Rainier in her Yuma form, they noticed Kaneko standing in front of a confectionery store with a sad look on her face. Kaneko, what's wrong? Middle asked her. She looked at the group and answered with an emotional stare before answering. I forgot my wallet in the clubroom, she told them. Then Issei spoke up and made his first mistake he ever made with Kaneko. Kaneko, would you like me to buy the sweets that you like for Yao? Asked her. You would do that for me, Issei-senpai? Yes, but only if you call me Ice, he told her. She nodded her reply before walking into the store. He then asked the other girls with him, would you all like something as well? The girls just smiled and entered the store. Upon leaving Middle, Asia and Rainier had a handful of candy and sweets, but Kaneko was for paper bags of sweets and candy weighing 20 pounds. He tried to fathom how can she eat so many sweets. But just before they went their separate ways, she gave him one of her Pocky boxes, accepted it with a smile, still wondering how long the sweets and snacks he bought for her will last. Calawarner had to stay after school for a staff meeting, but when she got home and heard when the battle would take place, she didn't have to worry, for she trusted in Issei's strength. But what she was shocked about was the training trip they were taking and the fact that they will be walking to the mountains with their own luggage and weights. She just glared at her 3 female roommates for making this decision without her having any say in the matter. But in reality, she didn't care where they trained as long as Issei was training her to get stronger. That night they all packed for the trip they will be taking. In the morning, after they finished packing, they all went into Issei's room when they thought he was asleep again. After breakfast, the girls wondered why Issei was walking around the house taking pictures. Eyes, what are those pictures for? Middle asked. My mother wanted pictures after the renovation was completed, so I'm gonna send her the pictures, he told her. After he finished, they left the house to meet up with Riaz and her peerage so they all can go to the villa her family owns in the mountains. Issei could tell the difference in his peerage strength as they walked along a path up the mountain. Rainier and Middle asked to be promoted to rooks so they could have the strength to carry their bags up the mountain. He denied their request, and now they were struggling to catch their breaths at the halfway mark. Even though Calawarner had the strength of a rook, she carried more weight than the 2 pawns. He had Asia practice her barrier magic by placing her luggage in a barrier and walk with it that way. Riaz also had Yuudo and Kaneko carry weights along with their luggage as well. When they arrived at the villa, Issei's peerage all fell on the ground, glad that they finally reached their destination. Okay, after Riaz, assign us our rooms, change into your gym clothes, and start training in 30 minutes, he told his peerage. They looked at him with sad, downcast expressions. Eyes, you don't want them to rest for the night and start tomorrow? Riaz asked him. The 4 girls just looked at her thankfully that someone had a voice of reason, but became sad again when Issei denied that idea. No, I think 30 minutes is enough, told her. Issei and Yuudo shared a room and were currently in the middle when Yuudo suddenly spoke to him while holding a shirt to his chest. Hey Eyes, please don't look. Issei just cocked an eyebrow when he answered him. Hey Yuudo, I know we don't know each other for a long time, but I'll let you know now that I don't swing that way. Yuudo just smiled and continued getting dressed. She will be glad to know he prefers women, he thought to himself. 8. Before I start the training for the 4 of you, Riaz wanted to test my abilities, so we'll do that first. He then looked at Riaz. Whenever you're ready, he told her. Riaz nodded before giving commands to her peerage. Yuudo, Kaneko, attack, don't hold back, she told her knight and rook. Tiba ran towards Issei and a sword started appearing in the palm of his hand, but before he got close to him, a boulder was already thrown towards Issei by Kaneko. He jumped in the air to avoid the boulder, and Yuudo was there waiting for him, bringing the sword in a downward slash. The slash was stopped as Issei held Yuudo's sword in between the palms of both his hands, then kicked Yuudo in the stomach, pushing him back, and went to land on the ground. When he landed, he was met with a flurry of punches from Kaneko that he blocked with palms open. As her fist connected with his palms, she was looking for an opening but never found one. Then Issei went on the counterattack. He faked a left punch and went with a right hook. It didn't connect. He faked a straight punch to her face but went for a low punch to her stomach. She was getting frustrated, falling for all his fake outs. She knew he was faster than her, but what got her angry is that he never connected any of his punches. As she was about to throw another punch, Issei stepped in and grabbed her by the arm and leg, did a quick spin, then threw her. Tiba saw that Issei was about to throw his teammate and decided this was a good opening. He silently rushed to Issei's back with his sword pointing straight. He was surprised when Issei bent backwards and saw a smile on Issei's face before he grabbed his sword hand and was brought into an overhead throne and landed on his back. Issei then looked at Riaz. Well, then these two have great teamwork. Riaz smiled while forming a red ball in the palm of her hand. Indeed they do. Now it's time to fight me and Akino, she said confidently. Akino started out sending multiple lightning strikes at Issei. He dodged all of them by somersaulting backwards. Riaz then started talking to Issei. This is the power of destruction passed down to me from my mother. Prepare yourself, she said out loud. Issei stood there watching Riaz attack coming at him. He cocked his right hand back with his left hand out front and his legs bent in a battle stance. Flame of the devouring dragon, he shouted. His right hand went forward as if about to punch someone, releasing a flame the size of his head from his hand. Rias watched on as her attack collided with Issei's flame and saw the impossible. The flame was gaining in size as her attack was shrinking. Then the flame was about to hit Rias. She waited for the attack but only felt the heat as the flame dissipated around her. "Eyes, what kind of attack was that?" she asked him. "It's a dragon attack that literally eats the opponent's magic," he told her. "Okay, I'm satisfied. He'll put my faith in you completely during your match." "Thank you," he said with a bow before turning to his peerage. "Now then, it's time for the four of you to start training," he said with a maniacal grin. This sent shivers down their spines. Issei started out with training Midult, Rainier and Calawarner with hand-to-hand combat. That training was pretty much one-sided as Issei had the upper hand the entire time. The only time they stopped was to get healed by Asia. Issei had asked Asia to create a barrier big enough for her and one other person to fit inside, and when someone enters the barrier she has to do her best to heal the person without dropping the barrier. At first she couldn't heal someone within the barrier, but as the training went on she getting the hang of it. Rias was watching Issei train his peerage as she talked to her own. "Well, Yuudo, what did he say when you were alone with him?" she asked her knight. "He's definitely into women," she smiled upon hearing this. "And what of his fighting skill?" This time it was Kaneko who answered. "He is better and stronger than us. He was holding back so he wouldn't hurt us." "I agree, I just wish he'd let that flame devour me," Akino said with a seductive smile. Calawarner, Midult, Asia and Rainier entered the villa tired and sore. Their spirits rose as the smell of dinner entered their nose. Rias and Akino had prepared dinner for everyone that night and the girls were glad. They never felt so exhausted before as they sat at the dining table. For the meal, Issei thought it was funny that they were eating turkey that night. During dinner, Rias started talking about taking the bath. "Good thing we have a huge outdoor bath that we all can fit in." She then looked at Issei. "I don't mind if you join in, and I'm sure all the girls here will be happy to share a bath with you," she told him. All the girls answered one by one. "I don't mind," Kaneko said. "I can wash his back," Akino told them. "I never took a bath with a boy. Please take care of me," Asia answered with a blush. "I can wash his chest," Calawarner said with a smile. "Then he'll wash his member," Rainier shouted. "I don't have anything to wash," Midult said with a sad tone in her voice. Rias was slightly shocked at the responses she got for suggesting that Issei take a bath with her and the other girls. She never expected this sort of outcome. The most she expected was a simple yes from them. Issei just smiled and told them he'll be taking a bath alone. His four became a little sad as they heard this. Rias was sad as well as she thought it was a great opportunity to get close to him. The next day, Issei was training his peerage to enhance their magic stamina. His reason for doing this was to reduce their magic consumption during a battle. He also told them if they increase their magic stamina, that will also help them increase the amount of wings they have. The training consisted of them constantly depleting their magic reserve by throwing light spears at Asia's barrier. As this went on, Rias and her peerage were also training. Yuudo was running around the villa with weights attached to his legs to increase his speed. Kaneko was in the forest behind the villa doing her own training. Akino was also increasing her magic stamina by shooting lightning bolts at the ground. Rias was trying to refine her power of destruction. The third day of training, Issei had his peerage running around the villa with weights attached. Rias came up to him and asked if he could give her some pointers or help her train her own peerage. He told her that Yuudo needs to work on his defense and not just work on his speed. Even though he's fast, a well-placed attack can slow him down and injure if not kill him. He then told her that Kaneko has to work on her speed and not only strength and defense. As for Akino, he told her that during the fight with the stray he only saw her using the bishop attribute, and if she's not using the other attributes of the queen piece then she needs to. Rias thanked him and was about to walk away before Issei stopped her by asking her something that shocked her. "Say, Rias, about Kaneko and Akino, why are they suppressing their true nature?" he asked her. Rias was shocked that he could tell. "How did you know?" she asked him. "I sensed they were more than devils the first time I met them after my seal was broken, along with the other one you have locked away in that room," he told her. "I see you are part dragon, so I guess you can sense those around you, but the reason is they all had a terrible past and I just want them to overcome it so can be happier." "Well, if they have their reasons, I won't pursue." Rias smiled as she heard him say that. "Eyes, how did you deal with being mixed with a different race?" "Well, it never bothered me. My father died in the Great War and my mother had to leave me alone with my uncle. She feared if her associates found out what I was they'd kill me. But she died in the Great War as well and my uncle raised me until I was strong enough to take care of myself," he told her. "But a dragon-devil hybrid isn't something that will get you killed. It's not that I'm more than a dragon-devil hybrid, it's the third part of me that will get me killed." She was stunned at the new information she received. "When you feel comfortable and trust me enough to tell me what you really are, I'll be ready to listen," she said to him. He smiled as he watched Rias walked away and he went back to watching his peerage run laps around the villa. At night, Issei was taking a bath when he felt someone else entering the bath. "Him in here," he shouted. "I know, that's why I'm coming in," Rias replied. Issei couldn't help but notice her figure as she entered the bath with a towel covering her front. She sat at the other end of the bath away from him. "Issei, I just wanted to thank you for helping me through this time of crisis, and also for the tips you gave me on training my peerage," she said to him. "If you don't mind, I'd like to wash your back for you," she said seductively. He already knew she would find a way to get what she wants, and he didn't want to argue, so he let her wash his back. The rest of the bath was quiet. When the other girls found out that they bath had taken somewhere upset that they didn't get to take a bath with him and only two were neutral. The fourth day of training, Issei was concentrating on helping his peerage with their fire draconian abilities. He was currently teaching them to be more fire resistant by having their dragon wing out and imagine that their entire body was covered in with thick scales. He was slowly breathing fire at them in intervals. For the entire morning none of them got a grasp of this ability, but after lunch Calla Warner was the first, then Middelt. Rainier got the grasp of the ability before they stopped for dinner. Asia was a bit sad that she didn't get it, but cheered up when Issei told her that after the match he'll teach her everything she don't understand alone in the training room at his house. The fifth day was another day for them to increase their magic stamina. Issei had planned to increase their light-based magic volatility, but decided to do that when they were in the training room of his house. That night he found himself walking around the villa as everyone but one person asleep. He went straight to that person to have a conversation with her. He found her out on the back veranda. "Hello Riaz, can we talk for a bit?" She was sitting at a small round glass table looking at the moon. "Sure, have a seat, join me," she replied. Issei then sit opposite of Riaz with the table between them. Riaz is wearing a red negligee with her crimson hair tied into one. He then starts talking to her. "Riaz, why do you hate Razor?" "No, it's more like why are you against this marriage?" Riaz sighs at question. Certainly Razor seems like a S and is quite the womanizer, but she can't reject this arrangement if he thinks about Riaz's house problem. "Emma Gremory." "Well, that I already know." "No, I didn't reintroduce myself. Emma Devil from the House of Gremory, and that name will follow me to wherever I go." "Do you hate it?" "I feel proud of my family name. However, this is also something that is a burden to me. Everyone looks at me as Riaz from the Gremory. I can't have them look at me simply as Riaz. That's why I'm enjoying my life in the human world. They don't know about the Gremory, the devil. Everyone looks at me as who I am. I really like that feeling. I never felt something like this in the Devil Society. And I never will now on as well. The only time I can enjoy my life as myself is when I'm in the human world." She has a sad, distant look in her eyes. "I want to be with someone who will love me as Riaz without the fact that I'm a Gremory. That's the small dream I have. Unfortunately, Razor only looks at me as Riaz from the Gremory, and he loves me as Riaz from the Gremory. That's why I hate it, but still, the pride of being a Gremory is very important. My feelings may be complicated, but I want to cherish this small dream I have." "So you just want to be loved as Riaz and not as Riaz Gremory? I can understand why you're against this decision. I don't know anything about Gremory or about the Devil's world, but to me Riaz is Riaz, an overly eager girl who just wants to be happy," Issei said with a smile. She smiled at him from across the table. "Hey Riaz, is there any way I can get videos of his fights so I can view them?" "Yes, I can have them delivered tomorrow morning." "Thank you, I'm going to bed now." "Eyes, thank you for talking to me, I feel better now." "You're welcome," and with that Issei went to bed, leaving Riaz behind. During breakfast on the sixth day, Riaz had informed Issei that the tapes of Razor's fight had arrived. Issei told his peerage to do their run around the villa until noon while he watches the recordings of Razor's fights. Riaz also instructed her peerage to train on their own and went to watch the recordings. Issei realized that Razor just lets his pieces run around until they get defeated before overwhelming his opponents, defeating them all alone and claiming victory. He then saw the girl that attacked him in the clubroom. "Her name is Mirish, is his newest pawn," Riaz told him while looking at a stack of paper with glasses on. "Riaz, I thought devils had perfect eyesight." "Oh, these are just for show, they help me think," she told him. Issei just nodded as he continued looking at the recordings. He saw the other pawns, two cat girls wearing a short sailor shirt that only covered half of their. Both wore fingerless gloves that matched the color of their hair. Two of his pawns were dressed as maids, and another dressed as a belly dancer. He had another pair of pawns that both ran around with chainsaws. Issei thought that it was a unique weapon to fight with. The rest of his pawns' names are Nai, Lai, Marian, Burant, Shuria, Isle, and Nel, Riaz told him. Next was a tall young woman with long black hair with a dark blue tint and brown eyes. She wore a white top with black accents that is modeled after a Chinese cheongsam, red shorts, and armored, knee-high boots with matching gauntlets. The top features a diamond shape on the chest area. Issei liked the fact that she had some defense and didn't rely on her speed alone. Her weapon is a giant swayhander she used very effectively. It has a black blade with silver edges and has a black hilt with a red handle. The other female who stands beside her is a young woman with light brown hair and green eyes. Her outfit consists of a full set of silver armor with black accents that appears to be a cross between a European knight's chest plate, gauntlets and greaves, and a Japanese samurai hip plates and shoulder guards, and wears a headband that goes across her hair and forehead. She is equipped with a broadsword and a dagger, both of which are held with brown belts slung across her hip. The broadsword is slung on her left hip and features a red jewel on the pommel and has bandages across the handle for grip. The dagger, which is located behind her hip, features a gold hilt with bandages on the handle. "Those two are his knights, Cirrus and Carlamine," Riaz spoke up. They continue watching the match. "Those are his Rooks, Isabella and Zula," and she told him, looking at two women. One had a mask covering half of her face and the other wore a blue cheongsam outfit. "Is that another phoenix in his peerage?" Issei asked, looking at a girl with blonde drill curls wearing purple dress. Yes, that's his sister, one of his bishops Ravel Phoenix, along with his other bishop Mihi. And finally his queen Yubaluna, also known as the Bond Queen, restated looking at the older busty female with long wavy purple hair, with matching eyes. As the match went on, he saw that he sacrificed his pawns like they were nothing. His other pieces put up a good fight. Issei also noticed that he makes his opponent feel like they're at an advantage before crushing them completely. After they finished watching the recordings, Issei went to his peerage and told them that their training is over for that day, and on the next day they'll all fight him as well. He also asked Rias if she and her peerage can join the fight, to which she agreed. It was the 7th day, and Issei's peerage along with Rias and her peerage were in battle stances facing Issei, who was also in a battle stance. They all stood there not wanting to make a move, but Yudo was the first to attack. He went straight for Issei with sword in hand. Issei was about to deliver an uppercut to when Yudo immediately changed direction and went left. Issei was looking at his movements when a barrier created by Asia covered him. He looked through the barrier and saw Kaneko and Kalawarna ready to attack at the same time. When Asia dropped the barrier around him, a flurry of kicks and punches assaulted him. He smiled at the 2 rooks that bombarded him. He was blocking them with precision. Then Kalawarna jumped back and threw a light spear at his feet. Kaneko saw this and jumped out of the way. Yudo saw that Issei jumped backwards away from the exploding light spear and used this as his time to attack. Issei landed and ducked before Yudo's sword connected with his head. Issei then proceeded to sweep Yudo's leg. Yudo fell on his back and did a backflip as he saw a fist coming straight at him. Right after missing the punch to Yudo, Issei started moving left and right, dodging lightning strikes from Akino and the power of destruction fired by Rias. He was about to jump into the air when he felt his feet trapped. He looked down and saw his feet partially buried in the ground. He looked at the source and saw Middle using her earth magic to trap him. Kalawarna and Rainier used this opportunity to combine their wind and water magic to attack Issei with a whirlwind of wind and water. After Issei broke out of the trap, he used his fireball to defuse the whirlwind. He then sent his Dragon Inferno towards them. Asia placed a barrier around them and then started the healing process. Issei was proud that his peerage was using their training in the sparring. Issei decided to end this mock battle without injuring them too harshly. Vortex flames, as he said that a whirlwind of flames left the palm of his and headed straight towards Rias and her peerage along with Issei's peerage. They all watched as a flaming whirlwind headed straight towards them and growing bigger as it got closer. They felt the heat all around them as they got swept up in Issei's attack. Suddenly they were falling to the ground. As they all landed, they looked up and saw Issei staring down at them. "Well done, you all improved greatly," he told them. When they stood up, Asia began healing them. After they all healed up and rested, they were now having dinner. "I think we've done all the training we can," Rias spoke up during dinner. "Yes, everyone improved greatly," Issei replied. "We can return tomorrow since we don't have anything else to do." Yes, everyone agreed with Rias. That night everyone teleported back to their various homes. It was the 2 days before the match, and Issei, Rainier, Kalawarna, Middle, and Asia was currently walking to school an hour before other students. The only students at the school were students who had club activities early in the morning. They entered the Orc club room and was greeted to a warm cup of tea offered by Akino. Kaneko was eating snacks out of one of the bags Issei bought her. Yudo, like usual, was standing at the window. As the school day started, they all went to their classes and Kalawarna went to the nurse's office. "Hey Asia, how was the trip with your club? Did you make any progress?" a girl with glasses and long braided brown hair asked while adjusting her glasses on her face. The other students were listening to hear what happened during the time the Orc was away. "Eika, yes, we all had fun. Well, I'll tell you something we Japanese call skinship," Eika told her before whispering the rest of the conversation in her ear. The other girls went to Yuma, who was oblivious to what they were trying to get Asia to reveal. "Yuma, did anything interesting happen with Hayato or Kiba during your trip?" one of her classmates asked. She put on a sinister grin before talking to the girls that gathered around her desk. "Well, Yudo and Issei shared a room, so I don't know what they did when they were alone at night." The girls started imagining a relationship between Issei and Yudo, wondering who was the pitcher and who was the catcher. The boys were smiling in and hoping that they were both gay, leaving more chances for them to get a girlfriend at the school. Then Yuma added more oil to the fire. Also, Rias took a bath with Issei and washed his back. Everyone was shocked and surprised when they heard that, but the perverted duo anger went up a notch. "I can't believe you took all the girls in the Orc away just to them up," Matsuda yelled at him. "Yeah, we just hope that you and Kiba are really gay for each other," Madohama sneered. Issei just ignored them and waited for the teacher to arrive, and the day continued on uneventful. It was the night of the match and Issei was sitting in the clubroom with everyone else. He was wearing a pair of blue jeans with a red t-shirt and a black leather jacket with a dragon motif on the back, with black boots. He also brought a second set of clothes which everyone was curious about. Yudo had offered a sword to him, but he refused and said he preferred hand-to-hand other than using a sword. It was 5 minutes before midnight when Grafia appeared in the clubroom. "Issei, Hayato, are ready for your battle?" she asked him. "Yes, whenever you're ready. Before we depart, I have to tell you that this match will be viewed by both houses. Sirzich Lucifer will also be watching." "My brother will be watching," Rias shouted. "I see he wants to see fight that will determine my fate," she said solemnly. "Step onto this magic circle and it will take you directly to the battlefield," she said while pointing towards a magic circle next to her. After Issei emerged from Graffia's magic circle, he looked around and saw he was alone in the clubroom. Before he could say anything, he heard Graffia's voice over what sounded like a loudspeaker. "Hello everyone, I am Graffia, a maid from the House of Gremory, and today I will be the arbiter of the rating match between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. In the name of my master Sirzech Lucifer, I will be keeping my eye on this match by using both Ria-sama and Razor-sama's opinion. We created this battlefield, which is a replica of the school, Kyo Academy, which Ria-sama tends to in the human world. Just like the matches I viewed of him, he's trying to give me an advantage, then try to completely crush me. That will be his downfall," Issei thought to himself. Issei looked out the window and saw that he was in a devil-made dimension. The location where both teams were transported will be their base. Issei Hayadu base would be the Occult Research Cubs clubroom located in the old school building. Razor-sama's base would be the Student Council's room located in the new building. For the pawns to use promotion, please head to the enemy's base to do it. I guess his pawns will promote if they get into this building. Now it's the time for the commencement of the battle. Also, this match will continue till dawn in the humans' time, so game starts now. Ring ring. The school bell rings. This is the ring to signify the start of the match. It looks like this, my first rating game, time to rampage. Issei looked out his window and sensed 3 devils getting close to his base. He jumped out the window and met them in the woods close to his base. He looked at them and saw his 3 pawns, Marion, Burant and Shuria. The pawns flinched when he suddenly appeared in front of them. "Can you girls of Razor's Peerage quit? I don't want to hit any of you," he asked them. "Sorry, we cannot fail Razor-sama, but if you quit and become Razor-sama's servant, well, be sure to pleasure you," Shuria told him. "No can do," Issei said, shrugging his shoulders. He then went for Burant. When he got within her reach, he did a front flip kick, knocking her in the air. He then jumped up, grabbed her by her feet, then threw her at Marion, knocking both of them on the ground. Went for Shuria with a flying kick. As they were getting up, he was leaving the area and dropped a fireball in the middle of them. The 3 pawns just look at the fireball before it exploded. Razor-sama 3 pawns retired, Issei heard as he headed to the gym, where he sensed 4 more of Razor's Peerage. As he entered the gymnasium, the lights slowly came on and Issei saw Mira, Isle, Nell and Zulan standing there waiting for him. "Not bad defeating the first 3, but I will regain the disgrace you gave me when we first met," Mira told him, pointing her staff at him. "I guess we have to do this the hard way," he said as he pounded his right fist into his left palm. When he said that, Isle and Nell rushed at him. "Chop chop time," they yelled with chainsaws aimed at him. What they saw shocked all of them. He took off the jacket he was wearing and threw it on the ground. Then his lower arm started to turn into an arm that resembled a dragon. It was crimson in nature and with 3 black spikes running along the forearms. He grabbed both chainsaws in each hand and threw the girl's back. He then headed towards Zulan and grabbed her by the throat and brought his knee into her stomach. He then jumped back as Mira brought her staff in a downward motion, trying to get a hit on him. She began twirling her staff around her body and then her neck, trying to hit him in the head. He grabbed the staff and broke it in half, throwing the half he had in his hand towards Zulan's head, knocking her out. Mira discarded her broken staff and started using hand-to-hand combat on him. As he was blocking her attacks, Isle and Nell came at him from the behind. Mira saw Issei smile and dodged to his right. "Vortex Flame," he shouted as whirlwind of flames rampaged around the gymnasium. Issei watched his attack toss the 4 devil girls around, destroying the gymnasium in the process. Issei walked out the gym as it started to fall apart slowly. Razor-sama 3 pawns, 1 rook retired. He then looked up and saw Yubaluna preparing an attack. He flew up in the air in front of her. "What are you doing away from your king?" he asked her. "I was gonna hit you with a surprise attack as you walked away from your small victory," she said with a smile. Then she pointed her staff at Issei and an explosion was heard. She smiled as she thought she destroyed her prey, but was surprised when she didn't hear that he was retired. As the smoke cleared, she looked on in shock as Issei stood in front of her with his arms on fire. He rushed at her with a fire-fisted uppercut across her chest. She then looked down and saw the injury. She took out a small vial and poured what appeared to be water on the wound. "This is Phoenix Tears. With this, Razor-sama's peerage can heal from any wound or injury. We don't have the regeneration ability like our king, but this is the second best thing," she told him. "I see," Issei said before punching her straight in the stomach, leaving a smoking wound where he punched her. She looked down with fear in her eyes as she started to fade away before calling out Razor's name. Razor-sama Queen retired. Rias and her peerage along with the girls from Issei's peerage were currently watching the match between Issei and Razor along with Sona and her queen Tsubaki. They all looked on at the skill he displayed during the match. Rias was on the edge of her seat when he went face to face with the Bomb Queen, but sighed a breath of relief when he came out of her attack unharmed and smiled along with his peerage, who was watching in awe at the display of power their master showed. Lord and Lady Gremory along with Lord and Lady Phoenix was also watching the match, and sitting in a seat behind them were 2 leaders of Devil Society, Sirzech Lucifer and Adjuka Beelzebub. Adjuka was watching the match at the request of Sirzech. "So Adjuka, have you figured out what he really is?" Sirzech asked his friend. "Yes, I've been analyzing him since he stepped onto the game field," he replied to Sirzech. "Care to tell us what he really is?" "I have my suspicions, but I wanted you to confirm it." "I do, but it will be more surprising to the 3 factions when and if he reveal his full identity," Adjuka told them with a devilish smirk. "Well, he is indeed very powerful, and your daughter has allied herself with a powerful friend, Lord Gremory," Lord Phoenix said out loud. "Thank you for your compliment. I just hope he can deliver what he promised," our daughter Lady Gremory replied. Issei was currently walking towards the track and field towards the remaining members of Razor's peerage. As he came upon their location, he heard a voice of young girl that he recognized as Razor's sister turned bishop. You did well getting here. You even defeated Yubaluna. You'll have to ask her how did she lose against someone like you. But I'm afraid this is where you will fall, she teased. She got defeated because I'm stronger than her when he said that. Nai and Lai started assaulting him with hand-to-hand combat. He wanted nothing more to end this match quickly. Just as he was about to punch Lai, he interrupted with a magic attack. Issei smiled and threw a fireball at her, telling her to catch. He didn't catch the fireball, she just let it drop at her feet, thinking it was nothing more than a distraction. She was about to move from the fireball and resume her attack when it exploded, retiring her from the match. Razor-sama, one bishop retired. The remaining girls were surprised. They never seen an attack like that, not even from their bomb queen. Nai and Lai resumed their attack on Issei. He blocked a punch and grabbed Nai, holding her from behind. Lai was still in the middle of her attack and didn't stop the punch she was sending towards Issei. Issei placed Nai in the path of her sister's punch, which knocked her out. Lai couldn't believe she just knocked out her sister. Caught up in despair, didn't see when Issei got behind her and chopped her in the back of her neck, knocking her out as well. Razor-sama, two pawns retired. The knights looked on as Issei defeated their fellow devil companions, readying their swords for battle. I wanted to cross swords with the Knight of Ria's Grimoire, but it looks like I will be satisfied with a battle against you. I only wish you had a sword so we can have a proper duel, Carlamine told him as she drew her sword. Don't worry, I'll fall at the blade of a sword, you have my word on that, Issei told her. And here I thought only knights talked about swords, now this gnome talks about them as well. Hurry and defeat him so my brother can have his bride and he can be my plaything, Ravel shouted. The knights began encircling around Issei as he took a battle stance in between them. Cirrus came dashing and bringing her sword in an upward slash at his feet. Issei jumped backwards and Carlamine was waiting for him to land. She had her sword at the ready above her shoulders. When she moved her sword to attack, Issei used the palm of his hand to push of the sword and landing behind her, stealing her dagger in the process. How dare you take my dagger? You shall pay for that, you fiend, she shouted at him. Issei used the stolen dagger to block the sword attacks. When Cirrus came in for the attack, he sidestepped and stabbed her in the abdomen. Razor-sama, one knight retire. Carlamine was now weary of her opponent. She didn't dare make the wrong move. Issei saw that she was stalling, not daring to attack, so he made the move. Carlamine saw him coming straight at her. She then enveloped her sword with fire, preparing for his attack. She saw the blade coming towards his chest. She put up her sword to guard her chest. Issei just grabbed her hands, headbutted her, and kneed her in the stomach. Her sword dropped as she fell on her knees, holding her stomach in pain. Issei picked up her sword before teasing her. I told you I'll be defeated with a sword. You'll defeat me using my own blade. That will be a dishonor on my name of a knight, she said while glaring at him. Then retire, he told her. Fine, I retire. Razor-sama, one knight retire. Issei dropped the sword and started walking toward the last two of Razor's peerage. Lady Ravel, stand behind me, Isabella told her. Isabella stood in front of Ravel preparing to fight Issei. Ravel was surprised when she saw Isabella dropped on the ground and disappeared in a white light. Razor-sama, Rook retires. Ravel started to walk backwards out of fear. Don't worry, I can tell you can't defeat me, don't get in my way, and I won't hurt you, he told her. She nodded as she watched him past her to meet her brother in the final fight. Razor stood atop the new school building waiting with raging fist of fire. How can one man defeat my entire peerage? I will crush him and watch as I make his servants my own along with my new bride, he told himself, waiting for Issei to arrive. Issei looked and watched as his opponent was flaring him in anger. So the one that is trying to usurp my claim on Rias has made it this far, Razor said, speaking with disgust in his tone. Yea, I'm just repaying all that she has done for me, and since it's obvious she don't like you, it'll help her regain the right to choose the one she wants to marry, Issei told him with an emotionless expression. Razor's flames flared even more in anger as he started throwing fire magic at him, but saw his attacks not having any effect on him. Didn't I tell you that your flames won't scratch my scales? I see you're a dragon immune to flames, then I will defeat you by beating you to pulp. Razor, do you know how to defeat the immortal phoenix bird? Issei asked. Razor just raised an eyebrow, wondering where he's going with this topic. There are two ways you can defeat it. One is to beat it down with incredible power, and the other one is to keep on taking him down until its mind crushes, he told Razor while getting in a battle stance. The first method requires the strength of a god class. The second one is to save our stamina until the mind is crushed, even if his body is immortal, where he can resurrect his body many times. His mind isn't immortal. Razor took a step back upon hearing that, and since I don't want to waste time fighting until you get tired, I'll go with the first option. Razor knew that what he said was right, and only the Satan-class devils had that amount of power. You think just cause you defeated my peerage a dragon like you can defeat an immortal, he shouted with a triumphant voice. Issei immediately went and punched him in the face. Razor didn't even see him move but felt the fist knocking him in the air backwards. Razor then saw Issei over his floating body and gave him a wink before punching him in the gut, sending him through the roof of the building, destroying it. Ravel looked on. She never saw anyone beat her brother so bad. She was both amazed and frightened, not knowing whether to help her brother or stay away from the dragon hybrid. Razor shot up from the rubble of the partially destroyed roof as flames starting healing his wounds. He released his wings of fire and started moving towards Issei. Issei went within his reach and gave him an uppercut. Issei then grabbed his feet and threw him down at the sports court. Razor felt trickling down his face and saw Issei walking towards the crater he was in. I don't understand, why are you helping her? If you want help with anything, retire and he'll help you with anything. He'll even take back my claim on making you and your servants part of the wager. He told him he'll even give you anything you want, women power, anything. You really think I want anything from you? Issei stated as he walked towards Razor. I told you that he'll defeat you with God-class power. After Issei said that he showed only his devil and dragon wings, 9-1 each side. Razor never saw that amount wings on anyone before. He knew he was outclassed and still put on a brave front. Retire, Razor, save what little pride you have left. I don't want to completely destroy you, he shouted at Issei. Razor flew at Issei, trying to land a punch or a kick on him. Issei blocked all of them and gave him a kick in the stomach, sending him to his knees in pain. Why do so much just to repay a simple deal made between you and her? Razor yelled, slamming a fist in the ground. Because of my father, he started with a forlorn look on his face. My father died from a light spear protecting Lady Gremory during the Great War, and if Lady Gremory had died, then Riaz wouldn't have been born. So I will protect her and her happiness the way my father protected her mother. My name is IssiexHarem Vashtunari, son of Marikai Vashtunari, a low-born servant to the house of Gremory, he told Razor. The ones watching the match was in shock and surprised as they heard Issei's claim, but no one was more surprised as Lady Gremory. I was told he didn't have any children and the only one left alive was his mother, Lady Gremory said in a shocked tone. You mean the one we gave a mansion and servants in our territory as gratitude for what her son did? Lord Gremory asked his wife. Yes, but she said he didn't have any children and the only one of their line left is her and her granddaughter. She will be surprised to learn that she also has a grandson, Sirzech told them, looking at the match. Yes, and a powerful one at that, Lord Gremory stated. Razor couldn't believe what he heard. His opponent has the of a low-born devil. He thought he was getting defeated by someone of high class, but he was stunned when he heard that he was a low-born. You told me to save what little pride I have. My pride will not let me lose. My pride will let me have Riaz, and my pride will show you that I'm more powerful than you, he started shouting. I am Razor Phoenix from the house of Phoenix that control the fire and wind. You claim my fire can't scratch your scales. How about the hellfire of the Phoenix clan? He raged as he emitted a yellow-orange flame from his body. Issei sighed as he heard Razor's rant. His body then started to glow in a crimson hue. His skin started to cover itself in crimson scales. His body began to grow in size. After the glow disappeared, what stood in front of Razor was a 25-meter-tall dragon staring at Razor. Last chance, Razor, retire, Issei growled at him. Never, Razor shouted, getting ready to attack him with his flaming fist. Dragons roar, Issei bellowed while sending a powerful roar at Razor, sending him in the air and spinning out of balance. Issei grabbed his foot in between his teeth. He tossed about in between his teeth and spit him onto the ground. Razor was struggling to get on his feet. His regeneration wasn't acting as fast as it normally would. He had cuts and was bleeding all over, his body broken. His mind held fear of the dragon that stood in front of him. He was losing consciousness. He saw the dragon open its mouth at him, but then someone stood in front of him. Ravel stood in front of Issei in his dragon form with her arms outstretched, trying to stop Issei from devouring her brother. Please, my brother can't fight anymore. Don't hurt him anymore. You win, we retire, she said with fear and tears in her eyes. Issei saw her protecting her fire and started to evolve from his dragon form to his human form as he walked towards Ravel and Razor. Ravel saw him getting smaller and smaller until he stood in front of her in his human form. The fear and tears left her face as she was blushing and closed her eyes as Issei stood in front of her naked. Well, you guys heard her. Do I win or do I have to destroy Razor? He shouted at the sky, then heard Graphia's voice ending the match. The House of Phoenix forfeit this match. IssiexHarem is the winner. The battlefield was slowly disappearing around them as they were teleported out. Issei stood in front of his peerage along with Riaz and her peerage and Sona and Tsubaki when he arrived back at the Orc Clubroom. All the girls were blushing as they saw Issei standing there naked. Riaz was the only one who looked like she was about to drool. They all fell out of their stupor when he spoke up. Can I have the extra clothes I brought? That dragon form always tear up the clothes I wear, he stated. Asia was the one that brought his clothes to him while blushing and trying to avoid looking at his body. Issei took the clothes from her and used one of the rooms behind Riaz's desk to change. Issei came out the room in the extra clothes he brought. Soon as he closed the door, Riaz jumped on him, giving him a hug. Issei, I don't know what to say to thank you, she smiled with tears in her eyes, holding on to him. I can't believe how strong and big Issei is, Akino said, licking her fingers. Seeing you fight, I wanted you to handle me the way you handle those girls, she told him sadistically. Issei just smiled at her comment. They were all talking about Issei's fight with Razor, and Riaz asked him about what he said during the battle. Is what you said during the battle about your father true, she asked him. Yes, my father died while protecting your mother. I'm sure my mother and father would like to meet you. That's fine, whenever they're ready they can meet me at my house, he told her, smiling. It's been a long night, how about we call it a night? Too bad about this marriage, I guess our greed got the better of us. To think my duetter had a friend like him to fight for her. Lord Gremory stood on a balcony talking to Lord Phoenix. Yes, we both already have heirs to our name. We just wanted to see a child born with the power of destruction and the powers of Phoenix, Lord Phoenix told him. Indeed, even if his father was a low-born servant, to think his child was that powerful. Does the boy have any living relative? Yes, a grandmother and cousin living in a mansion my wife gave them. I'm guessing they don't know about him. Though my wife will be informing them tomorrow. Lord Gremory paused before continuing. To think my daughter has fallen for a dragon. Your daughter isn't the only one who fell for a dragon. I can tell my daughter was infatuated with him as well, Lord Phoenix told him. Well, you know what they say about a dragon's attraction, Lord Gremory stated. Yes, but the question is, will he attract good luck or bad luck, Lord Phoenix said, taking a sip of wine from his glass. It was the day after Issei's match, and Lady Gremory stepped out of her carriage in front of a 2-story mansion. Opening the door, a maid bowed as Lady Gremory entered the mansion. Meeting Lady Gremory was a young woman that appeared to be in her teens. She had waist-length black hair with purple eyes. Lady Gremory, it's an honor to have you visit us. Hello, Celine, how have you been? I've been well, Lady Gremory. Grandmother is in the study, Celine answered. That's good. Is she any better? No, she still stares into the nothingness. I see. Thank you, Celine. I have something to tell you and your grandmother, Lady Gremory told her with a smile. The Vashtanari family was a low-class devil family that served the House of Gremory before the Great War, and when one servant, Marikai Vashtanari, died protecting Lady Gremory out of the kindness of her heart, she gave the remaining members of his family the mansion and servants they currently have. Irina Vashtanari and her granddaughter was the last remaining members to their name. Celine's parents died on a mission to kill Issei a few years back. Evidence shows that a fallen angel was at the scene, but his identity is unknown. Irina was sad when her firstborn son and husband died in the Great War, and she fell into despair upon the death of her second son. Lady Gremory entered the study and saw Irina sitting in a leather chair staring at the fire with a blank, empty look in her eyes. Lady Gremory placed her hand on Irina's shoulder and walked in front of her before speaking. Irina, Celine, I have news about your son Marikai. She paused and saw no reaction from Irina. A young boy going to the same school in the human world as my daughter claimed to be his son. When Irina heard this, the light started to return to her eyes with the tears, looking at Lady Gremory. We don't know if his claim is true, but this is his picture and the information we have on him so far, Lady Gremory told them as she gave Celine a folder with a picture of Issei attached to the cover. Celine looked at the picture before passing it to her grandmother. Her grandmother covered her mouth to stop the shock that was about to leave her mouth. He looks like my late husband, she told them as her hand touched the picture. I asked my daughter to bring him to the underworld upon her return this summer in the human world. If he really is I would like to meet him, Irina told Lady Gremory. Yes, we will do a line test when he arrives, Lady Gremory told her before leaving, with Celine following behind. When they arrived at the door, Lady Gremory stopped and talked to Celine before leaving. If he really is your cousin, what do you think of joining his peerage? We know he already has a peerage that he acquired, but we don't know who his mother is, Lady Gremory asked her. But what about my service to the House of Gremory? He fought for my daughter's freedom from the marriage to raise her Phoenix and won, so we know he's powerful. He'll send you the recording of that match so you can see him in action. And he did say that he'll help Riaz with anything she asks of him, so y'all still be serving the House of Gremory, Lady Gremory told her. Thank you, Lady Gremory, Celine replied with a bow as Lady Gremory left the mansion and stepped into her carriage. After Lady Gremory left, Celine looked through the folder that held the information of the person that claims to be her cousin. Her eyes opened in shock as she saw how powerful he was. I hope he really is my cousin. That would make grandmother very happy, she mused while reading the rest of the information in the folder. Hayadu residence. Issei was sitting in the living room with his peerage and was looking at the person who showed up with her luggage, trying to convince him that she should live with him. And how am I going to explain you to my parents when they return? They were a bit reserved when I told them about my 4 already, and my mother is going to question them upon her return, and she's still unsure about you, Issei told her. Why don't you just use magic on your parents to make things less complicated? It's easier than telling a lie, she told him. I understand that, but I'm trying to keep them away from the supernatural as much as possible. I don't want someone attacking them for no reason. How about telling them that part of the truth and part lie? I'm listening. You can tell them that my father built this house as a test house for future houses, and he wants me to stay with you to keep him updated on how you and your family like it until I graduate from high school. That's not bad, but you okay? He'll tell them that. Hey Eyes, can you call me Riaz from now on? She asked him with a blushing. Sure, I don't see a problem with that, he told her, then left the room to call his parents. The girls already knew what Riaz was up to the moment they saw her at the door with her luggage. Except Asia, who was still oblivious to such things. They knew she wanted to get into a relationship with their master and savior. Even though they all had feelings for him as well, they all felt that with his powers he sensed when they came into his room at night, but never scolded them or ran them out of the room. He showed nothing but love and kindness towards them, and they all loved him for that. Okay, my parents agreed to you staying here, and we'll talk to you girls when they return in 4 days, he told them, returning from his phone call. I guess we should give you a room and have you settled in. Riaz walked with Issei to pick out a room. When she saw that a room next to his was available, she picked that one. It was now 2 days since Riaz moved into the Hayadu residence. They were now in the clubroom. Asia was out with Kaneko learning how to make a contract. Niddles already went with her before the match, and Rainier went out with Kiba, and Kalawarner went with Akino. All who was left in the clubroom that night was Middle, Riaz, and Issei. Issei had agreed to go with Riaz if any of her clients called her. Issei was sitting there talking to Riaz when Great Red contacted him through the mind link. I saw your fight with the Phoenix Devil, he started. Did you have to go all out on him? No, but he was so arrogant and full of himself he didn't realize he was fighting someone superior to him, Issei replied. I see. Well, the reason I contacted you was because she came by again. Oh, is she ready to challenging you again? Yes, she brought the holder of the Albion with her, he claimed after he defeats the holder of D-Drag Hell Challenge. Will you fight him or ignore him like when you ignored former Dragon King Tannen? It depends if he's stronger than you. So, y'all want me to fight him first? Issei asked. Yes, but I'm sure whoever you choose to wield D-Drag will have to be defeated by him first. Issei nodded his head mentally through the link even though no one can see this motion. Well, whoever I chosen to wield him will need more intense training than my other pieces. Great Red agreed with his statement before continuing. How is the training with the ones you have? Well, since Ria's moved into my house I have to train Asia's angel side in secret so she don't find out, he replied. Why not just tell her the truth? It's obvious she's starting to have feelings for you. I know, but the last time I had a girlfriend was back in 1716, and I had to leave her at the River Thames Frost Fair because devils were searching for me. Yes, that poor girl was heartbroken, Great Red told him. I was at her funeral. I could tell by the look at her children and grandchildren she lived a fulfilling life. Well, in going back to roll around. Alright, bye, he said to Great Red before the mental link got cut off. When Issei looked around the room he realized that Riaz and Middle was looking at him with an unreadable expression on their faces. Sorry, my uncle contacted me through a mental link so I was talking to him, he told them. I see, I would like to meet your uncle whenever you're ready for me to meet him. She paused before continuing as if she remembered something. I almost forgot, Issei, did you know that you have relatives in the underworld? Yes, I always suspected, but I didn't want them to know what I am, so I stayed away. I see, if your claim about your father is true then you have a grandmother and cousin who would like to meet you, she told him. That would be nice, but I don't think it's wise. Why not? It's a chance to meet someone from your line, Middle asked. Middle, you know my parents, what do you think will happen if they find out who my mother is, he asked of her. Middle just bowed her head with a sad expression, knowing he'll probably be outcasted for having Angel. Riaz couldn't understand why Issei was so against meeting his relatives in the underworld. As much as she wanted to pry, she opted to let him open up to her when he's ready. Oh, Eyes, tomorrow the clubroom will be getting its annual cleaning. Can we hold our club meeting at your house? Sure, I don't see a problem with that, he told her. He'll even have some snacks ready. She thanked him and waited for the others to return. After everyone returned, they all went home. That night, Riaz sneaked out her room to sleep in Issei's room, but she was surprised when all the other girls was sleeping with him. She had planned to sleep holding him once more. Even though she sneaked in his room, she knew that he was aware of her presence. She looked at the arrangement and had decided to sleep between him and Asia. The next morning the girls woke up and saw that Issei was already getting ready for school and Riaz was in his bed. After they were dressed for school, Calla Warner and Asia made breakfast for everyone. That day school was uneventful. No one had bothered Issei for most of the day until Akira started to tease him during track and field. Say hi, Adu. Which girl are you dating? She started to tease. Or do you have them all for yourself? Or maybe you and the Prince Charming are already a couple. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not in any kind of relationship, and for the record I'm not gay, he told her. The girls of the class smiled knowing that he was single, but some frowned wishing he was in a relationship with Kiba. The boys on the other hand knew that most of the girls wanted to be with him and wanted him to be in a real relationship with Kiba. But if you want to go out with me, I'll take you to see the ocean on my motorcycle. I'm sure y'all like it, he teased her back. Riding Eyes bike is fun, Asia spoke up. Aika shifted her glasses on her face before continuing. I see, I might take you up on that offer someday. Issei was waiting at the school gate for Middle with Asia and Rainair. He saw Asia was a little sad. He decided to ask her what's wrong. Eyes, will you really go on a date with Kyrier? She asked him. Only if she asked me, but him sensing that she has a power in her, maybe a sacred gear, he told them. So will you make her into one of your servants as well? Rainair asked him. No, she should live her life normally, but if I do ask her and she says no, I'll erase her memory of the question and put a seal on her power to avoid the supernatural coming in contact with her. Yes, that should be her choice instead of being forced into the supernatural world, Asia said with a sad tone in her voice. Issei prepared some cookies and tea for the club members, but Kaneko brought her own bag of sweets. She was looking around Issei's living room when she saw his family's photo albums under the TV. She picked them up and everyone started to look at his childhood pictures. Riaz was breathing hard at the pictures, stealing one of him getting out the bath and hid it in her shirt. Riaz, don't steal my pictures, just use your magic to make a copy of it, Issei told her, coming from the kitchen with Middle carrying tea and cookies. She pouted Abbott knowing he was right. Yudo smiled at his master's reaction before seeing a picture on a different page. His smile faltered, staring at the picture before him. Say, Eyes, can you tell me about this picture? He asked, staring at a picture of Issei and another kid playing handheld video game with a Western-style sword in the background. Issei walked over and looked at the photo, not noticing that Yudo was glaring at sword in the picture. That's an old friend of mine. When I had the seal on me, I thought she was a boy. They moved to England a long time ago. He felt the hostility coming from Yudo as he told him about his childhood friend. Do you know about the sword in the picture? He asked. Not really, I never thought about it. Why, is something wrong with it? It's a holy sword, he told Issei with hate in his voice. He closed the album and returned it to Issei with a fake smile on his face. Thank you, Eyes. You just reminded me why I became a devil. Issei didn't know what to say to him. He just told himself that he'll tell Riaz about his behavior later and sat down as they continued the club meeting. The next day they arrived at a newly cleaned building. The outside still looked the same, but the inside was spotless. As they were walking, Asia noticed a door with a lock and signs that said "Do not enter" plastered on it. What's that room, she asked. There's another devil that belonged to Ria's in there, Issei told her. Really, I hope we get to meet her other devil someday, she said as they walked to the clubroom. Inside the clubroom, sitting on one of the couches, was Sona with Tsubaki and 6 other students standing behind her. "I's glad you're here. Sona wanted to introduce you and your peerage to the rest of her peerage," Rias told him as he stepped into the room. "Yes, I came to introduce my peerage to you and your peerage. Since you all already met Tsubaki, allow me to introduce the others," Sona told him, standing in front of her peerage. "These two are my bishops, Momo Hanakai and Rei Kusaka." As she said this, 2 girls stepped forward. Both were second-year students. Momo had long black hair with blue-green eyes, and Rei had long brown hair styled in 2 braids with brown eyes. "My knight and rook Tamo Meguri and Tsubasa Yura." Her knight had shoulder-length reddish-brown hair and brown eyes. Her rook also had shoulder-length hair, but her hair was blue, matching her eyes. She was a bit taller than the others with a tomboyish face. They were both second years as well. "Nice to meet you, Hayadu. I saw your fight against Razor Phoenix, and I have to say it was a wonderful match," Tsubasa told him. "Thank you for your compliment." She turned her face away to hide the blush on her face. "And these are my pawns, Haruko Namura." And before she could finish, a second-year male stepped forward as to say he can introduce himself. "My name is Genshiro Saji Kaicha's pawn," he started. Saji Tsubaki tried to stop him from talking. "I took up 4 pieces. What piece did you take up?" "Saji, I'm sure if someone like you can win against Razor Phoenix, I can defeat him as well." Saji. This time it was Sona who yelled at him. "Did you not read the report I handed out? It states that Issei Hayadu is king and the 4 females are members of his peerage." Began berating him. "Even if you're proud that you took up 4 pieces, he is also part dragon. Don't presume you can defeat him easily. You must have a strong sacred gear if you took up 4 pawn pieces," Issei asked of Saji. "Yes, I do. Stretch my line." As he said that, a small lizard with violet eyes appeared on his hand. Issei looked at it before speaking up. "I see, so this is who wields part of him now," he said out loud. "What do you mean?" Sona asked, wanting to know what Issei knew about her pawn's sacred gear. "He holds part of one of the former Dragon King Vritra, also known as the Prison Dragon, so he should train using what you know about Vritra, and if you add the other pieces of Vritra's soul to this one, he'll become stronger," he told Sona. "I see. Thank you for your advice, Eyes. May I ask how you know about this?" Sona inquired. "Yes, my uncle told me about him along with D-Drag and Albion," he told them before he started laughing. "What's so funny?" Rias asked him. "I just remembered why D-Drag and Albion started their fight." "Oh, do tell. I'm sure everyone would like to know why the 2 great heavenly dragons started their fight in the middle of the Great War. They were fighting for the right to mate with Tiamat, and I'm sure if you ask them, they don't remember why the fight started so long ago," he told them. "So you're saying that 2 powerful dragons started a fight like high school boys over a girl?" Aquino asked. Issei just smiled and nodded his head before turning to Saji. "Since you now hold a dragon, y'all have the dragon affection," he told him. "What do you mean?" Saji asked. "To put it simply, y'all attract women, but y'all also be challenged by those who wish to prove they are stronger than a dragon." Issei paused as he saw 2 of the girls in Sona's peerage already blushing. "I see you already have the attraction of women." Saji looked at Sona, but she wasn't paying him any attention. "I see you are unaware of the ones that desire your affection," he said to Saji, who looked at him with confusion. The other pawn stepped forward. She was a short, petite girl in the first year. She had long brown hair styled in twin ponytails with a pair of green clips to keep the bang out of her face and also bring out the color of her green eyes. She stepped forward and whispered to Issei, "Thank you for telling Saji that. Maybe now he'll notice us instead of trying to get with Kaichu." She smiled as she stepped back to stand with the rest of Sona's peerage. It was a few hours after Sona and her peerage left the clubroom, and now they were hunting a stray devil. Issei noticed since Yuito saw the picture of the holy sword, he started acting as if he was always somewhere else, always lost in thought. That night held true. If Calawarner didn't jump in to attack the stray, Kaneko might have been badly injured. After the stray was killed, they were about to leave. "Slap. Did that wake you up? You've been acting weird lately. Tell me what's wrong," Rias asked with worry and concern in her eyes. "I'm sorry, but it won't happen again," he told her with bow. As he turned to walk away, she grabbed his hand to stop him. "I don't know how to help you if you don't tell me the problem. I just remembered why I chose to become a devil instead of choosing death. If y'all excuse me, I'll be going home now." With that, he left as everyone looked at him go. "Rias, this may be nothing, but I noticed that he's been acting weird ever since he saw a picture of a sword yesterday. He said it was a holy sword," he told her. "I see there's something you should know about Kiba. He'll tell you when we get home." Issei and Rias was currently drinking tea at the dining table as she tell him about Yuito Kiba's past. Kiba was part of a church project called the Holy Sword Project. The goal of the project was to allow ordinary followers into wielders of one of the Excalibur swords. She paused and looked at Issei, who was drinking his tea and listening intently at her words. After the original Excalibur was broken long ago, the church found out that some humans are born with a natural ability to wield holy swords, but the ones born to naturally wield one of the Excalibur fragments was even lower. A few years ago, they started the Holy Sword Project. They took children from orphanages associated with the churches and experimented on them, but the experiment ended in failure, and the head of the experiment killed the children. Yuto somehow escaped, and I found him in the snow dying, and that's when I revived him as a devil. I see he probably wants revenge for what was done to him and his friends. I hope he doesn't steer his anger for revenge in the wrong direction," he told her. What do you mean by steering his anger for revenge? Well, most people who seeks revenge would go for the person that caused them the pain. From what I noticed, he's looking at the sword as if it's the cause for his misfortune instead of the person in charge of the project. I see, so he might go after the sword instead of the one who headed the project. Yes, and if he goes up against an Excalibur fragment, he'll lose, Issei told her. Kiba was walking the streets with nowhere to go. He didn't feel like going home. He was just walking without a destination in mind. He was about to go around a corner when a priest fell in front of him with his right hand reaching for Yuudo. He was about to say something to Yuudo, but he was cut off when a blade pierced his back. Yuudo saw the one who stabbed the downed priest. It was a young man with white hair dressed as a priest. The young man pulled the sword out of the fallen priest and saw Yuudo. Well, look what we have here, the young priest started. I'm out here hunting a priest and I found a devil. Now stay still so I can kill you with my sword Excalibur. Yuudo got in a battle stance and readied a sword out of nowhere to fight the priest. The priest saw this and also readied for a fight. You think a devil like you can defeat me? The great exorcist freed Selzen. After I kill you, we'll find that boy who defeated us over a month ago, the now named priest yelled at Yuudo. To think the object of my hatred would appear right in front of me, Yuudo stated with a disdain in his voice. I will destroy all Excaliburs, Yuudo yelled as he dashed towards Freed. Freed had a disgusting smile on his face as he parried Yuudo's sword. Yuudo was getting frustrated for not getting a hit on Freed. Yuudo watched as his sword was shattered. He materialized another but still unable to get a hit on Freed. Y'all never hit me. I have Excalibur rapidly, it makes me move super fast. And your shitty demon swords can't defeat my Excalibur, Freed told him while laughing maniacally. Every sword Yuudo materialized was destroyed by Freed. During the battle, a small magic circle appeared next to Freed's ear. Right now, but I'm about to kill a pretty boy devil. Freed started talking to Magic Circle. But I want to kill him. Okay, big boss. Freed then looked at Yuudo. I guess we'll have to dance another day, handsome. With that said, Freed threw a flash grenade and disappeared, leaving Yuudo and the dead priest alone. It was the day after and Yuudo didn't show up in school that day. The atmosphere in the clubroom was an uncomfortable one. It was quiet. Kaneko, Asia, and Mido was sitting on the couch. Riaz was sitting behind her desk staring blankly at a stack of papers. Akino was in the back room with Calawarner teaching her how to make tea. Rainier was talking to Issei about improving Asia's angelic powers in secret when his phone rang. Hello Mom, how are you? Issei said through the phone. Fine, we just landed back in Japan. We're on our way home and I have a surprise for you, his mother told him. Okay, I'll meet you home with the other girls so you can meet them. Yes, I'm interested in the girls that tried to take you away from me. Even though she said that, Issei knew she was smiling on her end of the call. Mr. and Mrs. Hayato had just landed in Japan. After getting their luggage, Mr. Hayato left to retrieve their car. Mrs. Hayato was standing waiting for her husband when she overheard two young girls Issei's age talking to each other. So Irina, since you used to live here, I assume you know where we are heading. A young girl with chin-length blue hair with a green fringe on the right side and dark yellow eyes asked her companion, who had long light brown hair, tied in twin ponytails and violet eyes. Both were dressed in white cloaks with hoods, but the blue-haired girl had what appeared to be carrying something wrapped in cloth on her back. Yes, Zenovia, I know where we are going. It's my old hometown and I get to see my childhood friend once more. As she said that, she pulled out a photo and was walking. While looking at the photo, she bumped into Mrs. Hayato and dropped the photo in front of her. As the young girl apologized to Mrs. Hayato bent down to pick up the photo to return it to the young girl, but surprise adorned her face when she saw the photo, and she looked at the young girl with a loving smile. Irina Shidu, she asked of the young girl. Yes, that's me, but I must say I don't know you, Irina said to her with a questionable look on her face. Have you gone so long you forgot the mother of your childhood friend? Mrs. Hayato, Irina said in shock. Yes, it's me. Eyes will be surprised when he sees you, she replied with a hug. I can't wait to see him again. This is my partner Zenovia. We both are here on an assignment in Kushi told her. Well, my husband went to retrieve the car. Why don't you ride with us? He'll have to call eyes. He remodeled the house and is now living with 5 girls. I met one before and I have yet to meet the other 4, she told them. As she said that, Irina's eyes started to water. She couldn't believe her childhood friend, the boy she secretly loved since they were kids, was a pervert who had other girls in his life. Irina stood silent next to Zenovia as Mrs. Hayato was on her cell phone talking to Issei. She pouted at the thought of her childhood friend with other girls in his life. When Mrs. Hayato finished her call, she smiled at Irina and told her that he'll be waiting home with the girls. Irina was angry but didn't want to show it. Issei ended his call and turned to face everyone in the clubroom. I'm sorry, Riaz, but my parents are on the way home and would like to meet the girls, so if you don't mind, we'll be going home early. That's fine, I might not return tonight. I have some things to think about. He'll speak with them tomorrow. Kaneko, you can go home as well. With that said, the only ones left were Riaz and Akino. Issei and his girls were walking home with Kaneko. Even though Kaneko never showed emotions this time, everyone could tell that she's sad. Kaneko, what's wrong? Asia asked her. I'm worried about Yuudo. I don't want him to leave Butch's family, she replied. I'm sure that he won't and will come back after he clears his head, Rainier told her. Thank you, and I hope he returns as well. He'll be going now. This is my street. After she told them that, she left them alone. Issei and the girls were now preparing dinner for his parents' return from their trip. Everything was almost done when he heard a car pull up to the house, but he also felt 2 strong auras along with his parents. He knew his parents were safe because after he reawakened his powers he put a spell on them to tell him if they were ever in trouble or anyone around them wished them harm. These two auras he felt close to his parents weren't hostile or meant to do his parents harm, they were just there. Issei wondered why he didn't feel it close to his parents until now. Issei dropped the barrier around the house and opened the door and saw his parents and two young girls giving of the aura he was feeling. Issei was helping his parents with their luggage but was also looking at the two girls who was with them. The blue-haired girl was eyeing him wary of his actions. The brown-haired girl was smiling at him. He felt a sense of familiarity towards her. As they entered, the girls stood in line standing next to each other to greet Issei's parents. After their introductions, Issei's parents introduced the two girls that accompanied them. I'd like you to meet these girls, Zenovia and Irina. His mother introduced them to him. Irina Shidu, it's so good to see you again. With that said, Issei hugged his childhood friend as his mother smiled at the reunion of friends. As they entered, Issei noticed that Zenovia was eyeing him and his peerage as though she would attack them at any moment. He also what she had on his back giving of a holy aura. The same aura that came from Irina's arm. He saw that Rainier, Midulf and Calawarner were weary and Asia felt something was wrong but didn't know what it was. Issei showed his parents to their room and also gave them a tour of the house. His parents were quite pleased and his mother loved the rooftop garden. His father loved the library along with the indoor bath and pool. As they were walking, Issei started talking to Irina as his peerage stayed in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Irina, what brings you back to Japan? He asked her. We're on assignment from the church, Zenovia answered, looking at Issei suspiciously. She felt that he was not completely human along with the other four girls in the house. She also felt a faint presence of devils in the house and wondered if Irina felt it too. I see, that means y'all be going to the old church on the hill, Issei started. I think I saw a white-haired priest was there a few weeks ago, he replied to hear, hinting he knew what she was talking about. Really, Issei? No, we're childhood friends. I'll call you Eyes again. But can you tell me more? Irina said as she held onto his arm. Sure I will, but the two of you will have to stay for dinner and we'll talk after dinner, he told her. Issei's mother sat at the table looking at the girls, while his father was smiling with glee. I can't believe my son is fulfilling my dream and creating a harem. I'm so happy, his father said with tears in his eyes. He received a plate to his head thrown by his wife. Now girls, explain to me how you met my little Eyes, his mother inquired. Well, after Asia here escaped from our kidnappers, she found Eyes, Calawarner started. This caused Zenovia to look at Asia as if she knew who she was. Yes, I met Eyes when I first entered town, and when I ran away I told him what happened and he told the police and they rescued everyone else, Asia told them. Issei smiled, thinking that the lie was working. He never wanted to use magic on his parents unless it was necessary. I see, so why didn't you girls return to your families? Mrs. Hayadu asked. We're all orphans. No one would miss us if anything happened, and Issei told us we can stay. Her Rainier and her Yuma form answered. And what about you, Kala? Why is a grown woman like you here as well? I too was an orphan when I was younger, and even though I had job I was kidnapped, and when I returned no one cared I was gone and I lost my apartment. Eyes gave me a room and a new job at his school, Calawarner told her. Yes, he is friends with that red-haired girl. He told me she also lives here. Eyes, what was her name again and where is she? His mother asked. Her name is IssiexHarem, and she has a family emergency and couldn't be here tonight, but she told me she'll greet you properly tomorrow. As he said the name, Irina coughed a little and stared at him. I see. Well, I don't see a problem with you girls staying here. I trust my son and his judgment, so we'll allow you all to stay. Honey, do you have anything to say? She told them and asked her husband. Yes, I do, he started while standing in his spot. My son, it may be difficult, but I know you will be happy and am glad. I have so many daughters that my son has. Ouch, his father was cut off by another plate to his head thrown by Mrs. Hayadu. How many times have I told you, our son is not a pervert like you? She then looked at the girls at the table. Forgive my husband, he's been trying to push his perverted dreams on our son for years. Even though we always wanted a sister for Eyes, we'll treat you all as our own, she told them. After dinner, Issei took Irina and Zenovia down to the training room along with Midulf and Calawarner. Asia and Rainier was upstairs cleaning up after dinner. Irina, the same way I can sense an aura around you, I can only assume you can sense an aura around me as well, right? He asked her. Yes, even though I sensed your aura, I know you're still the same Eyes I knew as a kid, she told him. That is partly true. I think I should tell you since we're old friends. I'm not human. He started telling them about how he came to human form, but not the fact he was part angel. He told them about the seal he placed on himself and it being broken and him being part devil. He knew they'll figure it out since he was friends with IssiexHarem. So if the seal wasn't broken, you would remain human until you died? Irina asked him. Yes, he'll still be human, marry and have children, but I'm guessing they would have been born with a bit of my power sealed in them as well, he told her. So I could marry Eyes. No, I can't marry him now, he's part devil. This must be a trial given to me by God. Dear Lord, please guide me and save the soul of my friend and forgive him for his trespasses, she said while praying. And what of these who strayed from the light of God? Why are they with you? Zenovia asked, looking at Midulf and Calawarner. I have made them into members of my peerage, and they follow me and I protect them. I see you even made the witch Asia Argento into a devil as well. She must be struck down for falling so far from grace, Zenovia stated while gripping what appeared to be the handle of the package on her back. This statement infuriated Issei as he stood up where he was seated in the training room. Don't you dare call her a witch. I know what happened, and if you ask me, the church is in the wrong, he shouted at Zenovia. You dare claim the church was wrong. I should strike you down where you stand for making that claim. Tell me something, doesn't your Bible teach forgiveness and be kind to others? So if she unknowingly healed a devil, whose fault is it? It's her fault for healing a devil. If she was the holy maiden of the church, shouldn't the church have protected her and kept devils away from her? She gave her all to the church and your God only to be discarded for one mistake that wasn't her fault. If she wasn't protected from the devil, that means her faith in God wasn't strong enough and her belief was broken, Zenobia rebutted. Calm down, Zenobia, we're not here for Asia, we have a mission and must stay on track, Irina told her companion to prevent them from fighting. You're right, we have to stay on mission. We need to get to the church and meet up with our contact and meet with the devils in this area, Zenobia told them. You said you know Ria's Gremory. Is it the same Gremory from the 72 Pillars? Irina asked him. Yes, she and a member of the Citri clan are in this area, he told them. Thank you for that information. Well, now take our leave. It was nice to see you again, Even though you're a devil now, when you're ready to be judged, come find me and I'll save your soul, Irina told him with a smile. That night they all slept in their own rooms, and before Issei went to bed he opened the mind link with Great Reed. Hey Uncle Red, I have a feeling I might have to deal with another problem. He started talking to the Dragon God. What makes you say that? The Dragon God asked. Just a hunch. Anyways, I found something the same time I found D-Drag, but I can't make it myself. What is it you found? The paper the leader of fallen angels wrote. I was thinking of turning what he wrote into reality, but I'm having trouble of mixing my energies to create 2 swords for my knights when I get them, Issei told him. Why don't I just create them for you? I am the embodiment of dreams. I can make it a reality, Great Red told him. Well, I was trying to see if I can do it myself before I asked you for help. I didn't want you to stop rolling around and having your fun. So do you want me to create the swords or you want to keep trying? Yes, you can create them. What do you need from me? Issei asked. He'll need some of your, Great Red told him. Okay, he'll teleport over there. Issei teleported to the dimensional gap to meet Great Red, who was rolling right towards him. Okay, just show me the palm of your hand, Great Red told him. Issei showed Red his palm and Great Red used one of his claws to draw from Issei. Great Red used Issei's to create 2 katanas with red blades and the hilt was black and white in a swirling pattern. Issei held one of the katanas and was impressed. Your knights can use these to channel their powers. They'll still have their abilities, but I know how those knights like to use swords to battle, Great Red told him. Yeah, I remember that match with Razor. His knights wanted a sword duel with Rias Knight. Anyways, thanks for the swords. I'll put them in my pocket dimension until I get my knights. After Issei told Great Red that, he teleported back to his room and went to bed, and Great Red went back to his rolling around. The next morning Issei woke up alone in bed. None of the girls slept with him. They all slept in their own rooms the night before. Issei was currently getting ready for school. After he got dressed, he went downstairs to have breakfast and saw Calawarner with his mother preparing breakfast for everyone. After breakfast they all left for school, leaving Issei's parents home. His father suggested his mother about enjoying the indoor bath. At the school, while everyone was attending class, Irina and Zenobia was met at the school gates by Sona and Tsubaki. During lunch, Issei, Rias and their peerages received messages from the student council to meet in the old building clubroom. In the clubroom, Rias sat behind her desk as Akino stood next to her. Sona was seated on one of the couches with Tsubaki standing behind her. Sitting across from them were Irina and Zenobia. Middleton Kaneko was the last to enter the clubroom. Calawarner had to remain behind for a quick staff meeting. Irina pouted when she saw the girls of his peerage stand next to him and Asia holding his hand, trying not to be seen. So why our exorcist from the church wished to meet with us devils? Rias asked. We are on a mission. 3 of our Excaliburs were stolen and we tracked the perpetrators to this area of the world, Irina answered. Yes, the one who were responsible for the theft is a cadre member of Grigori. His name is Kakabil. When Zenobia said this, she noticed that one member of Issei's peerage was about to whisper something to him. You their servant to Issei, Zenobia shouted as she stood up to face them. You all were once members of the Grigori. You know something, don't you? I'll have you tell me what you know. Anything I have to say is for my master eyes to hear first, Rainier replied. Zenobia was about to retort, but Irina stopped her. Now calm down, Zenobia. If your friends have information that will help us, can you ask them to share with us? Irina asked him. Sure, anything for you, Irina. When Issei told her this, a slight blush appeared on her face. Rainier, if you or Middleton Calawarner have any information on this matter that you'd like to share, please tell us now, Issei asked the 2 former fallen angels in his company. Yes, when we were captives we overheard Donasik talking to Fried about stealing holy swords. We never thought he was talking about the Excaliburs, Rainier told them. Do you know what their plan was with the swords? Issei asked her. No, we do not. That's all we heard. Thank you, Rainier. There you have it. He seemed to have another accomplice, Issei told them. Yes, Fried Selzen, the rogue priest. His whereabouts has been unknown for a few months now, Zenobia answered. Before we leave, we must inform you that our superiors request that the devils in this area stay out of our way, Zenobia told them. Your superiors make it sound like we'll team up with fallen angels in this matter, Rias stated with a raised eyebrow. Even if these fallen turned devil are not associated with Grigori anymore, you can't deny that devils will gain if something happens to those swords, Zenobia stated. If 3 were stolen, what happened to the other 4? Issei asked. We have 2 with us, and the 3rd is being guarded in case we fail, Irina answered. What happened to the 4th? Middle asked. The last piece of Excalibur has been unknown for a long time. After the war, when Excalibur was broken into 7 pieces, they used alchemy to make 7 different Excalibur with different abilities. A few years after the sword's creation, one sword was stolen, and it's been missing ever since. The one who stole it never used it, and if he passed it on it still unused, Zenobia told them. The Excalibur I hold is Excalibur Destruction, Zenobia told them as she placed her wrapped package, now sword, in front of her. And this is Excalibur Mimic. I can change its shape into anything I want. It's useful for carrying around. As Irina talked to them, a small ribbon that she took from around her arm turned into a katana. Sona, Tsubaki, Riaz and her peerage had fear on their faces as they faced the 2 holy swords before them. Irina, I know he's your childhood friend, but we can't go around telling these devils the ability of Excalibur. So is it just you 2 they sent after Cockabeel? Sona asked. Yes, we sent priest and exorcist into town secretly, but they kept getting killed, Zenobia told her. Is that why your superiors asked us to stay out of this matter? Riaz asked. Yes, our superiors don't trust devils and fallen angels, even if you're the little sisters of the Maoists, Zenobia told them. If you know that we're the sisters of Maoists, that means you have very high clearance in the church, then I'll let you know now. In the name of the Gremory House, I will not form an alliance with the fallen angels that will tarnish the name of our Mao, Riaz stated with a glare towards Zenobia. I'll let you know that the Citri House has the same feelings, Sona said. Irina, will you be receiving backup? Issei asked. No, after the death of the priest and exorcist they sent us to this area, and if we should fail, the last Excalibur will be protected, Irina told him. 2 of you against a leader of the fallen angel who survived the Great War. Are you trying to die? Riaz asked them. Yes, they both answered instantly. I have the same view as Irina, but if it's possible, I don't want to die, Zenobia told them. The belief in your teachings is always so extreme. To think you came here prepared to die. Why is such a thing happening in my area? Riaz said out loud. Don't talk ill of our beliefs, Zenobia started. Our superiors also decided it would be better to eliminate all of the Excaliburs than letting them get used by the fallen. Our main objective is to get the swords away from the fallen by any means necessary. To accomplish that, they sent Excalibur to fight Excalibur. Even so, it's okay for us to die. This mission is impossible for the both of you, Riaz told her. Well, we won't die in vain. We have a secret weapon, Zenobia replied. Irina and Zenobia got up to leave when Zenobia stopped in front of Issei and his peerage. Even though we met at Issei's house, I never got a chance to talk to you. You are the former holy maiden known as the witch Asia Argento, are you not? Zenobia asked Asia. Asia held onto Issei's hand for comfort. She knew that hell never let anyone hurt her. Yes, I'm the former holy maiden, she answered. To think after you healed a devil you became a devil yourself. How far have you fallen, let me ask? Do you still believe in God? Zenobia asked her. Asia started to mutter. It's okay, I won't report this to our superiors. They'll be shocked if they knew that you became a devil. Even they will be shocked, Zenobia started. Let me ask you, holy maiden who fell to the lowest place, do you still believe in our God? Zenobia asked her. Zenobia, she's a devil, there's no way she can still believe in God, Irina stated. I can tell she still believes. There are people who betray the teachings but feel guilty. She has a familiar feeling I get from people who betrayed the teachings of God. Yes, I still believe. I believed in it my entire life. I can't just put it aside, Asia answered. Very well, then allow me to strike you down in the name of God. If I cut you down in the name of God, your sin will be forgiven by God, Zenobia told her as she removed the cloth from her sword. Zenobia held her sword with both hands. It had a cross in the pommel with an axe like God, a second grip with a chain, and a long blade with 3 points at the end. It was Rainier who stepped in between Zenobia and Asia. How dare speak to her that way? If Eyes didn't save her, she would have died, and along with us, Rainier snapped at her. You are one of Issei's servant, another who has fallen from grace. I decided to fall, but you church members made her your self-proclaimed holy maiden after you found out she had a sacred gear. Locked her away, no friends, no one to talk to, just parade her around when someone needs healing. And when the church allow a devil to get close to her, you throw her out like it's her fault. Rainier was furious at Zenobia for wanting to kill Asia. They were both close after Issei saved them. You blame the church. How is it our fault that a devil got close to her? Zenobia asked. Eyes told us about the devil that was after her, and how all his servants were former sisters of the church, so someone in the church must made a deal with him to get her, Rainier told her. Asia gasped. She didn't know that there was someone like that after her. Sorry, Asia, Eyes told us and was gonna tell you after some time had passed. Middle told her. It's okay, I know Eyes won't let anyone harm any of us, Asia replied to her. You claim that someone made a deal with a devil. That person probably didn't believe in our teachings the same way she didn't believe. A holy maiden didn't need friends to talk to. All that she needed was faith in God, Zenobia retorted. God love her. If nothing happened, her belief wasn't strong enough, or her belief was fake. The church and their logic, I expect nothing less, Rainier told her. Is that a challenge to us, to members of the church? Big talk coming from a fallen turned devil. I will also strike you down soon as Zenobia said that Yuudo entered the room. It seems I have returned at an opportune moment, Yuudo said out loud, carrying a sword with hate in his voice as he glared at Zenobia. And who might you be? Zenobia asked. Your senior, but I was labeled a failure, he replied with a smirk, with countless demonic swords appearing in the clubroom. Everyone was standing outside behind the old school building. A barrier was in place to prevent what was about to transpire be seen by outsiders. Irina and Zenobia took off their white robes and were wearing black battle purpose clothes. They weren't showing their skins but looked erotic. The curves of their bodies could be seen. It will be interesting to test the strength of Ria's Gremory and IssiexHarem servant, also to test the strength of my so-called senior, Zenobia stated. Even if it's just a match, be careful of those holy swords, Ria's warned them. It was a match that Zenobia accepted to Yuuto's challenge. She also asked that this match not be reported to the church. Yuuto activated his sacred gear and demonic swords appeared around him. He then started to laugh. To think the thing I want to destroy appeared right in front of me. I heard that dragons have an attraction and glad I was around Issei that he attracted those swords this early, Yuuto said out loud while laughing. Sword birth. The possessor can create any demonic sword they imagine in their head. It's unique among sword-related sacred gears. So you're the subject I heard that avoided being disposed of by the Holy Sword Project, Zenobia asked him. Yuuto didn't answer. He picked up one of his swords and dashed straight towards Zenobia. Eyes. When I met the boy that I haven't seen for so long, and found out he was a devil in hiding, I was shocked. This definitely a trial given to me by God. This is a harsh destiny that has befall two childhood friends. I will strike down all temptation of the flesh that surrounds you before I give you judgment, Irina told Eyes with a depressed tone in her voice. She then turned to face her opponent Rainier. Rainier had dropped her Yuma disguise and stood before Irina in her fallen angel form holding her pink light spear as if it was a staff. Rainier, Issei shouted, having both girls looking at him. No flying, he told his pawn. She nodded at him before facing Irina. Irina pouted at the interaction between Issei and his pawn. She lunged at Rainier, bringing her sword in a downward slash. Rainier blocked the sword with her light spear and pushed Irina back. Rainier jumped back and threw two light spear at Irina and formed another staff of light. Irina dodged the first light spear and parried the second. Rainier went for her legs, trying to get her off balance, but Irina's footwork was unbreakable. Rainier was trying to push Irina back, but it wasn't working. Irina backflipped and transformed her sword into a whip, and as she landed she cracked the whip and it wrapped around Rainier's hand. Irina pulled Rainier towards her. Rainier used her wind magic to spin Irina around. The whip transformed back into a sword as Irina landed on her feet. Irina transformed her sword into a shield and rushed straight at Irina. When she got close, the shield turned it back into a sword. She got within Rainier's reach. Even though she stabbed her in the arm, she felt a pain in her leg. She looked down and saw that she got injured with a light spear in the leg. After the match, they both went to Asia and got healed. Irina admitted it was a draw, and everyone watched as Zenobia and Yuuto continued their battle. Yuuto had a sword in each hand, one of fire and one of ice. With each swing of his sword it caused a whirlwind of fire and ice. Yuuto was using his knight speed to attack, but Zenobia was blocking and dodging his every attack. Using the speed of knights, our reports on the evil peace system is true, but you are naive to come at me with demonic swords, Zenobia told Yuuto. This caused Yuuto to jump at her in a blind rage. Kaching. A single swing of her sword destroyed both of his swords. Yuuto couldn't believe his eyes. He was stunned for a moment as he saw his demonic sword shatter in a single swing. My sword is a massive destruction. There is nothing it can't destroy, Zenobia stated as she swirled it around in the air before thrusting it into the ground. Boom. The ground shook and a crater was formed with Zenobia and her sword at the center. Everyone almost lost their balance due to the ground shaking. This is my Excalibur. It can destroy anything that come its way. It's not called Excalibur for nothing, Zenobia told Yuuto, pointing her sword at him. Such destructive power, I can see my path to destroy all seven to be a difficult one. Yuuto's eyes held hatred in them. The destructive power of that holy sword or the destructive power of my demonic sword, let's see which one is stronger. Yuuto created a gigantic sword and held it with both hands. The sword was releasing an ominous aura. It was bigger and longer than Yuuto's height. Yuuto swung the sword with force. The slash reached Zenobia. She sighed in disappointment. Gachin. The sound of metal, a large fragment of Yuuto's sword went up in the air. Zenobia's Excalibur easily destroyed his demonic sword. It's a shame. You made the wrong decision. Your sacred gear is a variety of swords you can create in compliance with your speed. You would need a lot of strength to swing a gigantic sword like that. You replaced your speed and technique for destructive power. I can tell if you had not replaced your fighting style, you would have stood a chance. Yuuto tried to rush at her and create another sword. Zenobia saw this and hit him deep in the stomach with the pommel of the holy sword. A simple move like that created a shockwave and tossed Yuuto across the ground. Yuuto got on his knees and hand as he started vomiting. Zenobia glared at him and turned around. Yuuto tried to speak and reach for her, but everyone knew that the match was over after the damages was fixed by Akino and Tsubaki. The barrier was dropped. Senior, I suggest that you fight with a cool head next time we fight. Ria's Gremory. Sona Citri, I trust you with the talk from earlier. Also, you should train your servants a bit more. Issei Hayato, your servants appeared well trained to match Irina. I was surprised it ended in a draw, Zenobia told them. Yes, but to be at the mercy of a devil to receive healing, even if it's the former holy maiden. Please God, forgive me for receiving aid from a devil, and your light show me the path I must walk. Irina started praying, making the devils around her uncomfortable. Yuuto glared at Zenobia with hatred. She ignored him as she looked at Issei. I don't know if you're strong enough, but I will tell you something. Since you're part dragon, the White Dragon Emperor has emerged, and rumor is that he's a battle maniac. I already knew that he awakened and waiting for the match between him and Issei told her. Can you defeat him? Irina asked with concern in her voice. I'm not sure, but I won't know until we fight. Zenovia started to pick up her stuff to leave. Irina saw this and also picked up her stuff to catch up to Zenovia before she turned around to speak to Issei one last time. Don't forget to tell me when you want to be judged. She held her cross and winked at Issei before leaving the scene. Sona and Tsubaki also left, leaving Riaz and Issei with their peerage. Stop, Yuudo. I won't forgive you if you leave me. You are a knight to the House of Gremory. I will also be in trouble if you turn into a stray, Riaz shouted at him. That day I was able to escape thanks to my friends. That's why I put their regrets into my demonic swords after saying that he left. It was the day after and Yuudo was still nowhere to be found. Kaneko was getting worried and Midult saw that. Midult wanted to help but didn't know what to do. During break she came up with an idea to help but needed the help of another. After school, Midult along with Rainier and Kaneko met at an outdoor cafe to talk about helping both Yuudo and the followers of the church. They agreed the best thing to do was to make a deal where after they retrieved the swords, Yuudo get to destroy one. The first was to find the two exorcists and have them agree. They were about to leave when Kaneko grabbed someone from behind a wall. It was Genshiro Sajipan of Sona Citri. What are you doing here? Kaneko asked. Taichu gave us instructions to keep an eye on any members of IssiexHarem or Riaz Gremory to make sure no one does anything stupid, he told them. Well, we can't have you report back, not until we've come to an understanding, Midult told him. I can't believe you girls. That idea is insane and we won't even find them. Those two can be anywhere in the city. Where do you suggest we look first? Saji was complaining as he walked alongside the girls through the city. He tried to run away but every time Kaneko grabbed him and dragged him along. Kaneko, this is your group's problem. I've read the report that IssiexHarem father served the Gremory family. I belong to the Citri family. Please let me go. Kaneko, your master is strict but kind. You two, I don't know what kind of master IssiexHarem is, but he seems very protective. But Kaichu is only strict. I can't even imagine my punishment if she finds out, Saji begged them. Don't be like that. If this succeed, it will be more points to the one you like, Rainier told him. Saji gained a new sense of confidence when he heard that. He remembered what Issei told him about dragons. They walked for a few more minutes going in the direction of the church, but found them at a corner asking people to give them money in the name of God. How can this be? This is why I don't like countries that don't believe in our gods, Zenovia told them in a depressed tone. Don't say that, Zenovia. We lost all the money we had, so we have to rely on the charity from these heretics or else we can't get food, Irina replied. And whose fault is it? We're in this situation because you bought that fake painting, Zenovia shouted to Irina while pointing at a painting of a badly drawn saint. They were currently sitting in a family restaurant. When Kaneko and company found them, they were at a corner asking for money from the locals with no luck. After talking to them, they agreed to a meal from the devils to hear what they had to say. Irina was now arguing with Zenovia about the authenticity of the saint in the picture. Everyone at the table could tell it was a fake and wondered why Irina paid for a fake picture. After everyone finished eating, they started their discussion. We sold our souls to devils. Even if it's to accomplish our mission, it's wrong. Please God forgive our weakness and bless these devils, Irina said out loud. The prayer caused the devils a slight headache. To keep their cover, Midult and Rainier held their heads as well. They were following Issei's orders to hide their angel abilities as much as possible. Look, we might be part fallen angels, but we're still part devils, so please stop the prayers, Rainier told them in a pleading voice. Keep your prayers to yourselves. That hurts, you know, Saji berated. So what do you devils wanted to talk about? Zenovia asked. We wanted to help you destroy the Excaliburs and allow Yuudo to destroy one himself, Midult told her. Everyone was waiting for their reply. Saji was hoping to get a no so he could return to Sona, but the answer they got surprised them. Yeah, maybe it's okay leaving one sword to you guys, if you can destroy, that is, but make sure your identities aren't revealed. We also don't want our superiors and our enemies to think we are connected to you guys, Zenovia told them. Hey Zenovia, are you sure? Even if I know Eyes and they know him as well, they are still devils, you know, Irina responded to what she said. Irina, to tell the truth, it would really be tough for the both of us to retrieve the Excaliburs and fight Cockabeel. I already knew that, but our main objective is to retrieve or destroy the Excaliburs, and we were advised to destroy our Excaliburs to prevent them from being stolen. Even if we use the last resort, our chances of succeeding and return home is only 30%. Even so, we came here prepared to put our life on the line. Isn't that what we followers of God desire for? Yeah, I changed my mind. My beliefs are flexible so I can act in the best way and am not into self-sacrifice. I knew your faith was weird. I won't deny that, but I think it's our duty to accomplish our mission and return home safely. You're not wrong, but we can't ask devils or fallen for help. We'll be betraying our beliefs, Irina stated. You're right, we can't ask devils or fallen for help, so they can't help us in the end, Zenovia admitted. Everyone at the table watched as the two exorcists argued with each other and came to the conclusion that even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. Saji was happy when he heard that. He was about to get up and leave but was pulled back down by Kaneko when Rainier started talking. How about the help of a dragon? Rainier asked them. What do you mean? Zenovia asked. Well, Saji's sacred gear is piece of Vitra the evil dragon, and we members of Issei's peerage were given dragon abilities, so y'all be asking dragons for help, not devils, Rainier replied. Our superiors didn't say we couldn't ask dragons for help, so that does increase our chances of survival, Zenobia stated, holding her chin in thought. Well, since Issei is part dragon, we should ask him for help as well, Irina with glee in her voice. Nuwu, both Rainier and Middle shouted. I mean, we don't want to trouble him until we find their location, Rainier them. Yes, we find the location and strike. I see no objections to this, do you, Irina? Zenobia said out loud. No, but it would be nice to be with Issei, Irina told them while pouting. After they came to an agreement, Kaneko called Yuuto and told him the plan. He met up with them at the family restaurant. Honestly, I feel unsatisfied when the wielders of Excaliburs are giving me the permission to destroy one of their swords, Yuuto told them after sipping some coffee. That's a rough way to speak. If you were a stray, I would cut you down without any time to spare, Zenobia told him. Yuuto and Zenobia glared at each other. Both of them had their guard up, ready to strike at a moment's notice. So you hold a grudge regarding the Holy Sword Project against the Church and the Excaliburs? Irina asked him. Obviously, he spat out, turning his glare towards Irina. But thanks to the research it created, people like me and Zenobia can synchronize with the Excaliburs. Do you think because you and others can wield those swords they'll forgive the act of killing the test subject that were deemed a failure? That incident also became one of the biggest black stain in the history of our religion, and a lot of people are disgusted at it. And we found out that the priest in charge of the project is allied with Cockabeel, and if we caught him we are to bring him back and charge him for his crimes, Zenobia told Yuuto. What is the name of the priest? Yuuto asked. He was labeled the Archbishop of Genocide, Balba Galilei, Zenobia told him. So if we go after Cockabeel, I can reach him, Yuuto said with a grin. Then I also have information for you as well. The other day I was attacked by a person who had an Excalibur. At the time he killed a priest, probably one of your priests sent here. The name of his killer is Fried Selzen, Yuuto informed them. Rainier and Middle shook a little at the mention of Fried's name. Back in town, we thought he left for good when Issei rescued us, Middle spoke shakily. Fried Selzen, former exorcist of the Vatican. The genius who became an exorcist at the age of 13, he had lots of big achievements because he kept on eliminating devils and mystical beasts, but he overdid it. He even killed his own allies. He never had any beliefs towards our God. He just wanted to kill monsters, and he became a battle maniac and was charged with heresy, Zenobia told them. So Fried used a stolen Excalibur to kill our fellow followers, for us to pay the price because the disposal group couldn't take him down, Zenobia cursed under her breath. Anyways, let's talk about our cooperation strategy. Let's use the church as our starting point, Irina suggested. It has some priest clothes. Since Fried is hunting priest, we should dress as priest and walk around town, Rainier told them. Yes, lure him out, then force the hideout from him, Zenobia declared. Issei was waiting for Ria so they could go home and have her speak to his parents. Heisha, do you know where Rainier and Middle are? Issei asked his bishop. They told me that they'll take Kaneko out cause she looked sad with Yuuto not around. I see, so that's the excuse they are using, he said, smiling. Why do you think they are doing something else? Riaz asked. Issei was about to answer but was interrupted when Sona entered the room with Tsubaki. Riaz, there is something we must discuss, Sona told her friend. Okay, what is it? Not here, in private at my house. Sorry, I'll be back when I'm done, she told him. It's okay, well wait here, he told her. After that, Sona and Riaz teleported out of the room with their queens. Issei sat in the room along with Kala Warner and Asia with a smile on his face. Kala, can you go home with Asia? I'm thinking it's gonna be a long night, he told them. At first they didn't want to go, but in the end they left, and Issei laid on the couch as he waited for Riaz to return. Irina, Zenobia along with Rainier, Midalt, Saji, Yuuto and Kaneko were all dressed as priests and were ready to walk around town. Before we go we should exchange each other's numbers, so if we make contact we can call each other for backup, Irina suggested. Zenobia and Irina went on their own, as so did the devils. Why am I even here? Saji complained. Imagine how happy your master will be to know you prevented her friend's servant from becoming a stray so she didn't have to give a kill order, Rainier told him. Even though he would do anything to impress his master, Saji still didn't want to be involved. Senpai, Kaneko started. I would get lonely if you disappeared. I will help you, so please don't go, she hugged after telling him what was on her mind. Kaneko, since you put it that way, I'm not gonna go anywhere and well destroy those Excaliburs, Yuuto replied with a smile. Please, I'm totally uninvolved, let me return to Kaichu. Plus, how is Kiba related to the Excaliburs? Saji whined. That's right, since all of you are willing to help me I should tell you about it. Yuuto then proceeded to tell them about the Holy Sword Project, about the inhuman experiments on him and the other children, about the dreams they had in the day when they were to be terminated, and most of all how some of his friends helped him escape. I want to accomplish my comrades' regrets. I don't want their deaths be in vain. I need to keep on living for them and prove that I am stronger than Excalibur, Yuuto told his group. It must have been horrible for you, Saji started to tell him with tears in his eyes. To think you went through something so painful. I can only imagine and see why you hold a grudge. Honestly, I didn't like you before because you were a good-looking guy, but now I'm willing to receive the punishment from Kaichu. But first let's destroy the Excalibur so you can return to your master. Everyone was looking at Saji as he continued to ramble on. I also have a dream. I want to make Kaichu my bride and give her children, but I'm not popular so I will work for her affections, he told them with pride in his voice. You are the worst, Kaneko told him. They continued to walk and was about to split up when out of nowhere they all looked up as they felt a chill, the same chill they felt from the Excaliburs. They saw a white-haired man coming straight at them with a long sword. They all evaded the sword and was currently facing their attacker and threw away their disguises. I came to deliver more priests to the gates of heaven but ran into cosplaying devils. Oh, what a wonderful night, he said manically. Yudo immediately created a demon sword and started to attack him but was blocked on every approach. Be careful, that's Fried Selzen, the one who was there during our imprisonment, Rainier shouted. Fried jumped back when he heard Rainier call his name. I see, I wanted to sleep with you girls when you were in chains, but that meanie Donasik wouldn't let me, so I'll have my way with your body even if you're dead, he told them. Fried went straight to Rainier, who blocked his attack with a light spear and held her ground. Middle saw her ally in trouble and threw her golden light spear at Fried. Fried jumped back out the way and stood there as he saw was surrounded. Him outnumbered, time to run away. Fried started yelling, then took off with speed similar to a devil's knight's. Everyone started to give chase with Yudo leading them with anger in his eyes. Sona along with Riaz was in what appeared to be an underground bathhouse within Sona's house. How long has it been since I enjoyed the baths of the Citri house, Riaz stated. It has been some time, I think it was before we entered this town, Sona replied. So what is it you called me here for? I'm sure it's not to enjoy a bath together. If that's the case we should brought eyes. Riaz, I know you have feeling for him, but have he told you everything? No, he's still a bit reserved. I see, let's get back on topic. To make sure you didn't get involved, I asked my servants to keep an eye on you and your servants. I know you have your reasons since you also know of Yudo's past, but I don't appreciate that. I know you wouldn't, but one of my servant failed to report in. Who was it? Saji. When he checked in, he was following Kaneko and Issei Hayao, two servants, Rainier and Middelt. Most likely Kaneko caught him and forced him to tag along. Do you think that Eyes knows? Is that why you didn't want to speak with him around? Yes, at first, but based on Saji's last report I have my doubts, but I still don't trust him. You don't trust him just because you don't know everything about him, or is it something else? Anyways, what are your plans with the recent developments in our area? We need to send in a report. Well, wait and act after we receive the information we requested. After Ria said that Akino and Tsubaki appeared in front of their kings via magic circle to give their report. We have received the information from the Gregory. Akino started. Yes, they have informed us that Kakabil actions are his own and no way are they involved in this, and they have cut ties with him and those associated with him and his plans. Tsubaki finished. Thank you, ladies. Meet us in the clubroom. We'll get Issei and retrieve our lost members, Riaz informed them. Sona also nodded in agreement. Akino and Tsubaki bowed as the magic circle disappeared. Outskirts of town. They chased Fried to the outskirts of Ku, to the abandoned warehouse where Riaz took Issei to kill a stray. Fried stood in front building holding a sword in his hand, waiting for the devils to arrive. When they caught up to Fried, he was just standing there. You caught up, and I was running super fast thanks to this Excalibur. Rapidly, he told them, pointing his sword towards them. I see, that's why you were moving faster than a devil's knight. Yudo sneered at him. Rainier and Middle started throwing light spears at him, but he was dodging them as he used Excalibur to move around. Yudo got in close in an attempt to slow him down, but that proved fruitless, even with Kaneko's help by throwing random objects she found laying around her. This is useless, we need him to stop moving, Kaneko said in a monotone voice. I can help with that, Saji told her. Stretch my line. His sacred gear appeared on his hand and what seemed like a tongue came from its mouth and went straight for Fried's leg. What the hell is this shit? Fried yelled as he tried to knock it away with his holy sword, but the tongue changed its direction and traveled low to the ground and found its target. Fried tried to cut it off his leg, but it was no use. No use trying. You can't cut it that easily. Kiba, I've got him. He can't move. You can attack him, Saji yelled. Thank you, Yudo thanked Saji and rushed towards Fried with two demonic swords. Yudo made contact with Fried, who blocked his attack and broke the demonic swords. Yudo clicked his tongue in annoyance. So not even my holy eraser can withstand the Excaliburs. Then let's try another, Yudo yelled as he created another demonic sword. You can create more demonic swords. Are you the possessor of sword birth? You're guilty of having a rare sacred gear. Time to die, Fried said, smiling, waiting for Yudo to attack again. Yudo went on the attack again, and once again his sword was broken. Normal demonic swords can't challenge my Excalibur, Fried said, laughing. Yudo created more demonic swords and kept on attacking, but Fried kept on breaking them. Fried smiled with mad glee as Yudo glared at him. Yudo created another demonic sword and went after Fried again. This time he used his sword birth to have demonic swords appear around Fried's feet. Fried slashed at the swords that kept on appearing around him. Fried destroyed the swords around him and broke the sword in Yudo's hand. He was about to strike at Yudo when he felt his strength leave him. His leg pulled from under him and fell on his face. He looked down and saw the line attached to his leg leading towards Saji's arm. Hey, get this of me, Fried yelled as he tried to hack the tongue of his leg with no luck. How do you like it? My sacred gear will drain your power until you lose consciousness as long as it's connected to you. Kiba, hurry and defeat this guy. The problem with Excalibur can come after, Saji yelled. Ha! Fried started laughing maniacally. I'm stronger than all of you. If you kill me, you won't have any holy sword battle to satisfy you. Yudo got pissed of even more. He was about to attack Fried again, but heard a voice coming from inside the warehouse. Sword birth. It's a sacred gear that can have an infinite number of powers depending on its possessor. Everyone looked at the direction of the voice and saw a short, hefty old man wearing priest clothes walking out the warehouse. Is that you, old man Balba? Fried shouted. Yudo stopped in his tracks when he heard the name of Fried's accomplice. Everyone saw the anger in him rose as he glared at Balba Galilei. Balba Galilei, Yudo shouted with hatred in his voice. I certainly am, he replied nonchalantly before talking to Fried. Fried, what are you doing? I can't get away. This guy's weird lizard tongue is holding me back. Use the element I gave you, and run it from your body to the blade of the holy sword, then you'll be able to cut it, Balba told him. Fried's holy sword had started to gather an aura, then glowed. I like this, I like it a lot. Fried smiled gleefully as he swung his sword and cut the tongue that was attached to his leg. I will be escaping now. The next time we meet will be at our ultimate battle, Fried yelled and turned around to leave. I won't let you escape, Zenobia shouted as she ran past the devils, her blade meeting Fried's blade. Hey guys, we're here, Irina told them standing next to Kaneko. How did you find us? Saji asked. I called them, Kaneko answered. Fried and Zenobia was in a standoff staring at each other. Fried Selzen, Balba Galilei, traitors, I will cut you down in the name of God, Zenobia shouted at them. Don't say the name of the hateful God, you, Fried snapped at her. Zenobia and Fried clashed swords, but Fried took something out of his pocket and threw it on the ground. Hey old man, we are escaping, we need to report to boss man Cockabeel that the devils and church are working together, Fried shouted. Yes, you're right, Balba replied. Banged. It was a flashbang and everyone was blinded. We won't let you escape. Irina, let's go, Zenobia shouted as she and Irina took off running. In going after them as well, I won't let you escape, Balba Galilei, Yudo shouted running after them. Kaneko, Middle, Rainer, and Saji was about to chase after them when 3 magic circles appeared in front of them. Saji Sona shouted his name, causing her pawn to look at his master with fear in his eyes. Kaneko, what are you up doing? Riaz asked her rook. Hello girls, Issei smiled at his 2 pawns. They all were currently inside the warehouse, the masters looking down on their servants currently sitting in the Caesar position. Seriously, trying to destroy the Excalibur is what has got into you, and Saji, why haven't you reported in like you were supposed to? Sona lectured. I'm sorry, Kaichu, but she kept on dragging me along, I couldn't escape, he replied with fear in his eyes. Did you wear those priest clothes? Yes. Did you dress in front of the girls? No. Then why didn't you escape when you were alone? How troublesome can you be? Sona continued to lecture her pawn. It seems you need to be disciplined. Bend over. You'll be receiving 1,000 spanking on your bottom, Sona told him with a magic circle covering her hand. I'm sorry, Kaichu. Saji was receiving his punishment while Riaz was talking to Kaneko. So Yuda went after that person called Balba? Riaz asked. Yes, he's with Irina and Zenobia. He's gonna call us if something happens, Kaneko told her. Do you think he's gonna call us in the state of mind he's in right now? Kaneko was quiet, looking at the ground. Well, Kaneko, answer me. Yes. Why would you do something like this? I don't want him to go away. Saying this when it has already happened won't change anything. What you 4 did could have affected the world of devils. Do you understand? I'm sorry about you, Kaneko replied, facing the ground. Slap, slap. The sound of Saji being spanked echoed in the warehouse. I sent my familiar to look for Yudo. Let's go to him with the rest of the club members when he's found and decide what to do from there, okay? Yes. Riaz pulled her into a hug and stroked her head. You really are a stupid child, making me worry so much, Riaz told her. Issei walked towards both his pawns and caressed their faces. You 2 should have asked me to promote you. I know you have hatred for Cockabeel, but don't do this on your own, he told them. Yes, we won't do something like this again, Rainer replied, embracing him back. Yes, thank you for your forgiveness and understanding, Middle also replied while embracing her master. Ooh, Kaichu, they are not getting punished. Why am I the only one getting punished? Saji screamed with tears in his eyes. They deal with things their own way, and we handle things our own way. Now kept complaining. 973 more to go, Sona replied. Now Kaneko, show me your bottom. You'll also be receiving punishment, Riaz told her rook. Kaneko bent over ready to receive her punishment, but someone stepped in to save her. Riaz, Issei started. Since this was my pawn's idea, I think you should punish me instead, Issei told her. What do you mean? You're also a king, I can't punish you, Riaz replied. Since I declared that my father served the house of Gremory and said he'll also serve the house of Gremory, my servant's actions are a reflection of my own. So as the heir to THR Gremory name, you have the right to punish me instead, Issei told her as he took Kaneko's place to be spanked. Middle and Rainer wanted to take his place to be punished instead, but he stopped them, and Kaneko mouthed her thanks to him. Asia was currently in her room with contemplating on what to do. She was told by her friend Akikuriu on how to make Issei happy, but she wasn't sure on what to wear though until she heard a knock on her door which startled her. Asia incoming, and Mrs. Hayatu told her as she opened the door. When she opened the door there stood Asia wearing an apron, and only an apron. Asia, Kala told me you took all the aprons. What on earth are you doing? She asked the blonde girl standing in front of her, shaking nervously. Well, I wanted to thank Eyes for all he has done for me, and a friend from school told me to wear something like this and he'll be happy. I see. Do you have feelings for my son? Yes, I want to be with him forever. Do all you girls feel the same way? Without him we all wouldn't be here today. She smiled with her eyes closed and hands clasped over her chest. You're planning on making the first move. I applaud you for that, Mrs. Hayatu told her. Ever since met you and the other girls I can tell that you have the purest heart and an innocent nature, so we'll help you. With that said, Mrs. Hayatu helped Asia picked out an apron. And since one of you girls will be marrying him, I want you all to start calling me mother, Mrs. Hayatu also added with a smile. Issei along with Rias, Rainier and Middle entered his house after walking from the warehouse. Saji left with Sona and Tsubaki, and Akino went home with Kaneko to calm her down. Asia peeked around the corner when she heard the door opened. She saw that Issei has returned. She smiled but was still nervous of standing in front of him. "Get out there," Mrs. Hayatu told her while pushing her out from hiding behind the corner. Asia stood in front of everyone wearing only a white apron with frilly laces on its border, twiddling her fingers together trying to say something. "Asia, why are you wearing something like that?" Issei asked with a look of confusion on his face. "A friend in our class told me that the best way to make you happy was to dress like this while I make you dinner, so I waited until you return so I can serve you, even if it's embarrassing," she told him with a curtsy. Issei walked towards her and cupped her face with the palm of her hand and a smile on his face. "As long as I can see a smile on your beautiful face, he'll be happy," he told her, causing a blush to appear on her face to match the color of Ria's hair. Ria's fake cough. "I see you've made the first move. If only I thought of this first," Rainier said out loud, smiling seductively. "Asia, who told you to wear something like this?" Rias asked. "It was Kuryu. She even told me not to wear underwear, and it's a bit cold," Asia answered. "Of course, that girl is as perverted as the perverted do," Issei chimed in. "Doesn't she look cute? I remember wearing something like this for my husband," Mrs. Hayatu told them from the corner. "Mom, I didn't want to hear that," he told her. "I see, so this is also a way to win, Mrs. Hayatu." "I would like one, please," Rias spoke up. "We would like to wear one as well," Rainier and Middle told her together. "Sure thing, ladies, follow me," Mrs. Hayatu told them. As they walked past Issei and Asia, they all told her what they thought of her victory over them. "Asia, you can become a succubus. You really are a lecherous girl," Rias told her. "If you were a fallen angel, I'm sure you would have many men falling at your feet," Rainier told her. "You may have won this time, but it's not over yet," Middle told her. "I don't want to be a lecherous girl with men falling at my feet," Asia told him, almost crying. "It's okay, that will never happen to you," he told her, comforting her. Asia was about to leave when Issei stopped her, holding her hand in his. "Asia, I know you might be worried about the churchgoers in town as well as the return of Fried, but I won't ever let anyone hurt you or the others. I'll destroy anyone and anything that tries to harm those I hold dear," Issei told her. "I don't regret becoming your servant. I also haven't forgotten my faith in God, but I gained something more important than my feelings to God," she told him. "Something important? What is it?" he asked her. She looked at him with a smile on her face and replied, "You, your parents, everyone in the club room, Rainier, Middle, Calla Warner, the friends at school. Everyone is important to me. I don't want to lose them. I don't want to be alone anymore." Her voice trembled as she told him what was in her heart. "Asia, I'll never be alone. You're part of my family and we'll be together for a very long time, so smile for me. A smile suits you best," he told her. "I'm glad that I got sent to this country, and I'm glad I met you," she told him, hugging him with her face in his chest. Issei hugged her back, his hand moving down her naked back, and stopped himself before touching her butt. He released her and watched as she went into the kitchen with the other girls. Issei's father returned from meeting some friends to a sight he only dreamed about in his fantasies. In the kitchen were 5 girls wearing nothing but aprons preparing dinner. He was about to sit at the dining table next to his son, but his wife put a stop to that. "Come dear, let us old folks stay out of the way of the young ones. We'll have dinner in our room tonight," she told her husband, pulling his ear. "Eyes, make your dad proud. Fulfill my dreams," he yelled to his son as he was being dragged away by his wife. That night after dinner, and the girls sneaked into Issei's room one by one. The next morning they told him that they missed holding on to him. It's already been 2 days since the warehouse incident, and Yuudo along with the 2 exorcists has not been seen. Irina was held against a tree, defeated by Fried, her sword out of reach. She now regretted the fact that she didn't call for backup when she encountered the mad priest. "Now then, what shall I do with you? I can make you my wife and have children," Fried teased as he trailed her body with his sword from waist to neck. "I'd rather die than be your wife," Irina snapped at him. "I think y'all need to be alive to have children, but I'll still play with your body," he told her with the blade of his sword at her neck. Irina was disgusted at his statement and waited for her death, but saw that it was not today, as she saw someone speaking to Fried using a magic circle. "It seems that the boss wants to use you for his plans, so he'll kill you later," Fried told her before knocking her out and taking her and her sword with him. It was after 2 a.m. when Issei awoken from his slumber as he felt a strong presence outside getting close to his home. As it got closer, the other supernatural entities living with him felt it as well and rushed into him as he was about to head to the roof using the elevator. They all joined him. Upon arriving at the roof, Issei immediately saw the one he felt. Rainier, Middle, and Calla Warner face turned into hatred as they saw who it was that came to them. "Cockabeel," Calla Warner spat out his name. "To see the ones who tainted there with that of a devil disgust me to no end," he said as he looked at Rias. "This is our first time meeting, daughter of the Gremory house. The color of your hair reminds me of your brother that I hate so much it makes me want to vomit," he told with an angry tone in her voice. "Cockabeel, what do I owe the pleasure of a former leader to the fallen angels?" she asked politely. "I came to give you a gift." As he said that, Irina appeared in front of him through a magic circle. He grabbed her by the throat. She was attempting to break free but failed and grew weak from her attempts. Cockabeel continued talking. "She has given us another holy sword. Now our plans can proceed. Balba and Fried are already at your school waiting for my arrival, but before I go," he stabbed Irina in the heart catch. He threw Irina towards them and flew towards the school. Kalawarner and Rainier caught Irina and brought her towards Issei. He laid her down. He knew she was dead and he was saddened at the loss of his childhood friend but knew that he could revive her. Riaz, I think you should head towards the school. Kalawarner, Rainier, Middle, go with her. Back her up and follow her orders as they were my own, he told them. They were about to leave but he told them one more thing. I authorize your promotion and the use of your full power. Hold nothing back. They knew that he was angry. If he's allowing them to go all out, they knew they would reveal everything towards Riaz and Sona along with their peerages. Promotion queen, they both said, and felt the increase, the surge of power, and teleported to the school along with Kalawarner and Riaz. Issei took Irina all the way down to his room hoping that he wasn't too late. He pulled out the rest of pieces and tried to find the right one for her. The ace of pawn glowed. He then pulled out the D-Drag's gauntlet. Asia looked on as she saw Issei revived his childhood friend and gave her the gauntlet. She liked how the wings on his back was out. She hadn't seen his full wings in so long. She smiled at the sight. Irina opened her eyes for a brief moment before her eyes closed on more time. Issei already knew that was alive once more as he saw her breathing and felt the power within her slowly increasing. He stayed with her as Asia went to some water. Riaz, me and my peerage has covered the school with a barrier. Unless something disastrous happens to destroy it, no one outside will be aware of what's going on, Sona told her. We want this to be kept at a minimum. We don't know his objective, but if he releases his power, the whole region would be destroyed. Yes, he told us that his two subordinates are already working on something, Riaz told them. Yes, they are covered in a barrier with the holy swords. I don't know what he's doing, but the magic keeps on building up. Thank you, Sona. Well, take it from here. Where is Issei? How do I see his servants but not him? Cockabeel killed his childhood friend. My best guess is he's gonna revive her. Riaz, our enemy is a monster with strength above ours. We need all the help we can. It's still not too late to call your brother. Well, we also can call your sister. My sister is. Your brother loves you and will definitely make a move. I have already informed Sirzech-sama, Akino told them. Akino, Riaz yelled at her. Riaz, I know that you don't want to cause problems for Sirzech-sama. It happened at your base in your territory and it happened right after that family problem. But as your queen, I made the call to borrow the strength of a Mao, now that an enemy of this caliber appears, Akino told her. Yes, you're right, Akino. Thank you for making that call. How long will it be until they arrive? Riaz asked. Thank you for understanding. The reinforcement will be here within the hour. I see we have to try and keep him busy for 1 hour. Everyone, this may turn into a battle of life and death, but we have to stay alive until the reinforcements arrive and continue attending school, she told everyone and watched as they all responded with a nod. Riaz and her peerage along with the members of Issei's peerage that came with her entered the barrier. The first thing they noticed was the extreme light emanating from within the barrier and 4 swords hovering above the ground. Upon closer inspection, a magic circle could be seen under each sword and Fried Selzen was standing next to Balba Galilei. What are you doing? Riaz asked. I'm going to make 4 swords into one, he said, smiling. Balba, how much longer will it take for the Excaliburs to merge? Everyone looked upwards and saw Cockabeel sitting in a floating chair with his 10 wings out and the moon at his back. It will take 5 minutes, Cockabeel, Balba answered. Tell me, Cockabeel, what is your plan? Why have you come here? Riaz asked. I will be rampaging in this town using your base as a starting point. Then your brother will also appear, right? He told her. If you do something like that, a war might start again. That's what I'm wishing for. I thought that Michael would start a war if I stole the Excaliburs, but what he sent were Grunt Exorcist and 2 holy sword wielders. It's boring. That's why I'm going to have fun and rampage at Sirzech's sister's base. You're a battle maniac. Yes, I am. After the Great War, Azazel and Shemhazai weren't keen on starting the next one. They started collecting those sacred gears and doing weird research. Those things are of no use to us, unless they are the boosted gear and the twilight healing. Sorry, our new master took your toys away, Kalawarner answered angrily. Eyes has the boosted gear? Riaz asked in shock. Yes, he planned to insert it into a strong enough servant, Rainier answered. For you 3 who didn't want to join my ranks, I have someone for you. He snapped his fingers and a figure appeared from a magic circle. Don't seek, Rainier said as she glared at the newcomer. It's been a while, my 3 former associates. He smiled menacingly at them. We will destroy you, Kalawarner told him as she and her 2 friends prepared light spears. After that dragon friend of yours injured me, I returned to Lord Cockabeel ashamed of my failure, and he trained me harder than I ever trained before. As he said that, 6 wings appeared on his back. He looked at them hoping they would fear him, but saw they were smiling. You think you're the only one who's been training. You and Cockabeel are nowhere near the level of our master, and now he told us to unleash our full power. You stand no chance, Rainier told him, also revealing her wings. Come on, you girls can do better, Issei told his peerage as they were currently in his underground training room. I can tell your powers are about to increase. Keep attacking me, don't let up. Issei kept on dodging their attacks and attacking them with his own. The 4 of them felt weak as their magic were depleting slowly, but knew they had to continue their attacks on him. Issei wasn't letting his attacks die down as he hammered them with fire attacks one after another until he felt a sudden surge of power coming from all 4 of them simultaneously. He expected it to be one at a time, but not all together. Middle was the first to show the surge of power as her wings appeared behind her and gained an extra pair for each of her wings. She was followed by Rainier, then Calawarner, and then Asia. He decided to attack them one more time to see their worth and was surprised. Asia's barrier was still green, but what appeared was not her standard barrier. It was a barrier of fire with small wisp of flames healing her and the others within her barrier. Rainier, Calawarner, and Middle looked at the new appearance of their light spears. The light spears they held appeared to be on flames. They felt the power within them flow into the spears as they began another attack on Issei. After the attack, Issei called of the training so they can rest. They all fell on the ground as the burst of power left them. They looked up to see Issei standing in front of them. Good job, all of you. I'm proud that you unlock your second pair of wings, but I never expected all four of you to achieve it simultaneously. Rest and regain your strength and stamina. I'll prepare a meal for everyone. Rias and her peerage were speechless, not at the amount of wings on her back, but at the white wings opposite her black wings, and saw that the other two had the same wings. Our master Issei is part angel, and thanks to his uncle we also have the pure wings of an angel, Rainier told them. Issei will explain this to you, Calawarner told Rias, who replied with a nod. Cockabeel stared in disgust as he looked down on those below him, the devils, and now the former fallen angels, not only part devil and dragon that he heard from Donaseek, but also part angel. He immediately remembered his wings before the fall, and looking at their white wings infuriated him even more. Doesn't matter what you or your master are, I'm gonna start the battle involving the holy swords and the sisters of Surzech and Leviathan. This area must be filled with demonic energy, considering you both are in charge of this area. In a good place to release the power of the Excaliburs. He'll enjoy the chaos of the battlefield. Once again Cockabeel started laughing maniacally. Isn't my boss great? When the war starts he'll get to kill a lot. It will be fun. I can't wait, Freed told them with a hysterical laugh. So tell me, is Surzech coming or is it Serafal? Cockabeel asked. In the places of Serafal, Sama and my brother. We are restarted but was cut off when Cockabeel threw a light spear that destroyed the gym. Boring. Well, that's fine, you can entertain me. He'll have you fight my pets that I brought from hell, he told them and snapped his fingers. A magic circle appeared under Cockabeel and the ground shook as a creature stepped out the magic circle. It was 10 meters tall with a large body and 4 thick legs with claws. It had 3 heads with red eyes. Everyone gasped at the creature that appeared before them. The guard dog of hell, Cerberus, Rias said out loud with shock in her voice. It lives in the gates of hell, but to bring it to the human world is madness. Rainier, Middle, Calawarner, you handle your former ally over there. Well, hand the Cerberus. She gave them the order and everyone went on the offensive. Rainier, Middle, and Calawarner faced Donaseek. Even if you're 6-winged, it's still 3-on-1 and we'll gladly repay you for what you did to us, Rainier told him as she prepared her flaming light spear along with Calawarner and Middle. Calawarner rushed at him with her light spear in hand. Donaseek prepared for her, but she flew up and threw her light spear at him. He went into the air to avoid being hit but was met by another light spear thrown by Middle. He moved to his left in an attempt to dodge but was too slow and was cut deep on his cheek. Donaseek scowled while his former captive smiled. He flew straight to Rainier. She threw a light spears at him but he dodged them all. He was about to grab her neck but she used her wind magic to blow him back. Calawarner used this opportunity to give him a punch, sending him straight to the ground, having Middle using her earth magic to trap him in the ground. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko were currently engaged with the guard dog of hell. Rias and her queen took the skies while her rook stayed on the ground. Aquino attacked first, sending a lightning at one of the Cerberus head. Another head released a fireball. Rias intercepted the fireball with her powers of destruction, destroying the fireball. Kaneko went straight for the middle head and gave it a powerful punch. Sit doggy, Kaneko said in a monotone voice. The Cerberus made a loud growl as it spat out multiple fireballs from each head. Then one of the heads looked towards Rias and breathed out fire. Aquino stood in front of her king and froze the flame. Rias moved from behind Aquino and released in her demonic power. The beast turned its heads and released another fireball. Both powers clashed, but another fireball was behind the first one and caught Rias and Aquino off guard. They both dodged the attack. Cerberus was about to attack one more time when opening, Kaneko said as she delivered a front somersault kick to its head, causing the fireball to explode in its mouth. Take this as well, Aquino yelled as she created lightning in the sky and pointed her fingers towards the Cerberus, having the lightning following the path of her fingers. The Cerberus was surrounded by a violent lightning storm, and Rias hit it with her demonic power. The beast back was scarred. Her power of destruction did little damage. Rias thought the 3-headed dog didn't receive any significant damage until came from the scarred back of the Cerberus. The Cerberus didn't react to the damage it received. It released another fireball at the 2 devils and jumped backwards. The Cerberus howled loudly and another magic circle appeared next to the beast and revealed another Cerberus. The first Cerberus shot more fireballs at Rias and Aquino, while the second Cerberus chased after Kaneko, who found herself at a disadvantage. The Cerberus had her cornered. She turned to face the guard dog of hell and prepared for the worst, but was saved as 2 figures ran by her and cut off one of its head. Sorry I'm late. It took me a while to figure out that they came here and I ran into Zenobia on the way here, Yuudo told her, now standing at her side with sword in hand. Yes, I have come to back you up, Zenobia told them and went to slash at the torso of the Cerberus. The Cerberus howled in pain as it was split in half and vaporized after getting in contact with the holy sword. The second Cerberus lay dying in front of them, and Zenobia went and stabbed the beast in its heart to finish it off. The Cerberus turned to dust and was no more. The first Cerberus was spewing flames and fireballs at Rias and Aquino. Yuuto used his sacred gear and created multiple swords, giving the Cerberus multiple stabs in its stomach, immobilizing the beast. Aquino used this opportunity to attack with multiple lightning strikes. Yuuto also dashed at the Cerberus, cutting a head off, and Rias, using more magical energy than she ever used before, and sent a powerful power of destruction attack and destroyed the Cerberus. Aquino went to assist guard her king. She knew that Rias used an enormous amount of magic and needed time to replenish her magical reserve. It's finished. Freed, take the newly forged Excalibur, Balba told his partner. What is going on? Zenobia asked, confused. He merged the 4 Excaliburs into one, Kaneko answered. 4. Did they get Arenas? Where is she? She asked them with a worried tone. She's with eyes getting healed, Rias answered hesitantly. Freed held the sword, and the magic circle started to give off a bright pulsating light that was slowly getting brighter. Now that the Excaliburs have merged, the residual magic will increase for the next 20 minutes and this town will be destroyed. The only way to stop it is if you defeat Cockabeel, Balba told them, smiling. Freed, Cockabeel called out, use the combined Excalibur and destroy the devils and that exorcist. Y'all be my last entertainment, Cockabeel said out loud. Yeah, geez, my boss sure uses people, but I get to use this new Excalibur. I'm so honored. It's like I became a super priest that can kill any devil. Y'all be first, he told them, pointing the sword at Yuuto with an insane smile. Knight of Gremory, is our cooperation still valid to destroy that Excalibur together? Zenobia asked. Yes, it is, if it's okay with you, Yuuto answered. As long as I can collect the core fragments of the Excalibur, it's okay, Zenobia told him. Balba Galilei, I am a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. No, I was killed by you, to be more precise. I continued living by being reincarnated into a devil, Kiba told him with eyes filled with flames of hatred. To me, to the survivor of that project in a Far East country like this, it feels like fate. He started laughing. You see, I like holy swords. I like them so much that I dreamed about them. I fell in love with the legend of Excalibur when I was a child. But when I found out I can't use Excalibur, I went into despair. I held admiration for those who can wield it because I couldn't. That's why I started the experiment, and it was completed thanks to you and the others, Balba told him nonchalantly. Complete? You disposed of us for being a failure, Yuuto yelled at him. Yes, I found out that the best way for someone to wield an Excalibur was to take out the holy element from weaker candidates and implant it within stronger candidates, Balba told them. I see, the thing they put inside the holy sword wielder when they received a blessing is the holy element from others, Zenobia said with a shocked voice. That's right, girl. We take the holy element and crystallize it like this one, he told them as he took out an orb that gave off a green glow. Balba, how many have you sacrificed for your greed and experiments? Yuuto snapped at him. If you say it like that, take this, it's from your comrades. My research has evolved where I can mass produce them in the right environment. Well, destroy this town first and collect the remaining holy swords around the world and mass produce holy sword wielders and start the next war. Cockabeel sighed. Balba started laughing menacingly after he said that. Everyone, Yuuto started crying one knees with the orb in his hands. I always thought that it wasn't right that I'm the only one that survived. There were those who had bigger and better dreams than me. Was it all right that I am the only one to have a peaceful life? The orb started to glow and spirits of children started to appear around Yuuto and started to talk to him. It's okay, don't worry about us anymore. You are alive at least. We were never good alone. We didn't have enough holy element to wield the holy swords, but it will be okay if we are together so you can wield them. Accept everything, y'all do what we couldn't. Accept the holy swords, and accept God. Our hearts will be one, they told Yuuto before starting to sing a sacred song. You're right, Yuuto said as he got up off his knees. I accept everything, even that which I hated. The spirits of the children slowly started to enter Yuuto's body. Balance break. Sword of the betrayer, Yuuto said as a silver and black sword appear in his hand with runes running in the center of the blade. Balba Galilei, as long as I don't kill you, there will be those who would suffer at your hands. Research always come with sacrifices, haven't you realized that yet? I will become a sword, Yuuto said as he went at Balba but was blocked by Freed. Not so fast, pretty boy. I'll defeat you with my shiny new Excalibur, Freed said as he started to fight with Yuuto. Freed was attacking but not making any advances. Both of them was moving at high speed. The holy aura from the Excalibur was slowly fading away with every clash of both swords. That sword is surpassing my holy sword, Freed said with a shocked tone. If it was the true Excalibur, then there's no way I would've won against it, Yuuto told him. The Excalibur started to change shape, but that didn't Yuuto's attack. The Excalibur started to glow again. This time Freed's speed increased and Yuuto increased his speed as well, blocking all of Freed's attack. The Excalibur glowed again. This time the blade disappeared. Even though Yuuto couldn't see the sword, Freed's stance and attack pattern didn't change and Yuuto blocked his attack and gave him a cut on his left arm. Come on, you're supposed to be the great Excalibur. Why aren't you winning? Freed yelled at his sword. Hold him there like that, Zenobia told Yuuto and slammed her Excalibur destruction into the ground. Saint Peter, Saint Basil the Great, Saint Denis, Holy Mother Mary, please hear my voice, Zenobia chanted and placed her hand in the distorted space that appeared next to her and pulled out a new sword that gave of a holy aura. In the name of the saints whom reside within this blade, I will release it, Durandal, Zenobia said as she held the new holy sword held with both hands. You were not the wielder of the Excalibur, Balba said with astonishment. Wrong, I was originally the wielder of Durandal. I was chosen as the holder of the Excalibur as well. Absurd. According to my research, we haven't reached the stage where someone can wield Durandal. Not even the Vatican have made someone who can wield Durandal, so tell me why. Unlike those common artificial holy sword wielders like Irina, I'm a natural-born wielder, Zenobia told Balba, leaving him speechless. Durandal is a sword that ravages beyond what people can imagine. It cuts anything it touches. I don't have full control of it, that's why I have to keep it in another dimension, Zenobia told them. The Durandal blade began releasing more holy aura than the Excalibur Fried held. That's not allowed. This is cheating. I don't like you, Fried yelled at Zenobia. Zenobia went on to attack Fried and Udo immediately jumped out of the way. Fried went to attack Zenobia but failed as both swords clashed. The Excalibur was broken by the Durandal and began to weaken. Fried went into attack and Udo destroyed the remaining blade that Fried held in his hand. The sword shattered and the blade around them. No, this can't be right. Someone reset this game. I had the powerful Excalibur, how could I lose? This isn't fair, I demanded. Duver. Fried began complaining, and Udo went in for the kill, striking at Fried and cut him across the chest. Donasek had escaped the trap that he was in and was now facing the Issei's servant in an aerial battle. He was slowly losing ground but noticed that the three he faced was also losing strength. He decided to try his lightning attack, but that failed. Nidal called up a barrier. Calawarner and Rainer combined their water and wind magic and sent Donasek to spin in a tornado-like vortex. Nidal went above the opening and saw Donasek attempting to fly out. She immediately called upon her light spear and impaled him in the stomach, sending him to the ground. All three females stood over his body as he spat out of his mouth and sent more light spears at him, killing him for good. Irina opened her eyes, weakened, and saw white wings. Am I in heaven? She asked. No, I'm sorry, Irina, I didn't want to lose a precious friend, so I reincarnated you as my servant, Issei told her. Well, your wings, I thought you were part devil. I'll tell you everything after you've rested. Sleep. The transformation has left you weak. Asia will stay with you while I go handle something. After telling her that, he placed his hand over her using magic to put her back to sleep. Asia, I'm going to the school, please watch over her for me. I've placed a sleep spell on her and my parents, they won't wake up for a while. Issei turned to leave but Asia stopped him with a hug. Please be careful and bring everyone back, she told him. Issei patted her head and left for his house for the school. On his way there he sensed someone looking at the barrier, a young male a few years older than him with dark silver hair. Blue eyes, wearing a green v-neck t-shirt under a black jacket with blue jeans with a chain drooping of the belt loop. Issei flew next to the young man and started talking. Are you an associate of Cockabeel? Issei asked, keeping his anger in check. No, I was sent here to retrieve him, but decided to give them a chance, but it appears they won't win, he told him. I see, then will you give me a minute to talk to Cockabeel? You better hurry, it seems that Magic Circle will destroy this town if no one stops him. Issei was about to leave but sensed something else coming from the young man. You smell like a dragon, who are you really? The young man was surprised at this. He never met anyone who could sense that about him at first meeting. He decided to introduce himself. My name is Vali Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. Issei smiled at this before continuing. It's a pleasure to meet you. I heard about you, but never expected the White Dragon Emperor would also be a descendant of Lucifer, the holder of D-Drag. Will have a tough fight. Do you know where my rival is? Tell me, Vali demanded. Your rival don't know about D-Drag yet, but you will meet soon, Issei told Vali. Vali wanted to ask more, but Issei flew away towards the barrier. Issei landed in front of the barrier next to Sona and her peerage. He was about to enter but decided to wait and saw everything that went down. Udo gaining his balance breaker and his three members defeating Donasek, but it was the current conversation that he was listening to. Issei is one of the four requests, in claiming one now. Help us stop distract Cockabeel until the reinforcements from the underworld arrive, Sona asked Issei upon his arrival. Sona, I won't be distracting him, I will destroy him, but first I want to hear what they are saying, Issei told her. Sona knew he was strong but wasn't sure if he was strong enough to take on a fallen angel of Cockabeel caliber and only had his word as she maintained the barrier and listened in a swell. A sword with both holy and demonic powers, two opposites that should not merge. Balba started talking to himself out loud. Balba, prepare yourself, Kiba yelled, pointing his sword at him. I see, I finally understand now. Holy and demonic, the only reason they can merge is because not only the original Satans but also God. As Balba was cut off as a light spear went straight through his chest. Balba, indeed you were magnificent. The reason you figured out that was proof, Cockabeel said. Rest up, gather your strength, I will be your final opponent. I will face you all in combat, Cockabeel yelled at everyone in the barrier. Akino was the first to attack with lightning. Cockabeel just put his hand up and swatted the lightning away. You must be the half-head daughter of Barakeel. Your power is not as strong as his, he told Akino. Don't say that despicable name in my presence, Akino yelled at him with hatred and sent another lightning attack at him. Cockabeel used his wings to deflect the attack. Rhea sent a massive wave of destruction at Cockabeel, but that also proved ineffective. Is that the best the sister of the Crimson Satan can do, he said, laughing at Rhea's attack. Cockabeel, in the name of God I shall strike you down, Zenobia yelled at him, then went on the attack. Cockabeel flapped his wings. Zenobia attempted to cut through the wind from his wings but failed and was sent flying to the ground. If you had complete control over that sword you would have reached me, but it appears you are still a novice, and how can you worship a god that is deceased? Cockabeel told Zenobia. What lies are saying? Zenobia snapped at him. Oh, it appears your superiors never told you. I'm starting another war, so I might as well tell you. During the Great War, not only the 7 princes of the underworld died, but so did our god, he told them. Zenobia fell to her knees in disbelief. She couldn't believe what she heard. She was trying to find a fault in what he was saying, but he continued speaking even more. Michael has sure done a good job answering prayers and miracles, but he is not strong as God, so mistakes happen. Like a sister healing a devil or a sword that contained the properties of both holy and demonic powers can be created, he told them. And now you have fallen into my trap like those angels that were under Gabriel during the Great War. I found out about their movement, and instead of sending my troops to ambush them, I let it leak to the devils from the house of Marquis Nabrius. Why send my own troops when I can have devils and angels kill each other? Now you all will die, he shouted, and started to laugh at them as he got off his throne and stood in the air. Issei heard everything. The one who leaked the whereabouts of his mother's garrison and got her killed was within his reach. First his mother and now his childhood friend. The aura that he was releasing was of pure hate. He let out all his wings. Sona looked on in shock. She had already saw the wings of his peerage, but looking at his was another story. Sona am going, and he told her. She didn't say anything. She just watched as he entered the barrier. Issei glared straight at Cockabeel. Everyone felt his aura as he entered the barrier. Rainier, Calawarner, and Middle was smiling but changed into a solemn look when they saw how angry he was. Riaz and her peerage had no words to say as they stared at Issei. Zenobia was on the ground defeated, holding onto the durandal. Cockabeel felt his aura and turned to see who entered the barrier, and put on a smug smile before speaking. It appears that the one who changed those traitors decided to turn up. I must say I never expected you to come here. How is that friend of yours? I'm sure Cockabeel was cut off as Issei flew next to him with unbelievable speed and punched him straight to the ground, creating a huge crater with Cockabeel at the center. Cockabeel coughed as he got up and began to speak in anger. To think a mongrel like you to do this to me. This is what I missed from the Great War. Come, let us fight, he yelled loudly. Issei went over to Zenobia and pulled the durandal as he went for Cockabeel. At first the sword was heavy in his hand as he dragged it behind him, walking towards Cockabeel. Issei poured his holy aura into the sword and began to get lighter and lighter. Cockabeel threw light spears at him, but Issei used the durandal to parry each thrown light spear, not only away from him but also from those within the barrier, and those outside as well. The light spears that he deflected with the durandal either destroyed parts of the school or went into the air through the barrier. Zenobia couldn't believe that someone else was handling her sword better than her. Riaz and her peerage was in awe as Issei was going toe-to-toe with a fallen angel that survived the Great War. Issei got in close of Cockabeel with the sword ready to strike. Cockabeel created a light spear and attempted to strike down Issei as he got in close. Issei dodged the light spear and moved behind Cockabeel and brought the sword in a downward slash and cut off his wings. Cockabeel screamed in pain as he placed his hand behind him and felt where his wings once was. Cockabeel felt his strength leaving him. Cockabeel was about to punch Issei but felt a sharp pain from his shoulder and saw his arm flying in the air. Issei had removed his arm. Cockabeel fell on his knees, weakened and defeated, all his planning to fail at this moment. He looked up and saw the one who defeated him with looking down at him with pure hate. Issei opened his hand and released a magic circle to cancel out the magic circle that would have destroyed the town. He grabbed Cockabeel by the throat and his arm turned into that of a dragon as he began to choke out the former member of Grigori. Divide was heard by everyone as the barrier began to fall apart. I can't let you kill him. He has to answer for his crimes against the Grigori, the newcomer told Issei. So you finally show up, White Dragon Emperor, Issei said out loud. Everyone gasped at the name of the newcomer. Even have him, Issei told him, throwing Cockabeel at his feet. He'll also be taking that priest over there, he said, pointing to Fried, who laid injured and passed out on the ground. Until we meet again, I still want to know about my rival, he told Issei, and flew off. Everyone fell on their butt as the crisis was past. Issei returned durandal to Zenobia, who gathered the core pieces of the shattered Excaliburs along with her Excalibur destruction and left. Riaz walked over to Issei and touched his white wings. Eyes to see you're also part angel. No wonder you didn't want anyone to find out, Riaz said as she talked to him. But we won't treat you any differently, and me and Sona along with our peerages will keep it a secret until you're ready for everyone to know, she told him. Yes, since you stopped that madman plans, I don't see a reason for your heritage to be known, Sona told him, walking towards the group fixing her glasses. Once again your fighting style aroused my interest, Tsubasa told Issei. Keep it in your pants, Tsubasa, Sona yelled at her and pulled her away. It seems we need to wait for the reinforcements to fix the school, Sona told them. Yes, how long before they get here, Riaz asked. 15 minutes, Aquino answered. Very well, let us take a rest, Riaz said as she conjured up a couple of chairs for everyone to sit down. The reinforcement arrived, led by Grafia. She was prepared to battle the 10-winged fallen angel, but was surprised to hear that he was defeated by the same young man who defeated Razor. She knew he was strong but never expected him to defeat Cockabeel that easily. After she heard the report from both Sona and Riaz, she and the devils she came with repaired the school and returned to the underworld. She had one thought on her mind: how strong is Issei Hayaudu? Grafia and the reinforcements left along with the report from both Sona and Riaz. Zenobia gathered the core pieces of the broken Excaliburs and left. Yuito apologized to Riaz for his actions the past few days. That morning Irina also left to meet up with Zinovia. Asia explained to her that she was no longer human and what she was, but she insisted on leaving to explain that she no longer can be part of the church to her superiors and her partner. Asia also told her that Issei doesn't want anyone to know he was also part angel. Irina promised not to tell anyone until she returned. Sona and Riaz insisted on Issei telling them everything, but after he found out that Irina left he told them that he'll explain everything to them upon her return. They all agreed to wait patiently. It has been less than a week since the cockabeel incident. Irina called Issei and told him that she'll be returning in 2 days after she tell her parents what happened. Issei was the last to arrive in the clubroom and was met by a familiar face. Hello hybrid. Zinovia greeted him wearing the Ku Academy's girl's uniform. Hello again Zinovia. I was sensing a new devil but I never expected it to be you, Issei told her. Yes, I found out God is dead, so I came back to ask you if I could be your servant. But Riaz talked me into becoming her servant. I received a night piece from her. It seems like I'm not great even though I have Durandal, so I became a devil with 1 piece. I also became a student and a member of the Occult Research Club. Starting tomorrow I'm a second-year student, Zinovia told him. What class will you be in, Issei asked. She'll be in your class, Aquino answered him. Well, on that note, can I ask Anther favor, Issei asked. What is it, Riaz asked. It's Irina. She'll be here in 2 days. She already sent in her transfer papers, but I would like her to be in the same class as I am. That will be fine. We just have to remove 2 students from your class to another, Aquino told him. Why not get rid of those 2 perverts? We can do that, Riaz answered with a snicker. Zinovia then walked over to Asia and talked to the former nun. Asia, I wish to apologize to you. Since God didn't exist then, his love and help didn't as well, so you never received his protection. You can hit me as hard as you can for the way I insulted you. Zinovia apologized to Asia with her head bowed. No, I don't want to hit you. Even after Eyes told me God was dead I cried all night, but I'm enjoying my current lifestyle. And now I'm part of Eyes' peerage. I'm also part angel as well, so I can still pray. And I met people who are important to me. I'm happy where I live and the people in my life, Asia said with a smile. You and I are the only Christians that found out about the absence of God. I was a holy sword user that was admired, but now I'm a heretic. I can't forget the look in their eyes and the attitude changed when they saw me, Zinovia said with a sad expression. Well, when Irina arrived I plan on telling her that as well along with all that I am, Issei told her. 2 days have passed and Irina returned. She moved in with Issei and his parents was happy that his childhood friend returned. They accepted Irina after her father called and asked them to look after her. Everyone in Issei's class was happy that the perverted duo was in another class. Zinovia introduced herself as Zinovia Quattro, and the boys were already ogling her and the girls wanted to know everything about her. And that didn't stop when Irina entered the class the very next day as Issei's childhood friend and that she lived with him. The boys glared at him for having more girls and some of the girls commented that they wished to move in with him. That afternoon everyone was in the clubroom waiting for Sona and her peerage. Issei had told them that after Irina's arrival he'll tell them everything. After Sona and her peerage entered the clubroom, Aquino and Tsubaki gave everyone some tea and snacks so everyone can settle down. After everyone settled down, Issei unfurled his wings, started telling them about his parents and how they died. Those who didn't know about his father was surprised that if he didn't sacrifice himself for Riaz's mother she wouldn't be here today. But that was nothing compared to everyone's shock about his mother who served under the Archangel Gabriel during the Great War, and it was Cockabeel who gave the devils that attacked them their positions. I see this is why you never try to meet your family in the underworld, Riaz asked. Yes, as much as I would have liked to meet them I was always afraid they would shun me for my angel, he told her. But I'm sure they're not like that, they really want to meet you. Your grandmother has been in a depression since your father and grandfather died in the Great War, and it got worse after her second son and his wife got killed on a mission. She was just a shell of her former self, not even the presence of her granddaughter, your cousin, could make her smile. But upon seeing your picture the light started to return to her eyes, Riaz lectured him. I see was all he said as he looked down at the floor and retracted his wings. So your mother and father kept you hidden with your uncle until you were strong enough, Sona asked. Yes, but he's my godfather, I just call him uncle. Without his help the clashing energies within me would have killed me the moment of my birth, he told her. I see, so who is this uncle of yours? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know. Hold on, I'll have to ask him if I should tell you his identity. After he said that he closed his eyes and opened the mind link with the Dragon of Dragons. Hey Uncle Red. Oh come on, your timing is terrible. I created a new trick and you just made me mess it up. Issei didn't know what to say so he just continued the conversation. The devils would like to know your identity, should I tell them? I was thinking of visiting you in the human world so we can ride motorcycles together. Is there any time soon will be okay for me to pop in? Issei was silent for a few seconds thinking, then he remembered something. Well, there's the class observation in a few days, where parents and family members visit the school to see how the children do in class. I shall visit on that day, but we gotta ride to motorcycles after. Deal. Deal, Issei replied, cutting the mind link, knowing the Apocalypse Dragon wanted to go back to his tricks. Everyone watched as Issei opened his eyes, wanting to know if they get to know the identity of this uncle he talks about. Well, he started. He's gonna be coming to the class observation to introduce himself, he told everyone. What, he's coming here? Rainer shouted with a little fear in her eyes. Yes, he said he wanted to ride motorcycles, Issei answered. Irina, who was quiet the whole time, decided to speak up. Nay, Eyes, why does it look like she's afraid of your uncle? Issei smiled before answering. Arena, you're the only one in my peerage that has yet to met him. Don't worry, you'll meet him, and I'm sure the two of you will be spending a lot of time together, he told her with a little hint of mischief in his smile. She knows that she received his ace of pawn, but he has yet to tell her that he gave her the sacred gear, the boosted gear, along with her resurrection. If that is when we'll meet him, I look to the opportunity. We will take our leave now, Sona said as she got up from her seat. Her and the members of her peerage bowed at the orc members before leaving. Before Sona left, she turned to Riaz as if she remembered something. Riaz, don't forget the agreement we came to for our assistance in the Cockabeel incident. With that said, the student council left the building. What deal did you have with her? Issei asked. Riaz sighed before she answered. I agreed that the members of the orc will clean the school's swimming pool in preparation for the summer school days since spring is almost over, she answered. I see, that don't sound too bad. Yes, and we can use the pool right after, she told him enthusiastically. Issei nodded before turning to the girls in his peerage. Do you girls have any swimsuits to wear? No was the answer from all of them. Issei pulled out his credit card for them, but Riaz stopped him to ask a question. Issei, I've been meaning to tell you something. We need a sample of your for test. And if it shows that you're a member of the Vastanari family, you'll be able to hand out your own summoning circle, and you along with the members of your peerage can form their own contracts and be compensated, Riaz told him. I see, that would make things a lot easier on me, he said. Akino then created a magic circle and a syringe with a needle appeared in the palm of her hand. She smiled seductively as she got close to Issei. She was hoping that he would flinch from the prick of the needle, but was kind of upset as he just took it without any problems. After she drew enough from him, another magic circle appeared in the palm of her hand. The needle disappeared. Okay, now that is over, why don't you girls go buy some swimsuits, Issei told his peerage as he handed them his credit card. As they left, Issei noticed a devious smile on Riaz's face. At that moment, Riaz stood up and talked. Akino, Kaneko, we are also going to buy swimsuits, she told her two female peerages. Issei sat on the couch as he saw the last females of the Occult Research Club left, leaving just him and Yuudo Kiba. It was then that Kiba decided to speak up. Eyes, I just want to give my thanks to you for allowing your servants to help me confront my past. I swear on my name as a knight to Riaz Gremory that I will also be a sword for you. Shall you need it? Kiba told Eyes with an almost affectionate smile on his face. Issei looked at the knight and replied with a solemn look, Kiba, we both serve the house of Gremory. It's only natural we help each other out. And I knew they were up to something, but I didn't know what it was. You should thank them if that's how you feel about it. The knight bowed at Issei's words and left the room, leaving Issei in the clubroom in his own thoughts. Maybe Riaz is right, maybe it won't be so bad to meet them, they are my family, and it gives me a chance to do something I never got a chance to do, he thought to himself before leaving the clubroom. It was now the weekend and the time to clean the school pool. Issei stood next to the pool in a pair of black swim trunks with a red fire design starting from the hem of the shorts going to the middle. Issei waited as the others were still changing. Kiba didn't show up. He was sent to the underworld to meet with Surzech and Ajuka, leaving Issei the only male of the orc at the pool with the female members. It was Asia, Kaneko, and Middle who first came out the changing room. Asia and Middle wore the blue school swimsuit with their names on the front. Kaneko wore the white version of the school swimsuit with her name on the front. Calawarner came out wearing a blue two-piece, while Rainier wore a black two-piece. Akino came out wearing a blue and red two-piece, and Riaz was behind her wearing a white two-piece. After the pool was cleaned, Issei stood and looked as he saw Calawarner and Rainier swimming in the pool. He noticed that Middle was just looking at them with a sad look on her face as she stood next to Asia and Kaneko. He walked over to them, and as he got closer he saw Riaz walking toward them as well. When Issei arrived at the three girls, he started talking to Middle. Middle, do you know how to swim? He asked. No, I never did since I flew everywhere, she answered. Would you like me to teach you how to swim? Would you? Yes, please teach me how to swim, she answered, jumping on him. Issei took her hand and was about to enter the pool when Riaz spoke up. Eyes, I was gonna ask you if you can teach Kaneko to swim, but I see you're teaching your pawn, she told him. I don't see a problem teaching her. How about after I'm finished with Middle I teach Kaneko, he replied to Riaz. I don't know how to swim either, Asia spoke up with her hand raised. It's okay, I'll teach you after Kaneko, he told Asia, she replied with her hands clasped and smiling. Issei was currently taking a break from teaching Middle, Kaneko, and Asia how to swim. They all picked it pretty quick and could enjoy the pool. The three were currently tossing a ball around while in the pool. Rainier and Calawarner were laying on a blanket. Issei was sitting on the edge of the pool with his feet in the water when Riaz called out to him. Eyes, can you rub some oil on my back? She asked in a sweet voice. Issei got up and went over to rub some oil on her back. After he was finished, she turned around, giving him a full view of her before speaking again. Would you like to apply some her as well? She asked him seductively while touching her. Riaz, I think we should go on a date first before we proceed to that level, he replied with a smirk. After he told her that Akino jumped on his back, she was also not wearing a bra, so Issei felt her bare on his back. He blushed a bit at the contact, but was even more surprised when she started nibbling on his ear before speaking. Ara, it's not fair if it's just but you. I also want Eyes to rub oil all over me, she told him while hugging him from behind. Akino, what do you think you're doing? Riaz asked with a smile, but her demonic aura was leaking out. I'm just showing a little love to my junior, she told Riaz. My oiling is not over, so take your hands off my eyes, she yelled at Akino. Your eyes, you might be my king but all fair in love and war, Akino replied while getting off Issei and turning to face her king. It seems I have to discipline you, and I remember you telling me you were not interested in the opposite. Weren't you also saying that all men look the same? Eyes is different, plus he's a valuable servant to the House of Gremory. Yes, he and I are both servants, so it's only natural for us to get together. No, he is mine and you will not take him from me, Ria shouted as she called upon her powers of destruction. Say Eyes, how far have you and Butchu gone? Aquino asked Issei. Sorry to disappoint your imagination, but we're not in that kind of relationship, Issei answered her. That's a shame. You know if it's me you can do anything you want, Aquino told him seductively. Whoosh. A blast of destruction went past both Issei and Aquino. Aquino tried to resume her teasing on Issei but was interrupted when Ria started talking. I won't give you eyes, vulgar priestess of lightning, Ria yelled at Aquino. I just want to be affectionate, Crimson Princess, Aquino snapped back. Aren't you a yourself? Well, if you're gonna say that I'll just have Eyes take my ID now. No, he's gonna take my ID. Both girls glared at each other, covering both their hands in demonic magic. Issei saw where this argument was going and decided to cover the area in a barrier to prevent any witnesses and damages to the outside. It was then that Zenobia and Irina both came out the changing room. Irina told him she was helping Zenobia get into her swimsuit. Zenobia was wearing a blue and green swimsuit that matched her hair, but the swimsuit had many thin straps connecting it together. Irina was wearing a simple red one-piece with an open back. It sure is noisy out here, Zenobia stated out loud. It's just Ria's and E-Queen having a disagreement of sorts, just ignore them, Issei told them. I see, was Irina's reply. Well, since I now have a chance to talk to you, I would like to ask you something, Zenobia stated, standing in front of Issei. Sure, if it's something I can answer, go ahead and ask, Issei replied to her. Zenobia nodded her head before continuing. Yes, Issei Hayao, I would like you to make a child with me. Zenobia, you can't just ask someone something like that. There's an order to things, Irina yelled at her former partner. Irina's right, and besides we're still in high school, and both of us will have a long life, so we have plenty of time to wait, Issei told her. Yes, you're right, we still have plenty of time, Zenobia agreed, nodding her head. Issei looked on as he watched Ria's and Aquino battle on without any top to cover their assets. Irina and Zenobia appeared to be having a swimming competition. Calawarner and Rainier was laying in the sun with their wings out, ignoring the battle raging above them between the Rias and her queen. Midulf, Asia and Kaneko was enjoying some snacks that Kaneko had brought along with her. Surzech-sama, the test results for Issei Hayao has arrived, Grafia told the red-haired man behind the desk filling out paperwork. Upon hearing this, Surzech looked up at Grafia and took the envelope from her. He laughed as he read the results, getting an inquired look from Grafia. It seems that what he said was correct. He is a Vashtanari. I had my suspicion when I felt his energy in the rating game between Razor. But this confirms it. I'm glad we had Ajuka do the test himself, Surzech told his queen. What is it about that intrigues both you and Ajuka-sama so much? Grafia asked. Surzech looked at his wife for a few seconds before replying. The thing is, he's not only part devil and dragon, he's also part angel. Surzech waited for her reaction. I see, that's why his parents kept him a secret, but we still don't know who this dragon is that helped them. What if it's the Crescent Circle dragon? She asked. I doubt that. If only I had a chance to go to the human world, then I could talk to him in person, Surzech asked with a wry smile. There may be an opportunity for you to visit the human world in a few days, Grafia started. Ku Academy has the class observation day. Maybe you can use this as a way to get to know him. Yes, you're right, and to surprise my little sister. And can you also send him the blank flyers so his peerage can make deals? He told Grafia, who bowed before leaving. Tell me, Issei, what is your reason for showing yourself to the world? Is it for chaos or something else? The Crimson Lucifer thought to himself. It had only been a couple of days since Issei used the blank flyers he received to make packs. Rias told him all he had to do was put his crest on the magic-infused papers, then placed his crest on his servants, and when someone summoned them they could easily be transported to the location with ease. Rias also told him since they didn't have familiars they had to deliver them by hand. She also suggested that the use of her and her peerage's familiars, but he chose the first option. Issei and his peerage never expected for his flyers to be used too quickly. Calawarner was mostly summoned to single men who wanted someone to cook for them or give them a massage. Rainier was summoned to be a model. Asia and Middle were summoned to either babysit or dress up in cosplay. Irina was mostly summoned to answer help from anyone who summoned her. It was now 2 days before the class observation and Calawarner was once again being summoned. As she left, Issei had a puzzled look on his face. It was Aquino who noticed the look on his face. Is something wrong? Eyes, you look troubled, Aquino asked him. No, it might be my imagination, but something felt of when she was just summoned, he answered. I'm sure if something is wrong you'll know immediately, and rush in to save your rook, Rias commented. Yeah, I might be overthinking this, Issei answered. Did someone summon a devil? She said out loud as the magic circle disappeared from beneath her feet. Yes, I did. A man that appeared to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee with purple eyes entered the room. Upon seeing him, Calawarner immediately took a step back in fear. She, being a former member of the Grigori, knew the name of all the Kadir leaders. The Governor-General of the Grigori was standing in front of her as Hazel. She immediately wanted to activate a magic crickle for a quick escape, but his next word stopped her. I didn't summon you here to attack you, I would just like to talk, he said in a calm manner. Calawarner knew from what she heard and saw around the Grigori that their leader was very laid back and lazy and pushed most of his work onto the Vice-Governor-General, and if he wanted to strike her down he would have done so already. "What is it you wish to talk about?" she asked with a hint of fear in her voice. "I really wanted to meet the devil with angel wings that Vali told me out, but since it was you that I summoned, let's talk about other things," he told her casually. "He is our king and we are members of his peerage. We serve him since he saved us from Cockabeel and Donasik's treachery," she answered with a bit of venom in her voice. "I didn't know that it happened," he answered as if it was no big deal. "Every time I contacted Donasik, he kept on telling me that the operation was going smoothly. I knew something was off with Cockabeel when he asked me to put Donasik in charge," Azazel continued. "I knew he was against my stance of not fighting anymore, but I never expected him to try and start another war." Calawarner was standing there listening to the words of her former leader, trying to think of something to say, but nothing came to her mind. "And for the pain they both caused you and the others, I'm sorry," he told her. "Now since we got all that out the way, let's play some video games. And since you're a devil who has to make contracts now," he told her while looking around the room. "How about that painting there? It's an original Van Gogh. It called Irises," he told her. Calawarner knew she was not in danger but was weary of his actions as they played video games until their time was up. Calawarner arrived at the clubroom and was immediately embraced by Issei. She smiled and blushed but wondered why he did it all of a sudden, and she received her answer when he let her go and spoke. "You. Are you okay? I felt your energy acting erratically, and when I was about to come to your side it calmed down," he told her. "Yes, I'm fine. The one who summoned me was not someone I was expecting, so it caught me off guard." "Who was it that summoned you?" Issei asked. "It was Azazel. He wanted to summon you but summoned me instead," she told him. "What did he want? And why is he in my territory?" Riaz ached a bit, fumed that the leader of the Fallen was in her territory and she knew nothing about it. "Actually, he wanted to summon Eyes, but he got me instead. He also apologized to me and will apologize to Rainier and Middleton in a few days about the actions of Donasik and Cockabeel. He hinted at something big happening soon," Calawarner told everyone. "Well, I'm just glad you're okay," Issei told her with a smile. Calawarner blushed at his gesture, then gave him the painting she received as payment. "I can't believe he would walk into my territory like he was taking a Sunday stroll," Riaz continued to vent. "That sounds just like the Azazel I know," came a voice from a magic circle that appeared in the middle of the room. Out of the magic circle came two figures, a young red-haired male and Grafia standing behind him. "Brother," Riaz shouted before kneeling in front of him and bowing her head along with her peerage minus Zenobia. "Please relax, I'm not here on business, so stand and raise your heads," he told them. After hearing that Riaz and her peerage stood back up, Asia and Irina was confused as to what was going on, looking between Issei and the newly arrived guest. Calawarner, along with the other two Fallen, was standing behind Issei, shaking in fear. The red-haired male saw this and decided to introduce himself. "Greetings, my name is Sirzech Lucifer, current leader of the Devils, and you already met Grafia," he said with a smile that was even better than Kiba's. "Issei Hayaudu, it's an honor to meet you. I'm glad I finally get yo meet you, Issei Hayaudu. I thought you would introduce yourself as a member of the Vastanari family," Sirzech commented. Issei smirked at his comment but said nothing. "And the members of your peerage have nothing to fear from me. I will not let those who have helped my little sister come to any harm," he told them. Issei and his peerage bowed and thanked him for his kindness as they introduced themselves. After that, Zenobia went to speak up. "You're the Mao. I'm the one called Zenobia," she introduced herself with pride. "Nice to meet you as well. When I got the report from Riaz I couldn't believe it. The holy sword wielder of Durandal got reincarnated as a devil, and not to mention becoming my sister's family. Truth be told, I was doubting my ears when I heard it the first time. My little sister sure has interesting people gathering around her," he said out loud, looking at Issei as he said the last part. "I also didn't think that I would become a devil, to be reincarnated into the side I kept on killing. Even if I say so myself, I sometimes regret it, and that it was quite a bold move. Yeah, that's it. Why did I become a devil? Desperation. However, at that time, truthfully, anything was fine, but was it really fine to be a devil?" After saying that, Zenobia went into a rant talking to herself. "I see. Zenobia, since you just been reincarnated, I would like you to support the House of Gremory as a member of Riaz's family," Sirzech to her. "To be told that by the Mao, I cannot refuse," Zenobia answered. "Brother, why did you come here?" Riaz asked. "What do you mean? The classroom visits are days away. I want to see my cute little sister studying hard up close." "Grafia, you're the one who told him, didn't you?" Riaz now turned her attention to Sirzech's queen. "Yes, the reports from school came directly to me, and as Sirzech Sama's queen it's my duty to report to my master," Grafia answered in her stoic and unwavering way. "Even though my duties as a Mao is hard, I still want to participate in my little sister's class visit." "Don't worry, father will be visiting as well," Sirzech told her. "That's not true. Brother, you are the Mao. You can't give special treatment to a single devil," Riaz countered. "Actually, this is work as well. There will be a meeting among our three factions, and this school is the meeting place," Sirzech answered. Everyone was shocked at this new development. No one knew how to reply to what they heard. "So angels, devils and fallen angels will gather here to talk?" Issei asked, speaking up. Yes, there's my little sister, a holy demonic sword wielder, the holy sword Durando wielder, and Mao Serapha Leviathan little sister also attend this school. Not to mention Cockabeel attacked this place and the White Dragon Emperor showed up and of course the last son of the Vashtanari family. This place is like a hotspot for the supernatural. I just hope the Red Dragon Emperor don't show up as well, he told everyone. At the mention of the Red Dragon Emperor all eyes immediately went to Issei. Surzech saw this and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Well, you're gonna find out at some point, Issei said with a sigh before continuing. The Red Dragon Emperor is already here, or should I say the Red Dragon Empress. After he said that he pulled Irina to his side. She was confused as to why until Issei spoke up. I'd like you all to meet the current wielder of the sacred gear, the boosted gear, and this generation's Red Dragon Empress, Issei said with pride. WWA, Irina shouted. On the what? But how I wasn't born with a sacred gear, Irina exclaimed. That's true, I was planning to tell you everything when my uncle arrived. He's the one I wanted to train you, but since everyone's here, why don't you show it to everyone, he told her. But how? I don't know what to do, she complained. Just raise your right hand and concentrate on gathering energy within your hand and let that energy explode, Issei explained. Everyone looked as Irina closed her eyes and concentrated. They all felt the energy within her rising, then it appeared after a red blinding flash. A red gauntlet appeared covering her entire arm with 2 yellow spikes protruding at the end that met her elbow with a green jewel embedded on the top. Everyone couldn't believe it as they saw the boosted gear appear. Irina still had her eyes closed as she kept pouring more energy into her hand before Issei could stop her. They all heard a voice filled with power coming from the gauntlet. Dragon Booster Second Liberation. After everyone heard that, Issei immediately placed a barrier around the building. This time there was a green flash with a surge of power that almost blew everyone away. The only ones not affected was Issei, Surzech, and Grafia. After the light died down, the gauntlet on Irina's arm changed. It now had more yellow spike running along her arm and a second green jewel appeared just below her elbow. Irina fell onto her knees from exhaustion. I think you overdid it, Irina, Issei told her as he looked around the destroyed clubroom. Everyone had gotten up off the ground as well, and Grafia used her magic to fix the clubroom. Irina got up with help from Zenobia and looked at the gauntlet on her arm. So this is the boosted gear, Surzech said with a smile. Irina lifted her arm up for everyone to see, then started shaking her hand before speaking. How do I get it to Disapar? I can't walk around with it on my arm like this, she asked. You have to will it away and call it when you want it to appear, Surzech answered. Irina did just that and called it back a few times before stopping, excited that not only does she get to stay with her childhood friend for a long time, but he gave her a longiness as well. Well, I'll say that's enough excitement for today. We need to go find lodging for the night. I wonder what lodging institution will be open at night, Surzech said out loud. If that's the case, why not spend the night at my house? We have more than enough room, and my parents would love to meet you, Issei told him. Issei, Surzech, Riaz, Asia, Irina, Middelt, and Issei's parents were currently in the family room talking while Calawarner and Rainier in her Yuma form were preparing dinner for everyone. Grafia was standing behind Surzech, who was seated on the couch. Thank you for taking care of my sister. I know she can be a handful at times, Surzech said, talking to Issei's parents while smiling. No, it's fine. She's not as bad as I thought when I first met her, Issei's mother replied with a blush. Issei noticed this and realized his mother was falling for the Crimson Lucifer. I see, then I'm relieved that my sister is not causing any trouble, Surzech replied. Yes, it's no problem. Riaz is such a wonderful girl. Issei is lucky to have found her. And thank you for renovating our house. It truly is a beauty, Issei's father replied. And who is this beauty behind you? Issei's father asked with a grin. Yes, this is Grafia, my wife, he answered. Grafia stood there expressionlessly pinching Surzech's cheek. I am the maid, Grafia. I apologize for my master saying such a boring joke. It hurts, Grafia, Surzech complained. After that, Issei decided to speak up. They both arrived into town late and I offered them a room to stay in instead of going to a hotel. Is that fine, Mom? Dad, Issei asked his parents. Yes, it's fine. We have plenty of room. You can stay as long as you like, Issei's mother answered, still blushing at Surzech's smile. Riaz wanted to deny them staying the night but knew it was already useless since she got shot down in the clubroom. Will you be going to the class visit as well? Issei's father asked. Yes, I have taken a break from work, so I thought I could use this chance to see my little sister's school and also how she looks in class, and our father will be attending as well, Surzech replied. Riaz's father as well. I would like to meet him, Issei's father answered. Father was involved in the construction on Ku Academy. Like me, it seems this is a good chance for him to visit us well. Although frankly speaking, I think he just wants to see Riaz's face. I will also inform him that you would like to meet him, Surzech replied. After dinner, Surzech asked Issei if they could talk for a bit. They both went to the elevator and proceeded down to the training room. After they sat down on the floor, Surzech was the first to talk. Tell me, Issei, who are you really? Surzech asked. I knew this was coming, Issei said with a sigh. As you know, when I revealed my identity during the match Razor, my father was a lowborn devil that died during the Great War protecting your mother. But my mother, Issei hesitated, saying the last part. It was Surzech that finished his sentence for him. An angel, Surzech said with a devious smile. Yes, my mother was an angel. She died during an ambush by the house of Marquis Nabrius. It wasn't until Cockabeel attacked us that I found out he leaked their movements to the devils. Do you have a grudge against the house of Marquis Nabrius? No, not anymore. When I was younger I hated both devils and fallen for taking my parents away, but as grew older I realized it was war, and people die during war. But what Cockabeel did was an act of cowardice. Issei said that last part in anger. I see, I'm glad to hear that. Do you mind if I ask you to show me your wings? Sirzech asked. Issei complied and stood up and showed him all of his wings, waiting for the Crimson Satan to say something. Tell me, Issei, which dragon gave you his power to control the light and dark energies? I'll introduce you to him during the classroom visits. He's willing to make an appearance, but I'll have to apologize for his actions in advance. I'm looking forward to meet him. Did Rias tell you of the family you have in the underworld? Yes, I'm willing to meet them even if they reject me, Issei told him with a sad tone. I'm sure they'll accept you. We even asked your cousin to be part of your peerage, that is if you're still willing to protect my sister. Yes, I would protect her the way my father protected your mother, Issei replied. Then, how about on your return to the underworld you become the heir to the Vashtanari house? You'll also have to take the promotions exam so the Vashtanari house be promoted to high-class devil status. Sirzech smiled while saying that. I'll have to think about that and give you a direct answer, Issei replied. One more thing before we leave, what do you think of my sister? Issei saw the devious smile on Sirzech's face as he said that. Issei just smirked and shrugged his shoulders before replying. I think she's a wonderful and caring person, and she has a great personality, Issei replied. Issei, I don't mind if you call me brother, Sirzech replied. For me to call you brother, are your family planning something between me and Rias? I see, we can't fool you, huh? How about just calling me Sirzech then? I'll have to call you Sirzech-sama. Does Rias know? We talked to her about it, but she doesn't mind as long as you're interested. She already told us she has feelings for you. I won't lie and say I don't find her attractive, but we haven't had a date yet, and I believe a person should be with the one they love, much like my parents. Well then, Issei, please take care of my sister. You can call me Eyes. Everyone does. Sirzech-sama, can I make 2 requests upon my entry to the underworld? After they finished their conversation, Sirzech went to his and Graphia's room, and Issei went to his room, and once again during the female occupants of the house minus Graphia and his mother sneaked into his bed. Thanks for your hospitality, Sirzech thanked Issei's parents as he along with Graphia and Rias went their own way. Issei and his peerage went to Zenovia's apartment to pick her up. She and Asia became close after she became a devil, and every day Asia would walk with her to school. On the way to school, Issei saw someone he recognized. Issei then greeted him. Hello, Vali, or should I call you the White Dragon Emperor? I said out loud. His peerage and Zenovia tensed up as Issei said his name out loud. What brings you here? Issei asked. I'm here as Azazel's bodyguard for the meeting between the 3, but I came here to ask you something, Issei Hayatu, Vali said with a sinister smile. I would like to know who my rival is, Vali continued. Issei was about to reply when everyone heard 2 uncounted voices speaking to each other. The first came from a green glow coming from Irina's wrist. The second was a blue glow coming from Vali's wrist. I'm right here, Albion. It's good to see you again, D-Drag. It seems our destiny to fight is here once again. Yes, but I must say my current host is the strongest I had. He and I will definitely win our next battle. Haha, my host ain't bad either, and her master is even stronger. She awakened me yesterday and already unlocked my second liberation. I see, then you must be strong. Come girl, we'll fight now, Vali said, looking at Irina with crazed eyes. Irina was about to get into a battle stance to defend herself, but Issei stepped in between them. I'm sorry, but she's not ready to fight you yet, unless you'll be satisfied with defeating someone weaker than you, Issei asked him. Yes, you're right, fighting her now wouldn't satisfy me, but fighting you will, Vali exclaimed. Maybe, but this is not the place for it, Issei replied. You're right, plus Azazel asked me not to fight anyone yet, but before I go I would like to know something, Issei Hayatu. Among the world's strongest, how do you compare, Vali asked. You know, I never thought about it, so I can't give you an answer, Issei answered. I see, then I'll be taking my leave. After Vali said that, he left in the opposite direction, while Issei and his peerage along with Zenovia continued walking to school. That day went on as usual and very uneventful. It was now the day of the class observation, and Issei and the girls was about to leave. Calawarner had left earlier that day for a staff meeting. As they were about to leave, his mother stopped them to talk to them. Alright, everyone will be at the school later, and we'll visit each and every one of your classes, Issei's mother told them as they were leaving. Ever since the naked apron dilemma, Issei's mother been more trusting of the girls that moved in with their son and started treating them as their own, and told them they'll be going through wife training. They all smiled and bowed their heads as they left for school. Upon arriving at the school gate, they were greeted by Zenovia, who also just arrived. She decided that today she would meet them at school so they didn't have to walk to her place. When they arrived in the classroom, Asia and Rainer started talking to Akakiriru. Zenovia was talking to Irina and Issei was looking out the window. The whole class was waiting for the teacher to arrive. Zenovia left her conversation with Irina and started talking to Issei. Eyes, I wanted to apologize for what I said the other day. I thought it over and Irina was right. We are too young to have children. The whole class immediately became quiet as they heard what Zenovia just told Issei. Zenovia, now's not the time to have a conversation like that. Let's discuss this at the clubroom, Issei told her, trying to get Zenovia to be quiet, which failed. Yes, I agree, which is why I suggest we improve our relationship and practice first. That is why I got these, as she said that she pulled out several small wrapped pouches. Issei saw she was holding condoms for the world to see, but before he could say anything to have her put them away, Asia along with Rainer, Irina, and Eka came over. Zenovia, what are those? Asia asked. You should use this as well, Zenovia told Asia as she handed her a condom. Thank you, but what is it? Asia asked, still oblivious to such things. Zenovia was about to answer when Eka stepped forward and started speaking. My Issei, I never knew you already graduated. Now you're sinking your teeth into one of the new girls, Eka commented. Eka, do you know what this is? Asia asked. Eka just whispered into Asia's ear. Then Asia's face turned red from embarrassment and almost fainted. Zenovia then turned to Rainer and Irina to hand them each one, but received a different answer from both of them. Here you go, you should use this for practice as well, Zenovia told them. I don't need that. Eyes can have me without using it, Rainer replied with a seductive smile. No, I told you already we're too young to think of such things. There's an order for everything and we can't do this stuff yet, Irina scolded Zenovia and snatched the remaining pouches out of her hand and continued scolding Zenovia. It was now the beginning of English class, and the parents were standing at the back of the classroom along with some students from Ku Academy Middle School Division. The teacher then started handing out PVC clay to the students. Everyone was quite puzzled at this until the teacher spoke up. Everyone try to make something you like with the PVC clay, an animal, a house, anything your heart desire. This is also a way to start a conversation in English, the teacher told the class enthusiastically. Everyone was confused for a moment but proceeded to mold the clay in front of them. Issei was still looking at the clay in front of him, wondering what to mold. He looked around his class and saw more than half had already started. Yuma, keep up the good work. Asia, keep going. Irina, don't give up. Issei looked back and saw his parents cheering the 3 other female occupants of the house. Issei decided to start molding something from his memory. Issei knew he was using magic to mold and perfect the sculpture he was making, but that didn't stop him. He remembered her from so long ago, his first girlfriend. After he was finished, he looked at his sculpture. It was of a woman in her early 20s, waist-length hair, slim figure, wearing a flowing dress from the 1700s and European features that rivaled Ria's. It was then he heard his mother speaking again. Look at that. My eyes is even a talented artist, she said with glee. But the eyes of his classmates didn't stop there. Rainer had asked for more PVC clay, and what she sculpted was Issei sitting on a throne with Irina and Kalawarner standing at his side, and Asia and Middle sitting holding onto his legs and her sitting on his lap about to receive a kiss. The class was in an uproar. Mostly the girls wanted to buy her sculpture and the boys were making jealous comments. It was then that Irina came over and handed her finished sculpture. It was a sculpture of Issei with a pair of angel wings and a halo embracing Irina from behind, wrapping her in his wings. This brought out more jealous comments from both boys and girls. Asia pouted that she never thought of making a sculpture of her and Issei, but was happy with the sculpture she made. To think I have this many talented students, I'm glad I chose this for the class, the teacher said with tears in his eyes. It was now lunch break and Issei, Irina, Zenovia, Asia and Rainer had met up with Riaz and Aquino. She has really beautiful eyes. May I ask who she is? Riaz asked. She is someone from a long time ago. All I have now is the memories of her, he replied with a sad tone in his voice. Everyone noticed this and asked nothing more on the subject. By the Asia, what did you make? Issei asked his bishop. Well, before Asia could finish, a barrier went up around them and all they saw was Issei blocking a punch from an unknown man. The man just jumped backwards and gave everyone a smile. They all got into a battle stance, but after he flared out some of his aura, they all fell to their knees. He was muscular built, with red hair and yellow eyes, wearing a crimson biker jacket with a red shirt, blue jeans, and black biker boots. Even though he was in human form, Issei immediately knew who it was. Uncle was all Issei said. Brat was his reply as he reigned in his aura so everyone can stand again. Issei, who is this? His power surpasses that of my brother, Riaz asked, scared and confused. Issei smiled while he answered, this is my godfather, the one who raised me, but you already know his name, he told Riaz. Riaz had a confused look on her face. She knew she never met the person in front of her. Allow me to introduce you to the true Red Dragon God Emperor. Great Red gave them a toothy grin showing all his canines. Yo was his greeting to everyone. Riaz, Aquino, Irina and Zenovia stepped back in fear. Rainer and Asia was still scared being in his presence, but stood their ground. You were raised by Great Red, Riaz stuttered. Yea, I was born in the dimensional gap, and after my parents died he raised and trained me, Issei answered. Uncle Red, can you get rid of this barrier? Issei said with a sigh. Great Red just snapped his fingers and the barrier was gone. Everyone sighed a breath of relief that no one was around to see that. I see, my name is Riaz Gremory, high-class devil and higher to the house of Gremory, and this is my queen Aquino Hanjima, and my knight Zenovia Quattro. Riaz introduced her pieces that was with her. They all bowed in greeting. Nice to meet you all, he replied. Asia timidly walked up to Great Red and brought out the sculpture she was hiding behind her back the entire time. Great Red Sama, I made this for you. I know it's not much, but I hope you like it, Asia said as she handed a sculpture of what appeared to be him, even though it wasn't as well made as the others. Thank you, Asia, you really are a special girl, Great Red told the former nun. Asia slightly blushed as she went back to Issei's side. Issei then grabbed Irina's hand and brought her to the front of everyone. This is my ace of pawn, Irina Shidu. I also gave her D-Drag, Issei told him. I sensed him within her before I came here, so how are you going to train her? Great Red asked. I was thinking of having her train with me and you during our summer break, Issei told him. Irina dropped to the floor. The thought of training with the dragon of dragons scared her. She knew there's a chance she won't survive. As she was thinking the scenarios in her mind, the boosted gear appeared on her arm. To think my host would be trained by Great Red himself. Now Albion don't stand a chance. D-Drag said out loud. D-Drag, why did you appear? Irina asked. The presence of the apocalypse. Dragon awoken me from my slumber. Train well, little girl, I don't want to lose to the White One, D-Drag said before disengaging the gauntlet from Irina's arm. Irina was about to say something, but Kiba came to the group and began speaking. Kiba, what brings you here? Riaz asked. Kiba looked at the man that was with them with a curious look but said nothing about it and just answered Riaz's question. Well, I heard there was a witch doing a photography event, so I thought I would go see as well, Kiba answered, pointing down the hall. Upon hearing that, Riaz pinched the bridge of her nose as if she just received a headache. I've got a bad feeling about this, Riaz commented. Catchin'. The sound of cameras taking pictures was heard as Issei, Riaz, and the members of their respective peerage that was in the hall along with Great Red entered the gymnasium. The one taking the pictures was male students. Issei saw who was posing for the pictures and immediately recognized her. He also saw the look of recognition on Riaz's face as well. Hey, who's doing a photography without permission? Saji shouted as he entered the gym. There was someone on the stage dressed as a magical girl, with a wand in her hand doing different poses. Saji went up on the stage to speak to the crowd. Hey, now disperse. Today is a day to display classes to the public, not to make a ruckus in this kind of place, Saji told the crowd. The students grumbled as they left the gym. Saji then turned to the girl on stage and began speaking to her. Are you a parent of a student? Even if you are, you can't dress like that. There's a dress code here, Saji told her. But this is my uniform, she replied with a wink. Saji turned his head and gritted his teeth. Riaz-senpai, I was just escorting Surzech-sama and your father with Kaichu, Saji told Riaz when he noticed her presence. What is this, Saji? I told you to handle this concisely, Sona yelled at Saji as she entered the gym along with her queen, Surzech, Grafia, and another red-haired male. Sona froze as she saw who was on stage dressed as a magical girl. Sona, I found you, the magical shouted as she ran towards Sona and embraced her in a hug. So you came as well, Serafal, Surzech said to the magical girl now named Serafal. Riaz saw her friend was trying to maintain her calm and stoic expression and decided to help Sona out. It's good to see you again, Leviathan-sama, Riaz greeted with a bow. Riaz, it's good to see you again. Have you been well? Serafal greeted with a cute tone. Yes, did you come for Sona's class visit? Riaz replied. Sona is a meanie she didn't tell about today. I was so shocked I was about to attack heaven, she told Riaz. Issei and Great Red overheard her and chuckled. Abbott. Serafal looked behind Riaz and saw them. Say, Riaz, is that the one who defeat Razor and Cockabeel? Serafal asked. Yes, that's him along with members of his peerage, and his uncle, Riaz replied, straining the last part. Serafal went over and introduced herself to Issei with a smile on her face. Nice to meet you, I'm Serafal Leviathan, but you can call me Leviathan, she greeted Issei with a peace sign. Nice to finally meet you, but I guess you don't recognize me like this, Issei told her. What do you mean, have we met before, she asked. Issei then sighed and his appearance changed to an older, more mature version of himself. He grew a few feet taller and everyone except Great Red was looking at him with shocked and surprised expressions. Hey, it's you, but how, Serafal said in a surprised tone. Surzech came over at the new development and began asking questions. Serafal, have you met Issei before, he asked. It was Issei who answered. During my visits to Earth, she's the only one who came the closest to getting closest to me. I always escape whenever I sensed a devil, angel, or fallen near me. But during that time I was with the first person I ever loved and dropped my god. When I tried to return, she was there, waiting for me, Issei told everyone. Yes, I waited for months and thanks to you not showing up I had a lot of paperwork waiting for me when I returned to the underworld, Serafal told him in a serious tone. I never returned to her because I didn't want to put her in danger, Issei replied. I see, that explains why you went missing for those months, Surzech guessed. So Issei, where exactly did you live, and is your uncle we heard about, Surzech asked. Issei turned back to his teenage self and was about to reply but stopped when he felt Surzech release some of his aura in a challenging way. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You won't survive a confrontation with him, Issei told the Mao. Oh, and why is that, Surzech questioned with a confident smile. This is the one who raised and trained me. I grew up with him in the dimensional gap. When he said that those in the room took a step back out of fear, they knew only one being currently reside in the gap. This is my godfather, Great Red, Issei said with a devious smile. Surzech had fear in his eyes, his confidence shattered, his smile gone from his face replaced with a grim look of dread. He just challenged the apocalypse dragon. He wasn't the only one showing fear. All the devils in the room faces became pale when they heard his name. Sona grasped her sister's hand. Tsubaki took a step backwards. Saji could tell this was someone he should fear. The other red-haired male had a look of fear and concern for two devils in the room. Great Red just showed a toothy grin as he greeted the devils, especially Surzech's. So devil, you still wish to challenge me? Great Red asked Surzech. The Crimpson Lucifer was unsure on how to answer. He knew that he had to choose his words wisely or be destroyed immediately. And I know I must apologize for my earlier actions, Surzech started. When I read the report on Hyodu, our intelligence network couldn't find any dragon that claimed him. I only wanted to test the strength of the uncle we heard so much about. If I offend you in any way, take my life as payment. but I beg you to spare the other devils here, Sirzech said as he bowed his head towards the Dragon of Dragons. Aha, I'm not that petty to kill someone for challenging me. If I was, I would have killed Tannen when challenged me, Great Red told them. This got Sirzech to raise his head with a sigh of relief. The other devils in the room also sighed a breath of relief. They were glad that one of their leaders would not die today. Riaz was glad her brother didn't receive any punishment from Great Red. Grafia was happy her husband would not die, and the other red-haired male was smiling as well. Well, allow me to introduce someone I wanted Issei and his family to meet. This is Riaz's father, also the current head to the House of Gremory, Lord Gremory, Sirzech said as the other red-haired man stepped forward. They also introduced Sona, her queen and her pawn, to everyone as well. The tension in the room already left. Sona was trying to ignore her sister, who was currently trying to hold her hand again. No, I do not wish for you to hold my hand at this moment, Sona told Serafal. But when Issei introduced his uncle, your hand was shaking, saying, big sister, please protect me and I'll love you forever, Serafal replied. I can't take this anymore, Sona yelled as she ran out of the gym, followed by Serafal, Tsubaki and Saji in that order. While there was something Great Red said out loud. So can I ask, if you're here on Earth, who's in the dimensional gap, Sirzech asked. It's empty, was his short reply. What if she takes it back, Issei asked. We'll just fight for it again. Well, if she wins this time you can live with me, but you'll have to get a job, Issei said jokingly. As if she'll ever defeat me, I'll just use the same tactic on her again, Great Red replied. Eyes, who are you talking about, Asia asked timidly. Oh, we were talking about Off-Eyes. At first Off-Eyes left the dimensional gap to travel around Earth. At first she took the appearance of an old man, but when he returned Great was took up residence in. They fought for control, then he left again. I was there when Off-Eyes returned the second time, but Uncle Red told me Off-Eyes took the appearance of a young girl, so now we say she instead of he, Issei explained. I can still use the same tactic he used to win, but not enough to defeat him or Off-Eyes. If I use that tactic, my strength will only reach the rank of the heavenly dragons in their prime, Issei told everyone. Can I ask what that tactic is, Lord Gremory asked. Sure, since I was given some of his power to balance my powers. I can. Issei was interrupted when the gym door opened, revealing to familiar faces. Oh, Eyes, you're here. I heard there was a magical girl, so I came over. Have you seen her? It was Issei's father that asked. Standing next to him was his mother. Her face was smiling, but Issei knew that look, the look of pain that his perverted father would receive. Sorry, Dad, you just missed her, Issei replied. Ah, that's a shame, he replied. Oh, Sirzech, nice to meet you again, his father said after he noticed everyone in the room. Nice to meet you again, Mr. and Mrs. Hayato. I'm glad you're here. This is my father, Sirzech said, introducing his father to the Hayatos. Nice to meet you, and thanking you for caring for my daughter. I apologize for not meeting you sooner, and my wife sent her thanks for taking care of Riaz, Lord Gremory said as he greeted them. It's no trouble at all. What do you say after the observation day is over? Why not come over so we can have a drink, Mr. Hayato implied. I would like that. I still want to see more of Riaz in her class, Lord Gremory replied. Excuse me, may I ask who might you be? Issei mother asked the man standing next to her son. Oh, me, I just ride motorcycles with Eyes. Sometimes I was in the area and decided to drop in. My name is Rubrum Magna. Great Red introduced himself with an alias. Well, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to see my son has some male friends in his life, Mrs. Hayato replied. After some light conversations, the students went back to their classes. Issei's parent went to middle class and Lord Gremory along with Sirzech went to Riaz and Akino's class. Great Red decided to stick around, and after school was over he and Issei would go riding together. Issei pulled his motorcycle out of the garage and saw Great Red had created an exact copy of his, but easily saw that the True Dragon's motorcycles had some extra enhancements and features to make it more powerful. Show off was all Issei said as he waved goodbye to his mother, who just told him to be careful. Issei left his parents, Riaz and his peerage, along with Lord Gremory, Sirzech and Grafia, who came over as he revved up his motorcycles, and left with Rubrum Magna. Issei and Great Red rode around for hours. Issei hated the fact that not only did Great Red copy his bike but made his more powerful and had a hard time catching up to Great Red. They were now returning to Issei's house as it was getting late. As they got close to the house, Great Red eyes glowed as he opened a dimensional tier in front of him and rode his bike back to the dimensional gap. Issei smirked at how easy the Dragon of Dragon could manipulate dimensional teleportation without the use of magic circles, while Issei on the other hand still had to use magic circles like other supernatural creatures to travel between dimensions. As Issei entered his house, he saw Riaz rushing to the elevator with an embarrassed look on her face. Issei went into the living room and saw a video of her on the TV, while Sirzech was holding his head in a paper fan in Grafia's hand. Did I miss something? Issei asked cautiously. While we were watching videos of everyone that we recorded today, Issei's mother answered. I think I might have overdone it and embarrassed her in front of everyone, Sirzech commented. I see. Do you mind if I talk to her for a bit? Issei asked. Please do, Lord Gremory answered. Issei bowed and went to the elevator. He had sensed where she was. She was sitting outside his room. Riaz, would you like to come into my room and talk for a minute? He asked her. She nodded as she gave him her hand to help her stand up. They entered his room and sat on his bed. Riaz had a downcast expression on her face as if she was sad about something. It was Issei who talked first. I'm a bit jealous of you, he told her. What do you mean? She asked as she looked at him. I mean, your family loves you and is willing to show other people how you act when you don't have to appear as Ria's Gremory from the House of Gremory. But as Ria's Gremory, an ordinary teenage girl, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. I know my human parents downstairs love me and show embarrassing pictures and videos of me to their friends, but he stopped talking. Ria saw the tears of sadness falling from his eyes. I just wish my birth parents could have done that to me, he began to tell her as he wiped away the tears. I know what they did was to protect me. Your family loves you, that's why they show it by embarrassing you. So don't hate them for it, just love them more and make happy memories with them. Issei stood up as he was ready to head back down but was stopped when Ria grabbed his hand. Issei, are you happy that your seal was broken? She asked him. Before he answered, he felt the presence of Asia and Rainer outside his door, and Sirzich heading towards the elevator. Honestly, I wished it lasted longer, but fate had other plans for me. Since it was broken, I was able to help those in need and help you as well. I will use my power to protect those close to me and help someone in need, so I guess my answer is yes, I'm happy it was broken, he told her with a genuine smile. What do you think of me? She asked with a blush on her cheeks. I think you're a kind, loving, beautiful person who shoulders the pain of those you care about as if it was your own, and I will always protect you just so I can see you smile. After hearing that, Riaz leapt onto him and gave him a passionate kiss, which he returned as well. During the kiss, his door was flung open as Asia and Rainer was glaring at them. Not fair, you can't make a move on our eyes, Asia yelled. You made the first move when you wore that apron, Riaz replied. But everyone wore one as well, Asia replied. Well then, the only way to make it even is for all of us to receive a kiss as well, Rainer chimed in as she walked over to Issei to give HM a kiss. Before her lips met his, they heard laughter coming from the door. Standing behind Asia stood Sirzich. It seems my little sister is in love, but have to compete with others, Sirzich commented. Riaz pouted at her brother's words but said nothing. I came to inform you that I and the other 3 mouse along with our parents has come to the conclusion that you should release your other bishop, Sirzich told her. We believe with Aiza's help you'll be able to control your bishop. If my brother, no, if Sirzich-sama says so, it will be done, Riaz says in an elegant manner. After Issei returned downstairs with Asia, Rainer, Riaz and Sirzich, he had some dinner and talked some more with everyone. After dinner was over, Sirzich, Grafia and Lord Gremory left. His parents told them they could stay the night, but they insist that it would be best if they left. That night the girls wasted to no time getting into Issei's bed as he was taking a shower. Irina saw this and joined them. When Issei returned to his room, he saw all of them on his bed with enough room for him to in the middle of them to sleep. He smiled as he joined them. Maybe my father is right, I am building a harem, he thought to himself as laid there before going to sleep with a smile on his face. The members of the Occult Research Club stood in front of a sealed door with caution tape that said to keep out in the old building. Sirzich told Riaz he and the other mouse along with the House of Gremory, the House of Great King Baal and the House of Archduke Aegers, that with Issei helping her and supporting her, together they both can control the bishop. Is this bishop a hikikomori? Middle asked. Well, that child lives in this room, but at night his powers loosened and he can exit the room, but he refuses to leave, Riaz answered. Doesn't that make him useless as a servant? Rainer asked. Not at all, he is the biggest earner of us all, he gets the most contracts, Aquino answered. That's amazing, how does he do it? Asia asked curiously. Through a computer, he takes special contracts that don't want to meet us in person and negotiate with them, and do their dealings through computers. Kiba and Aquino removes the caution tape, then Riaz undid the magical seal that was on the door. After all the seals disappear, Aquino opened the door. A loud scream was heard when the door opened. It seemed that Riaz and her peerage expected it. Issei and his peerage was a bit surprised from it. Riaz just smiled as she entered the room with everyone following right behind her. It's good to see that you're in high spirits, Riaz said out loud as she entered the room. WWWYE, a timid voice asked. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and found someone hiding behind a chair. The seal got removed. You can go outside so we all can be together, Aquino said with gentle and compassionate voice. This place is good, I don't want to go outside, the voice screamed. Everyone followed Riaz as she entered the room. The curtain was shut tight and the light in the room was dim. There were stuffed dolls and the room was decorated to fit a girl with lace everywhere, and a coffin in the corner of the room. As everyone looked past Riaz and Aquino, they noticed that the one who was screaming had platinum blonde hair styled in a bob cut with several small fringes over the forehead, with pinkish violet eyes and pointed ears, dressed in girl's uniform with thigh-high socks. Pretty. Look, Asia, we have another blonde girl in our group, Middle spoke with a smile. Now all she need to do is to have her hair grow out long. Yes, and we can take turn brushing each other's hair, Asia answered. I'm sorry to disappoint you both, but that's a guy, Aquino told them with a smile. Excuse me, did you say that? Shizahi, Rainer asked. Yes, he just liked to dress like that, Kiba answered. Middle's eyes twitched. She did not like what she heard. She glared at Riaz's bishop and yelled at him. Why are you wearing women clothes? Middle yelled. Girls' clothes are cute, was the reply. This is my Bishop Gasper Vladdy. Gasper, I'd like you to meet everyone, Riaz said with a regal tone. No, there's too much people now. I don't want to meet them, Gasper screamed. Middle was getting angry at his behavior and went to confront him. How can you act this way towards your king? She gave you an order, Middle said as she went to grab him. Everyone was frozen in place. Time was stopped. Gasper moved from where he was and was walking towards a box on the opposite side of the room. But he was unaware of a certain hybrid watching his every move. Time was moving again and everyone saw that Gasper was not where he was. Middle stumbled a bit as she grabbed nothing but air. Such power to even freeze everyone in place, Issei said out loud. What? Where did he go? Everyone was asking as they looked around the room. He's hiding in that box over there, Issei answered their query as he pointed to box. The box shuffled as Gasper heard his hiding spot was found out so easy. Eyes, weren't you frozen as well? Aquino asked. No, it appears I was unaffected, he answered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just can't control it and I was scared. Please don't be angry, Gasper cried from the box. This is the power of his sacred gear, the power to stop time, Rhea started to tell Issei and his peerage. This is Gasper Vladdy, first-year student. My bishop, half human, half vampire with the sacred gear Forbidden Valor view, and before reincarnating him as my bishop he was a damn fear. Everyone was speechless. It was Irina who spoke up first. Did you say his sacred gear can stop time? Irina asked. Yes, was the simple reply she got from Aquino. Isn't that breaking the rules? Yes, but aren't all sacred gears breaking the rules, especially a Longinus like yours, and the White Dragon Emperor, and isn't the meaning of balance breaker is to break the balance and undo the rule placed on them? Rhea's lectured Irina. Irina pouted as she realized Rhea's was right. That's one powerful servant you have there. If he can control his sacred gear, your team will be powerful, Issei told Rhea's. Yes, and that's where you come in. Issei, can you please train him for me? Rhea's pleaded. I know that I have a lot to learn and I'm not as strong as you. Please help me with this. Okay then, I'll help, Issei answered as he turned to face the vampire. Let's go outside. You're a daywalker, so we'll train outside, Issei told the bishop. Issei was about to take him outside for some training, but Aquino told Rheas that Issei was also needed to write a report on the Cockabeel incident, and Kiba needed to go see Adjika Beelzebub about his sword again, leaving the rest of his and her peerage to deal with the shut-in vampire. Kaneko had managed to get him out the old school building by using garlic. Now they were at the back of the building watching Zenobia chase Gasper with her Durandal. Everyone was unsure on how to train him. Calawarner suggests they do stamina training, and when Zenobia heard that, she called out her Durandal and began chasing him. Gasper tried to hide behind a tree, but Kaneko came up from behind and chased him with more garlic. Hey, what are you guys doing? From around the corner of the building came Saji with wearing gloves and a small gardening shovel in his hand. Why are you guys picking on a defenseless girl? He asked, rushing to the Gasper's defense. Gasper took this opportunity and hid behind Saji, thanking him for rescuing him. Saji smiled with stars in his eyes, thinking he just saved a damsel in distress, but his world was shattered by the next few words. Saji, we were just training Riaz's bishop, and that's not a girl, that's a boy, Middle told him. What was all Saji could say as his face started to take on a look of dread. Did we interrupt your fantasy of saving a female junior? By the look on your face, you must have imagined that after you save the female junior from us, she'll pay you back with her body, Calawarner teased. But like Middle said, that's a boy hiding behind you, Rainer said, throwing the final arrow in his heart. Saji looked at the one hiding behind his back with a strange smile on his face. Say, they're lying, right? You're a young girl, right? Saji asked, fearing the answer. Gasper looked up at him with the tears that was in his eyes from training by Zenobia almost wiped away, answered Saji, crushing him. Yes, I'm a boy, I just like to dress like this, Gasper answered innocently. Saji fell on all fours, cursing the world for not being fair. The only one to make him feel better was Kaneko, who came over and patted him on the back. Saji thought he found someone who could help him feel better, but her words hurt even more. There, pervert, Kaneko said to Saji as she patted his back. Everyone was laughing at Saji's expense until the boosted gear appeared on Irina's arm. Host, there's someone powerful watching us, D-Drake said out loud. This got everyone to put their guard up. Gasper hid behind Kaneko and Saji summoned his sacred gear. Asia was getting ready to put up a barrier. We know you're out there, come now, Calawarner yelled. They all heard the bushes shuffle a bit. Over there, Rainer shouted as she threw a light spear at the bushes. Jumping out of the bushes was a man wearing a yukata with black hair with golden bangs and a goatee, dusting himself off. The three former fallen angels knew his name the moment they saw him. Everyone else was still on guard of the visitor. And here I thought my power level was low enough to stay hidden. Guess I can't hide from D-Drake, he said out loud casually. Why are you here? Rainer asked with both fear and venom in her voice. Do you know this man? Zenobia asked. Every fallen knows him. He is the first watcher to fall, Middle answered. Azazel, Irina gasped. In the flesh, he answered, smiling. Why is someone like you here? Zenobia asked the leader of the fallen. I just wanted to meet the hybrid I've heard so much about, but it seems he's not here. Then I thought I might see the demonic holy sword wielder. But he's not here as well, so I decided to stick around and watch you guys attempt to train the vampire, he answered casually. So we're nothing but a consolation prize, Middle countered. Well then, how about I give you guys some tips then, Azazel said, smiling confidently at everyone. I overheard that you have Forbidden Valor view, Azazel started while looking at Gasper. Your sacred gear is a support type, but won't help if you can't control it, Azazel told him. He then glanced at Irina and Saji. Since he's part vampire, I suggest he drink the of the Red Dragon Emperor, or can have that boy oversuck his power out with his absorption line, he told them. Saji glanced at his sacred gear after receiving that new piece of information. I can tell that devils don't have a sacred gear research department like us at Grigory. Azazel chuckled, shaking his head. Well, since the hybrid or the demonic holy sword wielder isn't around, I'll be taking my leave with that said. Azazel turned around to leave only to be stopped. Wait, Rainier shouted. Azazel turned around to face his former subordinate. Don't you have something to say to us? Rainier asked the one she once admired. Oh, this again. I already told Calawarner I didn't know what Cockabeel was up to. Come on, give me a break, he answered casually while picking his ear. Don't give me that. They kept us in chains and beat us all because we wouldn't submit to their plans. Rainier's face was angry and tears began to fall from her eyes. Yay, I'm sorry for what you three went through. If I had known earlier, I would have personally handled the situation. Azazel bowed to them as he apologized to the former members of the Grigory. When he raised his head, he turned and left. Calawarner was now comforting Rainier and saw Middle was on the verge of tears. He acted like he didn't even care, said a sniffling Middle. I know, at least we have eyes now and he'll never abandon us, Calawarner assured her comrades. They all agreed to her statement and moved to the gym. Rainier and Middle were sitting on the gym floor watching the training process for Gasper. Saji had his absorption line connected to Gasper's head. Irina was throwing volleyballs at Gasper so he could stop them. Calawarner, Zenobia and Asia was watching from the sidelines. And Kaneko was keeping watch so Gasper wouldn't try to run away. As for Gasper, he decided to change into gym clothes, which caused Middle to have a tick mark on her forehead when he entered the gym. Gasper did change into gym clothes, but he was wearing the bloomers with his shirt tucked in. Gasper was stopping 1 out of every 20 of the balls thrown at him. When he tried to run away, Kaneko followed Saji's absorption line and dragged him back. It was now nightfall and Issei returned to them, finding everyone in the gym. He told them that it was time to go home. Zenobia and Kaneko took Gasper back to his room before seeing Rias. Saji went back to report to Sona, and Issei along with his peerage went home. Both Issei's and Rias's peerage was standing outside Gasper's room. Gasper had refused to leave, saying that he didn't want to train anymore and he don't want to meet people. Issei had asked everyone to leave so he could talk to Gasper one-on-one. At first Rias didn't want to leave, but after some persuasion she left, leaving Gasper in Issei's hands. Issei sat next to the door and started talking to Gasper. Gasper, Rias told me about your past. She told me that you were bullied by your own kind because of your sacred gear. I can't say that I understand what you went through, but I know I might have gotten the same treatment or be killed if my parents ever took me out, Issei told Gasper through the door. Issei sensed Gasper getting closer to the door and continued talking. I grew up mostly with my uncle. You may not know it, but I lived in the dimensional gap. My father died before I got to know him, and my mom died years later. My mom always wanted to take me out the dimensional gap so I could play with other kids in heaven, but she feared that we'll both be executed because I was born. Issei saw that the door opened slightly for Gasper to peek out. But I'm not strong like you. I can only stop time and scare everyone around me. They all hate me. I don't want to stop my friends, my comrades. I don't want to look at the faces of the people I care about when they are stopped, Gasper told Issei in a low voice, almost crying. I wasn't always strong. It was my uncle who trained me. Did you hear about the arranged marriage between Rias and Riser? Issei asked. Yes, I saw the match and you defeated everyone, Gasper answered. Yay, but you know, if I wasn't around, Rias might have lost, and from what she told me about Devil Society, if she had lost, Riaser could have commanded her peerage as he liked. He could have told you to do something you don't want to do, and if you refused, he can label you as a stray. I fought for her cause. She had a dream. My mom had a dream for me to visit heaven with her. She died before she can have it fulfilled. I just think everyone should have a chance to make their dreams a reality. Issei waited to see if Gasper would respond. Gasper, do you have a dream? Issei asked the vampire. Gasper opened the door even further so Issei could see him fully. I want to be stronger to help out you. She saved me, Gasper answered. Then let us help you. That way you can be strong enough to control your sacred gear. You know, Irina has the boosted gear. If I don't train her to control it, she can go berserk and kill everyone around her and kill herself in the process as well. I don't want that to happen to her. Aren't you scared of her? No, not at all. I will help her so that never happens to her. That's why I'll help you, so you can help Rias with her dream. Sent by your kind. Call me Eyes. Everyone does. Eyes, do you want to come inside? Gasper opened the door so Issei could enter his room. Inside the room, Issei was sitting on the floor talking to Gasper, who was sitting in a box. They were talking about random things for an hour, mostly sharing investment tips both of them discovered on their own and Issei's training with Great Red. During their time together, Kiba entered the room. Gasper closed the lid on his box while Issei just greeted him. Ah, Kiba, what brings you down here? Issei asked. Well, Boucher didn't want to interrupt the male bonding, so I decided to join, Kiba answered. Oh, I was just telling him about my training, Issei answered. Gasper peered out of his box as Kiba sat next to Issei. I would like to hear how you survived against the true red dragon god, Kiba said as he sat next to Issei. Well, when I first transformed into a dragon, he wanted to see if I was immune to fire, so he dropped me into an active volcano, Issei told them. Kiba and Gasper were at a loss for words as they heard what Issei went through for his training, with only almost losing a couple of times because Great Red thought he was strong enough to handle some of the opponents he faced. During their time together, Kiba had to leave for a contract, and Gasper also had a contract. Issei saw how Gasper made deals on his computer and was surprised at it. When the night was over, Issei left Gasper and went to see Rias before he left for home. When he arrived at the clubroom, only Rainier and Irina was there from his peerage. The others were out on contracts. It was Rias, Aquino and Zenobia, Kiba and Kaneko were out. Issei decided to wait for the rest of his peerage before heading home. Rias looked at him as though she remembered something. Issei, Rias started. Tomorrow I would like you to meet someone at Aquino's home if you don't mind. Of course, but I must admit I don't know where Aquino lives, Issei answered. I live at the shrine not too far from here, Aquino answered, before adding a little fuel to the fire. I get to have eyes to myself. I wonder if I'll be able to hold myself back. A tick mark appeared on Rias's forehead, but she didn't reply. She knew Aquino said that on purpose. I wonder if eyes will be rough or gentle with me, Aquino teased. After hearing that, Rias stood up from her seat and glared at her queen. Aquino, I don't know what you have planned, but trust me, if I arrive and you touch my eyes, I'll punish you severely, Rias stated to her queen in an annoyed tone. Eyes, Rias is being a bully. She was like this when we were younger, never want to share her things, Aquino told Issei with a pout while holding on to him. I'm pretty sure if you ask nicely she'll share, Issei replied while caressing Aquino's face, giving her a teasing smile. No, Rias screamed. She always take my things away, and when I take them back she lies and says I bullied her, and everyone believes her, Rias yelled with tears in her eyes. I see, so the princess is spoiled, always getting what she wants, Issei said out loud, poking fun at Rias. Rias didn't realize that she was being made fun of and took it seriously and broke down into tears. Issei saw her and started chuckling to himself before getting up to comfort Rias. Lifting her head up, he caressed her face and ran his hand through her hair, resting it on her shoulder before speaking to her. Come on, Rias, I was only teasing. I already told you that as a servant to the house of Gremory I'll always be at your side, Issei told her. He then saw that even though she was not crying anymore, she was still sad, probably hurt from his words. Before he could say anything else, the other members of the club came one after another, and after everyone arrived, Rias dismissed them for the night. Issei was alone inside the indoor bath, all his wings fully exposed, enjoying the silence and thinking of how sad Rias was, and then he remembered the talk he had with her brother. Issei then realized even though he lived for a long time and all the creatures he fought in his training and his travels to Earth, only one thing remained a mystery that no one can understand. The heart of a maiden. Issei then remembered the conversation with Sirzech a few days ago, when they talked about the Gremory's plan for him and Rias. Maybe I should take her out on a date to make it up to her, he said to himself out loud. Issei found the shrine where he was to meet with Aquino. Rias had said she'll meet him at the shrine after she concluded talking with her father before he returned to the underworld. As Issei arrived at the top of the stairs, he saw Aquino. Aquino was wearing a shrine maiden's outfit. Welcome, Eyes, Aquino greeted him. Hi, Aquino, Issei replied. So, who's the person that wanted to meet me out here, Issei inquired. He should be here soon. Also, Baochu said she'll be by later after she finishes her final meeting with Sirzech-sama, Aquino answered. I must say, Aquino, you do look lovely in that outfit. Being a shrine maiden suits you, Issei told her. Aquino's smile faltered for a brief second. She regained her composure and invited Issei inside and left to prepare some tea. Are you him? Issei heard from a bright light that entered the room. Looking closely, Issei could tell it was a teleportation circle. Stepping out stood a handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes, and unlike other angels whose wings are white, his wings are colored gold. Further symbolizing his position as the leader, his eyes are shaped in a perpetually sad manner that seems around Sirzech's age. He had soft facial features with blue eyes. There was a golden halo above his head and 12 wings on his back. Are you him? The man asked again, the one who defeated Cockabeel, the hybrid in Sirzech's report. Yes, I am. I can tell that you're an archangel, but I don't know which one, Issei replied. Right, where are my manners? My name is Archangel Michiel, leader of heaven, he answered with a soft smile. Issei Hayaru, at your service, Issei greeted the leader of heaven. I see both of you met. Aquino spoke out loud as she entered the room carrying a tray with tea. Yes, actually, Issei, I'm here to award you something after Michiel said that a sword materialized in front of him. A European sword with a reddish-purple grip, and a golden hilt with the guard has an appearance that resembles dragon claws. Issei felt a chill going down his spine. He knew that the sword was a holy sword from its aura, but felt it was more than a holy sword. Issei looked at the archangel cautiously as Michiel held the sword before speaking. This is the holy sword Ascalon, Michiel told him. He saw Issei's right eyebrow raised but unfazed by the name of the sword. Do you know of this sword? Michiel asked. Yes, I've heard about it in my travels but never laid my eyes on it, Issei answered. This sword was used by the St. George, the dragon slayer, Michiel told Issei as he handed him the sword. Issei took the sword from Michiel and asked him one thing. Why are you giving it to me? Issei asked. Aquino just smiled at his question. We received the report that you were the one to stop Cockabeel, using Durandal, a sword that doesn't even acknowledge its own wielder until they tame it. But you tamed that sword in seconds, Michiel stated. I see, but I don't use swords that much. Do you mind if I pass it on to someone in my peerage? Issei asked. Yes, that won't be a problem. Now my work here is done, I will return to heaven. I'll see you at the meeting, Issei Hayaru. I have someone who would like to meet you. With that said, Michiel disappeared in a bright flash. Aquino looked on as Issei teleported the sword to his pocket dimension, then refilled his cup with tea. Aquino, can I ask you something? Of course, why don't you use your fallen angel side? Akino was taken back a bit. The smile on her face gone, it was replaced with a look of depression and sadness. Issei, can I show you something? Akino asked. Issei nodded yes, and with that Akino turned her back to him and pulled down her Miko top and revealed her wings to him. One was a devil and the other wings of a fallen angel. My father is Barakil, a Cotter member of the Grigori. My mother was a shrine maiden and she was killed because of my father. Akino tried to remain calm but her voice was breaking. I was almost killed when I met Rias. She offered her hand to me to turn into a devil. I thought after become a devil I would have gotten rid of these wings, but one remained as she said that she grabbed her fallen angel wings as if she was ready to rip them out her back. My mother was killed because she married a fallen angel, and the Hanjuma clan chased me down to kill me as well. I only survived because they agreed to Rias's terms. Even with these wings I became more hideous than before. Akino said that out loud in self-derision. Issei listened to Akino and saw the pain in her eyes. He knew what she was going through. He went through the same thing before he came to terms with what all that he is. But in his case he had great red. Even though Akino had Rias never helped her overcome the pain in her heart. Akino, you're not hideous, Issei started. You're beautiful. I know what you're going through. I know what you're going through. I had the same problem before I accepted my own power, Issei told her. What I have fallen in me the same that brought about the death of your parents. You may have those three under your control, but don't you hate the fallen? Akino asked. You're wrong. I didn't save Rainier, Midalt, or Calawarner to fulfill my hatred for the fallen. I came to peace with that long ago. Have no hatred for neither of the three factions, Issei told her. What Cockabeel? Akino started, but Issei raised his hand to stop her. Yes, I did show my hatred for Cockabeel, but what he did in the war was cowardly, and what he put the other three through and what he wanted to do to Asia was unforgivable. I won't hold an entire faction responsible for the action of one, and I won't hate someone for being a part of that faction. So I won't hate Rainier, Calawarner, and Midalt, or even you, Issei told her. You are kind, a bit of a sadist but kind, and I like that about you, Issei finished telling Akino. Hearing him say that, Akino blushed a little before leaping onto Issei. Hey, Eyes, do you like Rias? Akino asked him. Yay, I think she's wonderful, spoiled, but she's not so bad, Issei answered. Well, if that's the case, I don't mind having a position in your harem, Akino declared. She was about to give Issei a kiss, but the door suddenly flew open to reveal a very angry-looking Rias. Akino, what are you doing? Rias asked with tick marks on her forehead. I was only showing Eyes a little love, Akino teased. Did Mitchell already leave? Rias asked. Yes, he gave me the sword and left, Issei answered. I see. In your current position, she asked, looking at Akino straddling on top of him. We were just talking. What part of talking involved her being on top of you? Never mind, I'm leaving with that said. Rias immediately turned around and left. Issei got up from the compromising situation he was in to catch up with Rias, knowing what he already had to do. Rias was walking angrily down the stairs when Issei caught up to her. He walked arm's length behind her, waiting for the right moment to talk to her. That moment came when she stopped halfway down the stairs. She stood there for a few seconds before talking to Issei, but she never turned around. Hey Eyes, tell me, what is Akino to you? Rias asked the man she has feelings for. Well, Akino is your queen and also the vice president of the club, but Akino is also Akino, her own person, Issei answered. Then what am I to you? She asked, afraid of the answer. You are Rias Gremory, high-class devil, heiress to the house of Gremory, the house I now serve. He paused before continuing what he was going to say. He saw Rias' shoulders drop, not wanting to hear what he just said. He decided to continue before it gets worse. And Rias is also Rias, her own person, someone who cares deeply for those around her, he finished. Rias was surprised at his words. She immediately turned to face him. She was greeted with a loving smile adorning his face. Hey, Rias, after this meeting is over, how about we go on a date? Issei asked the Gremory princess. Yes, I would like it, she answered with both a smile and a blush on her face. With it they both left to the shrine to return home. It was now the night of the meeting for the angels, devils, and fallen angels. The members of the Occult Research Club were currently in the club room preparing themselves for the meeting. Now then, it's time for us to leave, Rias said out loud. Everyone got up to leave, but only three remained where they were. It was decided that Gasper would remain behind with Kaneko and Calawarner. This decision came around due to the fact that Gasper can't control his powers around a large crowd of people, so they decided it was best he remained in the old building with Kaneko, but Issei suggested that Calawarner stay as well. They were all ready to leave when a tear appeared in the middle of the room. Issei knew it was Great Red making an entrance. Even he didn't let out any strong aura like the last time. Why are you here? Issei asked the dragon of dragons in human form. I just wanted to ride motorcycles again, so I came to get you, Great Red answered. Well, next time give me a heads up. You came at a bad time, Issei replied, a bit angered. Yay, I can tell by the presence of the three Judeo-Christian religion auras I feel in the area. So what's going on? Great Red asked. A meeting between the three factions, Rias answered. Oh, Gremory Devil, nice to see you again, Great Red greeted. Nice to see you again, Great Red, Sama, Rias greeted with a bow. Come on, no need for formalities, just call me uncle, he said with a toothy grin. Riaz blushed a little at the implication of calling the one who raised Issei and the only family he had before the spell to make him human. She didn't know what to do from what Issei told her. He don't take things seriously, and the only time he takes anything seriously is when Off-Ice challenges him or when the end of days arrive and he has to fight the sealed beast and begin the apocalypse. Riaz raised her head and introduced her rook and bishop to him, even though his aura was concealed from everyone on the planet. Kaneko felt it when he opened the dimensional tier, and she felt it even now. She was shaking at first, but now had calmed down enough to eat the snacks she brought with her. Jasper on the hand just stayed in his box, but upon hearing who he was closed the lids of the box out of fear. Well, you'll just have to wait here until the meeting is over, Issei told him. Fine, but before you go. After saying that, Great Red snapped his fingers and Issei was enveloped in a crimson light. After the light faded away, Issei was now wearing what appeared to be ceremonial clothing and armor, similar to something the leaders from the 3 factions would wear. His though was crimson in color with black and gold line accents. His shoes was replaced with well-fitted sabaton and greaves. His school uniform was replaced with black pants to easily move around in and a white-fitted shirt. Over the shirt was a plate with his insignia in the middle, but this time the dragon head was white, which stood out on the crimson. He also had on a pair of vambraces on his arms. On his shoulders were now 2 pauldrons on each side, finished with a cape that barely touched the floor, with his insignia also in the middle of the cape. Everyone was now looking at Issei, and Great Red stood there giving an approving nod. What in the 9 hells am I wearing? Issei asked, a bit peeved. You don't like it? I came up with the design myself, Great Red said with his chest puffed out in confidence. Change me back, I look ridiculous, Issei complained. Great Red stood there with his hand up with the gesture to snap his fingers, but his answer said it all. No, I don't feel like it. That was his answer. Can't you change it back yourself? Riaz asked. No, I can't undo his magic, and I don't think anyone on this planet can, Issei answered. Well, you do look handsome and regal, but if we don't leave now we'll be late and everyone will be waiting. With that said, Issei glared one more time at Great Red before turning and leaving the clubroom with Riaz and the members of both their peerage in tow. So little cat, are you going to share? Great Red asked Kaneko. Kaneko stiffened a bit before she placed some of her candle between her and Great Red. Jasper stayed in his box playing a handheld video game while Calawarner prepared some tea for the 4 of them. School. Conference room. Riaz and Issei stood outside the conference door. Issei grumbled the entire way towards the conference but quieted down as they neared the conference. The entire school grounds was placed in a barrier so no outsiders can see what was really happening. The school grounds was filled with devils, angels, and fallen angels, but to the mundane it looked like a normal night if they ever walked by. Riaz was the first to knock on the door to the meeting. Enter. A male voice was heard. Everyone already knew this voice. It belonged to Sirzech Lucifer. The doors and Riaz along with her peerage entered. Issei wanted to enter with her and his peerage, but she had told him that he and his peerage were to enter separate from her and her peerage. After the door closed, Issei waited a few seconds before knocking. Enter. This time the voice was feminine, belonging to Seraphal Leviathan. As Issei and his peerage entered the room, the first thing he noticed was a gorgeous-looking table in the center of the room. He immediately recognized everyone in the room except for one. But from the aura the man had and the description he got from his girls, this man was Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Standing behind him against the wall was Vali, switching his stares between Issei and Arena. Issei looked around the room and noticed the seating arrangements. Sirzech was seated next to Seraphal with Graphia standing behind them. Next to the Satans was Sona and Riaz with their respective peerages sitting behind them. Sitting on the other side of the table was Archangel Michiel with a 4-winged angel standing behind him. Further down the table from Michiel sat Azazel with Vali leaning on the wall behind him. The leaders all wore some sort of regal clothing or robes for this occasion, and they all stared at Issei with curious expressions, but one person decided to break the silence. Eyes, what are you wearing? Seraphal asked. That bastard just put this on me knowing I can't undo his magic. Now I'm forced to wear this until the meeting is over, Issei answered, slightly angered. It looks good on you. I suggest you wear that at more formal settings in the future, Sirzech chipped in. I'd rather not, was Issei's reply before taking a seat next to Riaz and his peerage sitting behind him. My younger sister along with Seraphal's younger sister along with Issei Hayatu along with members of their peerages, Sirzech introduces them to the faction leaders. During Cockabill's attack they were all very active in stopping his plans. Sirzech finished. Yes, I have read the report and I give my thanks once more, Michiel said in a soothing voice. Yay, sorry about Cockabill causing trouble, Azazel said without a care in the world. His 3 former subordinates weren't the only glaring at him, as everyone was looking at him with mistrust in their eyes. What's with those looks? I sent Vali here to deal with him, but the hybrid over there beat him to it. And besides, for his crimes Cockabill is now frozen in Cocytus, Azazel told them. The frozen river of wailing, Issei muttered. Let's get on with this meeting. We're getting off topic, Sirzech said out loud to get the meeting back on point. Yes, I agree, Michiel commented. But before we start, let's say the precondition for this meeting, along with the 7 princes of the underworld. Everyone here acknowledge the fact that God also is dead, Sirzech asked of everyone. Everyone at the meeting nodded their heads in acknowledgement, and with that the meeting started. Michiel talked about the angel side of things. Sirzech and Seraphal talked about the devil side of things. Azazel just made comments that raised the tension in the room. Now then, Riaz, Sona, why don't both of you speak about the Cockabill incident? Sirzech asked the 2 young devils. Yes, Lucifer-sama, they both answered. They both stood at the end of the table, and as they talked, a magic hologram was showing the incident with every detail from him showing up at Issei's house to when Issei clipped his wings and the White Dragon Emperor taking him. That is all we have to report, they both said with a bow. Thank you, you may sit now, Sirzech told them. Good job, Ryushin. Good job, Satan. Serafal congratulated them on their report. After hearing that report, I want to hear the opinion of the governor of the fallen angels. Sirzech spoke with power in his voice. About that, a few months ago Cockabille started acting in secrecy and independently. When we figured what he was up to, it was then I sent Volley to deal with him. Now he's imprisoned in Cocytus and won't come out anymore. I sent you all the material from my side, Azazel answered in his carefree attitude. That's the worst explanation I ever heard, Michio responded. I know the story that you personally don't want anything big to occur between us. Is this still true? Michio asked. I don't have any interest in starting any more wars. I guess Cockabille didn't like that, Azazel answered. Azazel, there is one thing I would like to ask you, Sirzech asked as he leaned forward. Why have you been gathering owners of sacred gears for the past decades? At first I thought you were gathering humans and attempting to augment your battle potential. I even anticipated you to wage war against heaven or us, but no matter how much time passed, you didn't wage a war against us. When I heard you got hold of the vanishing dragon, I was enveloped by a strong wariness. Sirzech finished saying that with both hands clasped together. Michiel and Serafal nodded in agreement with what was just said and looked at the fallen leader waiting for answers. Azazel smiled bitterly before replying. The truth is, I've been researching sacred gears. If you don't believe me, I can send a part of my research to you as well. Even if I did research, I wouldn't wage war against you or anything. I don't have any interest in wars anymore. I'm satisfied with the world right now. I have strongly ordered my subordinates not to interfere with human politics or religion and don't mess in devil affairs, Azazel told everyone at the table. I might trust in the three factions. The lowest Azazel sighed while saying this. Sirzech, Serafal, and Michiel answered with a yes. Why don't we do what we really came here to do, and make true peace, not the stalemate we're in right now, Azazel proposed. Everyone in the room other than the four leaders were shocked at his proposal. Issei was shocked to hear that from the fallen leader's mouth but never showed it. Even as when Issei entered the room he felt a faint signature coming from Azazel, and not the signature of a fallen but something else. Just like how Issei was watching him since he took his seat, so was Azazel watching him. Volley, on the other hand, acted like he had no interest in the meeting. He kept a watchful eye on both Issei and Arena, and every now and then he looked outside the window. Yes, I also planned on proposing peace to the devil side and the Grigori. Even if we continue the relationship of the three factions like before, then it will become damaging to the world right now. The leader of the angels say it, since the original cause of the war, God and Mao, have been annihilated. If we continue to follow the path of old hatred, it will lead in mutual destruction. Michiel paused before continuing his speech. It is our duty to guide humans. We members of the Seraph have the same opinion that the most important thing is to watch over the children of God and to guide them. This is what has been decided to honor our father. Michiel finished with a saddened but calm expression. We are the same, even if the Mao isn't here in order to continue the species. Devils to have moved forward as well, even we wouldn't want war. If we have another war, the devils will be destroyed, Sirzech told everyone. His speech received a nod from Serafal. They continued the talks with negotiations on trading between the three factions. As the meeting was coming to an end, Azazel asked a question to three people present in the room. Okay, let's hear from the next generation that can change the world. Volley, what do you want to do to the world? Azazel asked the White Dragon Emperor. Volley had a sinister smile as he answered. As long as I can fight strong guys, then it's fine. Azazel then turned his gaze towards Arena and asked the same thing. All I care about is being happy with my eyes, Arena replied with her bubbly attitude, not noticing the glare some of the girls were giving her. And what about you, Issei Hayao? What are your thoughts on the subject? Azazel asked with a smirk. Everyone's eyes turned to the one in question, wondering what his answer will be. Issei stood up from where he sat. He looked the leaders before answering. Rias, who was secretly holding his hand ever since he sat next to her, released her hold on him. He then turned his gaze to Michiel. As most of you know, I was born in the middle of the Great War. My mother an angel and my father a devil. As he said this, he released both his angel and devil wings. I was too young to know my father, but my mother raised me in secret. But I do know what she truly wanted. She wanted the war to end. She wanted me to meet my father's family, to let them know he left someone behind to carry on his legacy. She wanted to take me to heaven and visit the gardens of life. She wanted me to meet and play with other children my age instead of being alone. So if this peace truly come to fruition, I will protect it in honor of my mother. Issei sat back down after he finished what needed to say. Well, with that said, I say the future is in good hands, Serafal said out loud. Azazel was about to say something when everyone felt an aura so strong they all had trouble breathing. Did he really had to use that much power? Issei said with a sigh. Issei, why would he use his power at a time like this? Rias asked, trying to catch her breath. Because we're about to be under attack, Issei answered. And true to his words, the sound of battle could be heard outside the meeting room. Everyone looked out the window and saw cloaked figures attacking the guards from the three factions. We need to get to the clubroom. Gaspar. Rias was cut off as Issei began to speak. They're fine. Don't forget who's in the room with them. He might be lazy, but he won't let harm come to them, Issei comforted her. Yes, you're right. He did just release some of his power, probably to scare the attackers away, Rias said assuringly. Wait, don't tell me he's back here, Sirzich asked with fear in his voice. Who's this so powerful that it has a super devil so scared, Azazel asked. Just one of the only beings in the world that I can't defeat, Issei answered. Why is he here? If he fights, the world will be destroyed, Serafal shouted. He wanted to ride motorcycles with Issei after the meeting, Rias answered. You're telling me Great Red came here just to ride motorcycles again? Sirzich questioned. Wait, shouted Michiel. Great Red is here, asked the leader of heaven. It appears so, Sirzich answered with a shrug of his shoulders. Why would the dragon of dragons want to ride motorcycles with Issei? Azazel asked with curiosity on his face. Because I raised him, trained him, and taught him everything he knows. A voice was heard that seemed like it came from everywhere. As most of them looked for the source of the voice, a dimensional tear appeared, and out the tear came Kaneko, followed by Calawarner carrying a passed-out Gasper and Great Red in his human form. At his presence, those who never met him before stepped back in fear. Volley, on the other hand, was smiling like a madman at the new development. What happened? Rias asked as she and her peerage went over to look at Gasper. Some magicians came in to fight us and force Gasper into using his sacred gear, but when they saw Great Red just laying on the couch not paying them any attention, not knowing who he was, one magician attacked him. That's when Great Red got up, swatted the attack away, released some of his aura at the magicians. While they were frozen in fear, Kaneko and I attacked and defeated them, Calawarner reported, only for Kaneko to nod in assurance. You know, you didn't have to do all that. Their attacks wouldn't even harm you, Issei said with a sigh while grabbing the bridge of his nose. I was bored of waiting, and watching those little humans squirm was amusing, Great Red replied with a toothy grin. Volley still stood where he was, taking all this information with a smile on his face. He had one thought on his mind. Who shall he fight first? His rival, the Red Dragon Emperor or Empress, since it's a female now. Issei Hayatu, a hybrid that was trained by Great Red itself, or go straight at his ultimate goal and fight Great Red. He felt like a kid getting every toy he ever wanted on the same day. Volley, I know what you're thinking. With your current strength you won't last 5 seconds against Great Red, Albion told Volley. Then what about Issei Hayatu? Volley asked his partner. I honestly don't know his strength, but I do believe you can take him on, Albion responded. Volley was about to reply, but was brought out by his musings when Azazel called him over to be part of the counterattack. Rias and Sona and their peerages along will go out and assist the guards, hopefully that will draw out whoever is behind this attack. Sirzich gave out those instructions. Wait, I have a better idea, Azazel said to the leader of the devils. He then looked at Volley and gave him a nod. Volley smirked in confirmation before he looked at Issei one last time. Balance break, Volley said out loud. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. It was the voice of Albion. After that was heard, Volley started to be enveloped in a white aura. When the aura receded, he was in a white dragon armor with blue jewels covering Volley's body. Volley took one look at both Issei and Arena before he flew out the building, destroying the wall in the process. A shockwave was felt from Volley's attack with the magicians. The young devils was about to enter the fray but was stopped by an incoming attack. Grafia placed a barrier around everyone in the room, protecting them from the destruction. Chaos Brigade really don't want us to sign this treaty, Azazel said with a chuckle. What do you know of this group? Michiel asked. I only confirmed the organization's name and background recently, but my vice-governor Shemeza has also had his eye on this suspiciously acting group from before that. It's said that they're gathering dangerous members from all 3 big powers. Some sacred gear-possessing humans who have attained Balance Breaker also seem to be included. I've also confirmed a number of Longinus possessors among them. Do you know their goal? Destruction and mayhem. It's that simple. You know they don't like this world's peace. They're terrorists. They're ill-natured to the extreme. The organization's leader is the other most powerful dragon in existence. I see, so this is what she meant, Issei said while looking at Great Red to receive a nod in recognition. I see, so you and Great Red already knew that the Ouroboros dragon Ice was up to something, Sirzich asked. We knew she was gathering members from different factions, but she said it was to challenge Uncle Red for the dimensional gap again. Issei answered. Yes, Issies is the leader of the Chaos Brigade. A voice came from a magic circle that appeared on the floor of the meeting room. I see, so you're the mastermind behind this attack, Sirzich said out loud at the recognition of the magic circle. Leviathan, who would have thought? Azazel said out loud. The look of confusion could be seen on the faces of some of the young devils in the room. From their knowledge of the underworld, Sona's sister was the Leviathan. So they wondered who was coming from this magic circle that did not belong to the Citri household. Out of the magic circle came a tall woman wearing half-rimmed glasses with a voluptuous figure, her skin tanned with long brown hair that was tied up in a bun with a headset and purple eyes. He wore a dress that was extremely low-cut and had a high slit on it which exposed a large portion of her S. How do you do, current Mao Sirzich Dono? The woman greeted Sirzich with a fearless tone. The one descended from the previous Leviathan, Kateria Leviathan. What is the meaning of this? Sirzich asked. So she's a descendant of the original Leviathan. Everyone seemed to be in understanding now. The members of the old Mao faction have nearly all decided to cooperate with the Chaos Brigade, Kateria said with pride. So it's a feud between the new and old Mao sides that has become full-scale. Devils are also difficult. Azazel just smiled like it was someone else's problem. Kateria, is it okay to interpret those words literally? Sirzech asked her. Sirzech, it's exactly as I said, we are also taking charge of this attack right now. So it's a coup d'etat, huh? Kateria, why are you doing this? Serafal asked with worry in her tone. I don't want my name to called so casually from the one who usurped my title, she yelled at Serafal with disdain laced in her voice before turning back to Sirzech. Sirzech, we've only arrived at the exact opposite idea of this meeting today. We've concluded that, since God and the original Mao are gone, this world should be reformed. Has that Offai seen that far ahead into the future, though that doesn't seem likely? Azazel questioned. Kateria just let out a breath in response to Azazel's question. Aside from being a symbol of power, he just bears the position for the sake of gathering power. We've asked for his help to destroy the world and rebuild it again. We will be the ones to manage the new world. As if what Azazel and Issei said earlier was true, devils from the old Mao faction along with rebel angels and fallen angels appeared next to the magicians. So you're a gathering of angel, fallen angel, and devil rebels who want their own world and a new earth that they rule over? The mediator of that is Offais. Azazel asked. Kateria, why are you doing such a thing? Serafal shouted. Kateria showed a hateful expression at Serafal Sama's shout. Serafal, how dare you act so shamelessly? As the one who stole the position of Leviathan from me, I'm descended from the original Leviathan. I was the one suited to be Mao. Kateria, don't worry Serafal, today I'll kill you at this place and take the title of Mao Leviathan for myself, then Offais will become the god of the new world. It's fine if he's just a symbol. The system and laws, the doctrine will be constructed by us, Michael, Azazel, and Sirzech. Your era is over. The expressions of Sirzech Sama, Serafal Sama, and Michael Sama all darkened at Kateria's words. However, there's three in the room smiling as if her words held no meaning to them. Hey hey ha. He showed a wicked smile like that of a bad boy. Azazel, what's so funny? Anger clearly saturated Kateria's expression and words. So you people will reform this world altogether, huh? That's right. That's exactly right, Azazel. This world as Kateria started but was cut off by Azazel. In decay, humans are foolish. The earth will be destroyed. Oi, 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 aren't things prospering nowadays? Azazel held his stomach as he laughed. Kateria's eyes twitched. Azazel, you're the same as ever. Even though you have so much power, you're satisfied with the current world. Let me tell you, your goal is too cliched and harsh, and yet, people like that are limited to those who are excessively strong. Geez, it's really a nuisance for others. Descendant of Leviathan, your words are just like those of a villain who's about to die. You know that, Rith. Azazel, you would ridicule us this far? Kateria was enraged, and a magic aura was gushing out of her entire body. It was the atmosphere of an explosive situation. Sirzech, Michael, Serafal, Issei, I'll take care of her, don't help me. Okay, Azazel stood up. The governor of the fallen angels began releasing a gloomy aura, similar to doing a battle enhancement. Kateria, do you have no intention of surrendering? Sirzech asked one last time, trying to have the descendant of Leviathan to give up. Kateria shook her head. That is correct, Sirzech. You were a good Mao, however, you weren't the best Mao. That's why we are aiming to be the new Mao. I see. That's too bad. Seeing that confirmation, Azazel unfolded 12 black wings. Their feathers were darker than endless darkness. Descendant of the former Mao Leviathan, one of the monsters of the end. Not a bad opponent, Kateria Leviathan. Are you dressed up for a bout of Armageddon with me? Azazel teased with a challenging tone. Kateria responded to Azazel's intense challenge with a fearless smile of her own. I was just wishing for that, governor of the angels who fell. Azazel and Kateria Leviathan flew out of the room, and a battle of light and devil began to unfold in the distant skies above the schoolyard. Both of them had a tremendous massive aura. It was a different dimension from us. Rias, Sona, Serafal, and Michael will keep strengthening the barrier covering this school. Now that Azazel and Kateria are running wild, the damage may become big. Sorry about this, but until Graphia finishes her analysis of the magician's transferus magic circle, could the two of you and your peerages deal with the magicians outside? Sirzech gave the order to the young devils. Yes, Lucifer Sama. Both Eris gave their reply. Thank you. He gave his thanks, then turned to Issei. Issei, do you mind if I ask for your assistance in this matter? You don't even have to ask, Issei replied. I'm glad that my sister has some like you to rely on, Sirzech said with a smile. With that, Sona and Rias left the meeting room, giving orders to the members of their peerages. Arena, Issei called out to his ace of pawn. Said Ace turned to face him. Issei opened up his dimensional pocket and pulled out a scallon. This is a scallon I received from Michiel, but since you train with swords, I think it's better in your hands, he told her as he passed the sword to her. Irina stopped herself from taking the sword and looked at Michiel, then back at Issei before he urged her to take the sword. All right, girls, go and defeat those who wants to destroy our way of life. Asia, you'll stay here with us. In the event that someone gets injured, they can come back and get healed. Issei gave his instructions. Hi, they all responded and left the meeting room to battle the magicians. Kiba was using his holy demonic sword, cleared through each magic protection barrier and into the magician's body. He had already cut down a considerable number of magicians, but a new assassin would always be summoned from the magic circle right after. They're endless, Kiba said to himself. Zuba. A wave along with a slashing attack was fired from the holy sword Durandal and gouged out the schoolyard left and right. The attack slaughtered the magicians in large numbers. Zenobia, please treat the school building with a bit more care, Sona scolded her. Sona was using the Citrus family water and ice magic to take down magicians. Her queen Tsubaki Shinra was using a Naginata attacking magicians and defending Sona along with the knight Tomo Meguri with a katana in her hand. Tsubasa and Kaneko were both together using hand-to-hand combat to break the magicians' defensive barriers and land solid hits on them. The girls from Issei's peerage joined the fray, Irina using Escalon to assist Kiba and Zenobia. Kala Warner, Middlet and Rainier was also fighting magicians along with Riaz and Akina. Issei along with Michiel's angel bodyguard stood near the remaining leaders deflecting attacks and destroying magicians that got near them. Great Red took a chair next to the sleeping Gasper, kicked his feet on the table, and went back to sleep. From the sky, a roaring sound could be heard, as well as a dazzling light. When looking above, Azazel and Kateria Leviathan were attacking and defending intensely. Azazel made multiple thick and heavy spears of light easily exceeding his own height appear and threw them at Kateria. Kateria laid out several layers of defensive magic circles and blocked the light attacks. The schoolyard had received great damage here and there from the after effects of those attacks and defenses. If Surzech, Serafal and Michiel hadn't been protecting the new school building, significant crumbling would probably have happened to the building. It was also fortunate that the entire school site was enveloped in a strong barrier. If not, the surrounding residential area would have also taken damage. Kateria's breath started getting ragged. It seems she was using too much power to battle Azazel. She gave herself some distance from Azazel. She looked around and noticed that most of the magicians that she had brought along were defeated. She then clicked her tongue in annoyance, then took a small bottle out from her. She swallowed what seemed like a small black snake that was present inside. That moment Great Red eyes shot open as he felt the familiar aura and just mumbled one word, off-ice. At that instant space vibrated intensely, and a wave of power surged throughout the whole schoolyard. The magic power given off by Kateria's body swelled up, and gave off an ominous aura. Her power increased, almost reaching the same level as Surzech and Serafal. Azazel fired countless spears of light at her, but they easily vanished just by Kateria calmly moving her right hand sideways. Even though you can say the fallen angel governor Azazel's power is the 5th or 6th most powerful of those here today. Azazel rushed at Kateria, not caring for her power increase, failed to see the incoming attack that sent him to the ground. So you're betraying me under these circumstances, Vali? The governor of the fallen angels, who was gravely injured, asked the White Dragon Emperor. That's right, Azazel. While giving off a dazzling radiance, Vali stood before everyone. The instant you decided on peace, arrangements were made to invoke the sacred gear of the kidnapped half-vampire and begin the terrorist attack. But it appeared that the first part of the plan failed. But that didn't matter. Vali ran wild along with me once we saw a chance. It'd be good if we could bury any one of the leaders of the 3 great powers. It was fine if the meeting was broken because of that, Kateria said as she stood next to Vali. Is that him, the hybrid you told us about, Vali? Yeah, but I don't think he'll come to our side. Oh, and why's that? He was raised by the Apocalypse Dragon. I doubt he'll fight for off-ice. Very well, I'll let you deal with him, along with the fake Mao sisters. At Kateria's declaration, Riaz and Sona's peerage came to their side to protect their king from Vali. Geez, I've really lost my edge. For another one of my followers to do this. Azazel laughed at himself as he dusted himself off while standing up. Vali stored away his mask on his helmet with a clang and showed his face. When did you decide to betray me? Azazel asked his former follower and bodyguard. I got the offer while I was en route returning Cockabeel to headquarters. This side seems to be interesting. Vali, has the Vanishing Dragon surrendered to off-ice? No, I'm just cooperating stubbornly. They gave an attractive offer. Wouldn't you like to fight against the Asgard? When they said that as someone who wants to test my power I couldn't decline. Azazel, since you dislike the idea of fighting with Valhalla the Asgard, right? In fact, you dislike the whole idea of war. Vali starts laughing to himself. To think the one who taught humans the art of warfare and how to make weapons dislike war, I never would have imagined that. That's true, I did all that, but that is in the past. I told you to become strong, but I should have also said don't only make factors that will destroy the world. That's unrelated. I just want to fight eternally. Since the time we met till now, you wanted to fight with strong people. The preparations and information outlet for this were thanks to him. It's unusual of you to have left him alone even though you understood his true nature. As a result, you have brought your own destruction. Kateria sneered at Azazel. Ignoring Azazel, who gave a bitter smile, Vali started talking again. My real name is Vali Lucifer. I'm a descendant of the previous generation's Mao Lucifer who died. However, I'm a child of mixed born from a father who was the old Mao's grandson and a human mother. I obtained the Vanishing Dragon's sacred gear because I'm half human. It was just by chance, however. I, who is a true relative of Lucifer and is also the Vanishing Dragon, was born. As Vali said that, 4 pairs of devil wings grew from his back along with his wings of light. No way, that can't be. Riaz also wore an astonished expression on her face. However, Azazel confirmed it. It's true. If there is such a ridiculous existence, it's him. He'll become the strongest White Dragon Emperor of among those I knew in the past and present, and probably of all time as well. Have you prepared yourself to die, Azazel? Kateria still sneered at Azazel. That increase in power that swelled up earlier, what did you get from that off-ice? Kateria smiled at Azazel's question. Yes, the one who is the dragon that possesses infinite power, for the sake of the world's reformation, I borrowed a little of his power. Thanks to that I can fight against you. There's even a chance that I can beat Sirzech, Seraphal and Michael. They're such foolish rulers, and so are you. So I am. I may be foolish. I can't do anything without Shemhazai. I'm just a sacred gear enthusiast, but you know. Do you really think to the extent that Sirzech, Seraphal and Michael are idiots? At least they're far superior than someone mediocre like you. What nonsense. Very well, I'll deal the finishing blow right here and now. I will destroy you, the governor of the fallen angels, as the first step of the creation of a new world. Kateria spoke in a strong tone. However, Azazel just seemed pleased. Azazel took out something which looked like a dagger from his pocket. So that's what I've been sensing from him, Issei said out loud. What do you mean? Seraphal asked him. Ever since I came into the meeting I sensed a dragon's power coming from him, Issei answered. It seems you found out my secret, Azazel said while smirking at Issei. Azazel then pointed the tip of the dagger at Kateria, who was looking at it suspiciously. I have gone beyond being a sacred gear enthusiast. I also produced them myself. I've built replicas. Well, almost all of them are garbage. God, the one who developed the sacred gears was amazing. That's the only thing I respect him for. However, they're incomplete. It's because God and Mao died while leaving behind bugs which can just upset the world's balance, like the Longinus and Balance Breaker. Well, that's why sacred gears are interesting though. Be it a peace of mind. Things like sacred gears absolutely won't be made in the new world. Even without such things the world functions. Eventually we'll make Northern Europe's Odin move as well, and then the world will have to change. After arguing between both them a few more times, Azazel just smiled. The dagger in his hand changed shape, its parts separated and light gushed out. In front of the Kateria, who had grasped something, the governor of the fallen angels uttered words with power. Balance break. The vicinity was wrapped in a momentary flash. After the light faded, there was a person there wearing gold plate armor. It had a golden sparkling radiance and a form like that of a creature, just like that of a dragon. As many as 12 jet black wings unfolded from its back. Black feathers fluttered about the surroundings. Okay, I'm actually impressed, Issei said with a pleasing tone. I studied the Vanishing Dragon and other Dragon series sacred gears and produced this, my masterpiece artificial sacred gear. This is Downfall Dragon Spear, in its pseudo-balance breaker state. Downfall Dragon Spear armor. Haha, as expected of Azazel. You really are incredible, Volley laughed while talking. It's based on a dragon endowed with power, right? Yeah, I just sealed the Gigantes Dragon Fafnir in this artificial sacred gear. I copied it from the sacred gears of the two heavenly dragons, the Welsh Dragon and Vanishing Dragon. I've yet to see if it succeeded or not. Your research of sacred gears shouldn't have developed to that extent, Kateria spat out. From that look, it seems that the group that betrayed my organization took some of the sacred gear research with them. However, it's pointless. Only I and Shemhazai know a portion close to the truth. A bluish-black aura covered the Kateria's body as she clicked her tongue. I am one who has descended from the great true Leviathan. Kateria Leviathan, I won't lose to an annoying fallen angel like you. Come at me then. Don't look down on me. Kateria shouted and flew at Azazel with extreme speed. It was an instantaneous event. Kateria dived at Azazel, and Azazel also responded with the spear he held. In an instant, fresh gushed out from Kateria's body. She feebly fell down to her knees on the spot. It isn't over, Kateria screamed as she changed her arm into a tentacle-like thing and wrapped it around Azazel's left arm. Azazel tried to tear the tentacle away, but there was no sign of it coming off at all. That is a self-destruct use technique formula, Azazel. Even if you try to kill me while in this state, it's useless now that you're connected with me. This strong magic will also activate and kill you too when I die. So you'll deal great damage to me with self-sacrifice resolution. It's a tasteless way of thinking, but the result is an enormous reason. That tentacle is a special make that absorbed my life. It won't break, Kateria laughed fearlessly, giving up on cutting it. Azazel shrugged his shoulder. The next instant the tentacle was cut off along with his left arm. Fresh gushed out from the wound of Azazel's left arm. The cut-off piece of his arm turned into dust. You cut off your own arm? Kateria was shocked. However, her abdomen was pierced by a spear of light that Azazel threw. I'll give you an arm at least. Kateria's body blew up, then turned into dust and vanished into the sky. She was annihilated, since to demons, light was a deadly poison. Azazel's armor was released. The governor of the fallen angels didn't seem to regret the arm he'd lost. He just clicked his tongue. So this is the limit of an artificial sacred gear. There's still much room for improvement. As long as the core jewel is safe, I can remake it again. I'll have you keep me company a little while longer. Golden Dragon Monarch Fafnir. And he lightly kissed a jewel-like object in his hand. The white armored volley descended from the night sky, as expected of Azazel. However, your armor has been released, so your artificial sacred gears still require more study. Azazel pointed at Volley. Now then, Volley, what will you do? Shall I go at it again? Even if I have no armor and I am one-handed, I can fight with you adequately. Azazel made a spear of light appear in his hand and pointed the blade at the White Dragon Emperor. Volley glanced at Azazel, who took a fighting stance, and then asked us a question. But don't you think that destiny is cruel? I who was born to witty of Lucifer, destined to be the strongest white dragon emperor that ever existed. And you Issei Hayatu Vashtanari has the of not only a low-class devil but an angel as well. By all rights you shouldn't exist. Now that I know that you were trained by Great Red, I see the path before me. Before I can challenge Great Red, I must defeat you first. Seeing as my rival won't last in a match right now, how about we have a match? Everyone turned their eyes at Issei waiting for his reply. Issei just sighed and rolled his shoulders before he replied. Hey Volley, remember when you asked me how I would compare amongst the world's strongest? This question only got a questionable look on Volley's face. I did some thinking and I finally have an answer for you. I know I'm strong as D-Drag and Albion in their prime before they got sealed, but I also found out I have a technique that increased my power as well, so does that would mean I'll be in the top 10 if not the top 5, Issei said with pride as his aura started to increase. Your fight is with the wielder of D-Drag, but unlike Great Red who won't bother with those who challenge him, I on the other hand take on any challenge that comes my way. Issei smiled menacingly as if his whole persona has changed. Volley had a sinister smile on his face as well. He didn't have to fight someone as weak as Arena right now and waste his time on a one-sided fight. But he would fight someone who can sate his need for a battle, without him relying on threats and underhanded tactics. Volley covered his face with his helmet and rushed at Issei. Issei got into a battle stance and raised his power as he waited for Volley. As Volley got within range to grab hold of Issei, Issei span on his heels and delivered a backhanded clothesline, causing Volley to flip on his back and roll a few meters on the ground before flying into the air. Issei released his wings and followed Volley. Volley tried to get a hit on Issei with the flurry of punches and kicks that was being evaded by Issei. Aha, to see Albion having such difficulty brings joy to my sealed life, D-Drag said out loud. D-Drag Arena screamed at the green glow on her hand. Why didn't you help me with the magician's attack? You never called for me, so I went back to sleep until I felt your master power rise. What do you mean I have to call you? For a sacred gear to be used in battle, you have to call it forth. It was Azazel who told Arena this. Go ahead and call the boosted gear. With the new information, Arena held out hand and did what the leader of the fallen angels told her. Boosted gear, she shouted, and with that command the boosted gear materialized on her left hand. I see Issei gave you a scallon. Why don't you try to incorporate it into the boosted gear? Mitchell told Arena. If I can do that, it'll be better than carrying it around. D-Drag, a little help here. Focus your consciousness on the boosted gear. I'll follow up after that. Try making the sword in your hand combine with the surge of the sacred gear, D-Drag told his host. Arena did as was instructed. During the process there was a red light getting brighter and brighter, then there was a red flash and there stood Arena with the gauntlet but no sword. If you ever need the sword, just call for it and you'll have it, D-Drag told her. Divide. Everyone turned their attention back to the fight between Issei and Volley. It seemed Volley got a lucky punch in and connected with Issei's stomach and divided his power. Volley felt the power that he absorbed from his opponent rushing through him and the excess leaving the wing of his sacred gear. He felt euphoric at the power Issei had, and that was only half of his power he took. And in an instant Volley went from feeling exhilarated to worry as he noticed Issei's power return, and stronger than it was with Issei pushing him back. Volley separated himself from Issei to think of his next move. For the first time in his life, his opponent did something that he thought was impossible. Every opponent he fought after having their power divided by his sacred gear couldn't regain their power so quickly. Even his sparring sessions with Azazel and other members of Grigori, they needed a full day's rest before they were back to full power, so only one thing was on Volley's mind. How did he regain his power so quickly? Volley thought to himself. Volley, be careful, I don't know how he did it, but it's almost like he has the same ability as the D-Drag's boosted gear, Albion warned his host. Issei floated there with a smirk on his face, waiting for Volley to make the next move, fully knowing what was going through his opponent's mind right now. How can his power increase after I divided it with my sacred gear? Issei laughed to himself before opening his mouth. So Volley, are you going to make the next move or should I? Issei asked with a tease. Volley opened the palm of his hand and released magic bullets at Issei. This created a barrier to stop the incoming onslaught. Volley looked at the smoke from his attack connecting with Issei's barrier with caution. Knowing that was enough to penetrate the barrier, he waited for Issei to make a move, and his patience paid off as Issei shot out of the smoke cloud and grabbed hold of Volley's face with his left hand and sent a punch to Volley's abdomen. Volley once again tried to divide Issei's power, but every time he divided Issei's power, that power was restored and stronger than what it was before. Issei released Volley's face and sent a knee to his stomach. Volley bent over in midair from the pain but had no time to catch his breath as he felt an elbow in his back, sending him crashing towards the ground, shattering the white armor he was wearing. Issei got to ground level a few feet from Volley and picked up a blue jewel that rolled to his feet. He knew it was part of Volley's armor. Issei opened his pocket dimension and placed it in before turning his attention back to Volley. So can you still fight? Issei asked, receiving a mad smile from Volley. Volley on the other hand was smiling even with his body in pain, and he was slightly bleeding above his eye. He still had a determined look on his face to defeat Issei with all he had. I see you're definitely no pushover. I guess I have to take it up a notch, Volley said with a smirk. For you I will release it. Everyone looked at Volley with eyes of curiosity, wondering what he was talking about. Then they heard him started chanting some words. I, who is about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon who has taken the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinite and I pursue the dream. I shall become the White Dragon of Supremacy, and I shall take you to the limits of White Paradise. Juggernaut Drive. With that, Volley's armor started to change. His hands and feet changed into that of claws resembling a dragon. His wings took on a longer wingspan than what it once was. The helmet changed shape of a dragon's head and turned its mouthpiece into a mouth ready to rip its enemies apart. The neck became elongated by a few inches, as the arms and legs bent in an odd way. When the transformation was complete, it looked like a small dragon wearing a suit of armor, and it moved around on all fours. With the new form finished, he released a loud roar that reverberated through everyone's ears. Volley, remember, you can't last long without succumbing to the madness, Albion warned his host. I know, he told Albion before turning his attention to Issei. Well, Issei, how will you still fight me now? This just makes me want to fight you even more. I didn't get a thrill from my fight with Ryas or Phoenix, and I finished of Cockabeel too quickly, but this I will enjoy, Issei replied with a feral grin. Issei rushed at Volley, readying a punch. Before his punch could connect, Volley's eyes glowed and felt his power left him once again, causing Issei to halt his attack midway and take a jump back. I see, in Juggernaut Drive you can divide your opponent's power and strength without touching them. I did not expect that, Issei said with a light laugh and a smile on his face as he renewed his strength and power only to feel it leave again. Not only that, I also don't have to wait 10 seconds between each divide, Volley told him. Issei, Riaz cried out with worry in her tone. Everyone had a look of concern for Issei as he fought the White Dragon Emperor. He's fine, don't worry about him, I taught him everything, remember. That kind of tactic would only slow him down, but it won't stop him, Great Red told them. The 4 leaders sighed in relief, but the young devils and Issei's peerage was still concerned about the outcome of the battle. True to his word, Issei was still fighting Volley, but he was only moving a step slower from what he started out with. But the odd thing that they couldn't understand was the mad smile on Issei's face, like he was enjoying himself. Issei was definitely moving a step slower than what he started out with, only due to the fact that Volley kept on dividing his power every second. And each time Volley divided his power, Issei raised his own power a little more than what it originally was. How are you doing this? Why does your power keep rising every time I divide it? By all rights you should be weaker than a slug, Volley asked his opponent. That would be true if it wasn't for an ability I inherited when Great Red shared his power with me so I would live, Issei teased. Say, Volley, do you know how Great Red defeated Off-Eyes? At this question everyone looked at Great Red, who just shrugged his shoulders, before looking back at Issei wanting to know the answer themselves. Like how Off-Eyes was born out of the infinity of nothingness, Great Red was born out of the illusion of dreams. So when he was fighting Off-Eyes he just dreamed that he was stronger than her and that strength stayed with him. Everyone let out a gasp at this new information, but Issei continued his rant. Even though I can do the same thing, mine has a limit to how much stronger I can become, and when the battle is over all the strength and power I gained leaves me. So Volley, will I reach my limit first or will you fall to the madness of Juggernaut Drive? The fight was now an aerial battle as Issei and Volley traded hits on each other, neither of them losing ground. It was during this battle that Issei's eyes started glowing green and his body gave a crimson aura. Then in a flash of red there Issei was in his dragon form ready to battle Volley. Divide. Volley continuously tried to take away Issei's strength, but that wasn't working. They were currently trying to get the upper hand on each other. Issei was fighting with his claws and teeth, tearing away at Volley's armor only for it to repair itself. Volley never had a battle like this. The only thought going through his head was, this is how dragons battle. It felt invigorating. He never felt so alive as he did in this moment, as parts of his armor was getting destroyed and disappeared in motes of light as the armor renewed itself. Holy flame. Issei released a flame of mixed with his holy aura at Volley. Volley tried to divide the flame but was unsuccessful and received damage even with the armor protecting him. Then it came a swing from Issei's tail that sent him crashing to the ground, destroying his armor completely. Volley took a knee in the crater as he coughed up from internal injury, still ready for battle until someone came crashing into the barrier. With the moon floating within the night sky in the background, a single silhouette swooped down to our location. It swiftly came into the space between Volley and Issei. It was a man wearing armor that would be worn by a military commander of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Volley, I've come for you. It was a young man with a refreshing-looking face. He spoke to Volley cheerfully. So it's Biku. What have you come for? Volley stood up while wiping away the from his mouth. Isn't that cruel? I made a long journey and came all the way to this island country because my partner is in a pinch. The other guys were making a fuss at headquarters because we're joining together to fight the northern country gods. You were supposed to flee and return right away if the mission failed. Catalia failed to assassinate Michael, Azazel, and Lucifer. In that case your observation role is also over and you had to own back with me. I see, so it's already time. Who are you? Riaz asked the one to interrupt the fight between Issei and Volley. He's the descendant of the victorious fighting Buddha. The one who answered was Azazel. He's Son Goku, the famous damn monkey in the Journey to the West. Everyone was so shocked that he's the one from that famous story. To say it correctly, he is a monkey yokai that has inherited Son Goku's power. However, it really is the end of the world if even you have joined the Chaos Brigade. No, you're the Son Goku to the Vanishing Dragon. You're also well matched. That guy laughed at Azazel's words with a cackle. I'm different from the first generation that became a Buddha. I just live doing as I like. My name is Biku. Nice to meet everyone. The yokai called Biku spun around a cane that had appeared in his hand and then pierced it into the ground. Instantly, a black darkness spread over the ground. It seized Vali and Biku and made them completely sink into it. Issei returned back to his human form, but instead of being naked like he was during the fight with Razor, the clothes and armor that Great Red gave him remained intact. The look on his face seemed he was disappointed that the clothes didn't rip to shreds upon his transformation. "Well, Vali, it seems you're escaping. Get stronger so we can have an even more glorious fight," Issei told Vali as he was disappearing. "Geez, and I thought you were the only battle maniac I'll ever come across," Biku commented. Vali nodded his head before speaking. As the Hakuryuku was occupied by the relative of the old Mao. "The enemy isn't just angels, fallen angels, and devils. Eventually we'll fight again, but at that time it will be even more intense." He then looked at Arena. "Get strong, my rival, so I can fight you as well." Vali the Hakuryuku vanished into the darkness along with Son Goku. Everyone returned to the room where the meeting started. The fallen angels, devils, and angels were teleporting the bodies of their fallen comrades and the dead magicians away. Seeing the one-armed Azazel, Surzech asked Asia if she could heal it. Asia responded to that and applied her recovery sacred gear on the opening of Azazel's wound. Pale green light healed the wound on Azazel's arm, but the lost arm wasn't fixed. "I was caught by Kateria and nearly self-destructed along with her. I had no choice but to cut it off. I see, her matter was a problem on the devil's side." About that wound, Surzech tried to say words to make up for it in another form, but Azazel held him back with his hand and showed that it wasn't necessary. "I also caused trouble with Vali, so he betrayed you. From the start, he was a guy that poured into only power. If you look at it from the results, it's possible to understand and say, ah, I see, however it's my responsibility that I didn't stop it from happening," Azazel told the Crimson Devil with a look in his eyes. Michael came between Surzech-sama and Azazel. "Now then, I'm returning to heaven at once and will work on a plan for the matter of peace and countermeasures against the Chaos Brigade. I'm sorry, I had arranged things this time. We who set up the place of this conference feel ashamed." Surzech, "Please don't feel so responsible. As for me, I'm just glad that the three great powers are walking on the path to peace together. You know, with this, useless quarrels should also decrease. Well, subordinates who don't agree with that will also leave." Azazel made that sarcastic remark. "That is inevitable, because we've been hating each other for a long time. However, it should change even a little from now on. The problem is the Chaos Brigade that we can't assume is good. Then let's cooperate and discuss from now on regarding that matter." Azazel and Michael nodded at Surzech's idea. "Then, I'll return to heaven at once. I'll come back immediately, so we'll conclude the formal peace agreement at that time." "Excuse me, Archangel Michael. What is it Issei Hayaudu? There's just one thing Asia and Arena would like to ask of you." "Very well, there isn't time, but I'll hear this one thing." When Michiel said this, Arena and Asia stepped forward, and Arena started the conversation. "It's because of the system that Zenobia received damage when she prayed to God, right? She is a former believer. Sometimes she would pray as old habits didn't fade and would receive damage. Yes, if devils or fallen angels pray to God, the system moves and decides to give them light damage. Because this was included in the system with or without God's presence, it moves naturally. What about it? Well, since we are part of Issei's peerage, we can pray without problem thanks to his angelic side. But we see the sadness in Zenovia's eyes when we pray, and she can't anymore," Arena told him. "Can't you make it so that there is no damage when only Zenovia is praying?" Asia asked. That was their wish. Issei was watching them as they had hope in their eyes, hoping his answer would be yes. Zenovia is a devil now. She should be free to have something to believe in. Hearing their wish, Michael showed a surprised expression. Zenovia, who was standing behind them, was also surprised. However, Michelson gave a small laugh and nodded in agreement. "I understand. If it's only one person, I may be able to do something about it. Zenovia is already a devil and can't get near church headquarters. Zenovia, let me ask you, you know God is absent, right? Even so, will you still pray?" At Michael's question, Zenovia shook her head and then nodded. "Yes, I want to pray even if there is no Lord. I'll give thanks to the Lord, to Michael-sama." Michael smiled at her response. "Very well. I'll do that right away when I return to headquarters. It should be fine if there is only one devil who don't receive damage when praying." Zenovia also voiced her gratitude. "It's fine. You can pray without restraint from now on," Arena told her as the three of them hugged each other. Azazel spoke to Michael as they pleasantly watched the exchange. "Michael, I'll leave the explaining to the Valhalla guys to you. Since it would be problematic for me to move imprudently afterwards, you'll have to convey what happened today to Mount Sumeru as well." "Yeah, since there would be no persuasive power if either the governor of the fallen angels or the Mao explained, I'll have to tell them I'm accustomed to reporting to God, after all." Leaving it at that, Michael took a great number of his subordinates and flew to heaven. Azazel declared ahead to the fallen angel troops, "I have chosen peace. The fallen angels won't fight with the angels and devils at all from now on. Those who are dissatisfied with this may leave. However, I'll kill you without reservation the next time we meet. Only those who want to follow come with me. We will live for the sake of Governor Azazel till the day we die." The subordinates' loyalty became a roar. Azazel saw this and expressed his gratitude with a small thank you. After Azazel issued orders to his troops, the fallen angels deployed magic circles and returned. The devil troops also seemed to be transferring from magic circles. The school grounds that had been crowded with all those troops became rapidly desolate, and then only the few people gathered with us were left. Azazel, the only fallen angel left, let out a big breath and left in the direction of the school gate. I'll leave the cleaning up to IssiexHarem. I'm tired, so I'm heading back. He tried to wave his hand and head back, but he stopped just once. That's right, since I plan to stay here for a little while, I'll help the Bishop of Ria's Grimory. Because I can't stand it, to see a sacred gear that can't be controlled. For the red, it's a guy. For the white, it's power. Either one is so purely simple that it's shocking. Saying just that, Azazel then left while whistling. All right, now that all this is finally over, let's go, Eyes, Great Red said, not caring for the atmosphere, and with a snap of his fingers both his and Issei's motorcycles materialized in front of everyone. I'm not riding wearing this, Issei said, referring to the outfit that Great Red had him wear for the meeting, and with another snap of his fingers Issei was wearing normal clothes for riding his motorcycles. All right everyone, I'll meet you at home later. With that said, Issei and Great Red left the school, leaving everyone just staring at them as they left. And so, from today on I'll be the advisor of this occult research club. Please call me Azazel Sensei, or Governor is fine too. Wearing a worn-out suit, Azazel was in the clubroom of the occult research club. Why are you here? Touching her forehead with her hand, Riaz was in a perplexed state. I was requested to take this position by Seraph's little sister. Well, it's because I'm a super cool guy. I score even with schoolgirls. That's forbidden, or rather, why would Sona do such a thing? You're so stubborn, Riaz Grimory. I was told by Seraph's sister that this was requested by IssiexHarem. That's why she requested me. Wait, what about that arm? Didn't you lose one of them? Calawarner pointed at Azazel's arm. It's a genuine artificial arm that I produced while researching sacred gears. It's an all-purpose arm that can be loaded with light power-style laser beams and tiny missiles. I wanted to be equipped with such a thing once. I equipped it in commemoration of my lost arm. Azazel's hand flew out. It also did several rotations as it spun on its side. It's mechanical. The condition for me staying at this school is that I make the immature sacred gears possessed by the devils of the Grimory family grow. Issei Hayadu, how do you plan to train the wielder of D-Drag over there? Azazel asked, pointing to Irina. Don't worry about that. We already have that covered, Issei said with a smile and the look of fear on Irina's face. I see. Well then I trust your judgment. If you need my help let me know, Azazel told him. There's something I also wanted to ask you. Azazel was in the human world using a magic communication circle to talk to two members of the Grigori. Sorry for contacting you like this, Shemhazai, so that's why I'll be staying here for a while. Oh Shemhazai, I asked him. He said he also asked Great Red the same question a long time ago. Your child will be born without problems since both energies are already dark. So take good care of that devil wife of yours. She's a good woman coming this far to be with you even though she may be killed. Your child will become the bridge between devils and fallen angels. Azazel told his second in command. Thank you, Azazel-sama, Shemhazai replied. Issei couldn't believe what was going on. The female members of Ria's peerage was currently moving into his house with the help of Kiba. He asked his parent. They said that it was IssiexHarem who asked them if they could move in. Issei didn't detect any magic used on his parents and only wondered what was said for his parents to approve this. He was just happy that it was summer vacation and was about to do something he never thought he had the courage to do when he goes to the underworld. A young blonde girl was in her room having her hair combed by one of the maids as she stared into the mirror, thinking of a certain young man that captured her heart. She was deep in thought that she didn't realize her mother entered the room. Ravel, I have just received some news. It appears that boy Issei Hayadu will be coming to the underworld this summer, Lady Phoenix told her daughter. Really? Ravel replied energetically before changing her attitude. I mean, it's not I really want to see him again. Lady Phoenix just smiled at her daughter's reaction before leaving the room. After the match between her son and Issei Hayadu, Razor had locked himself in his room and not participated in any other raiding game since. So she, along with her husband, decided to trade in one of her unused bishop pieces with Razor and hoping that Issei will be willing to let Ravel join his peerage. The Phoenix later learned that Issei was part angel after the Cockabeel incident and talked about it in a family meeting and decided that a Phoenix devil would be beneficial to the Phoenix clan and would talk to Issei Hayadu about accepting Ravel in his peerage. Now all they had to do was wait until he comes to the underworld. Lady Grimory had sent word that Issei Hayadu Vashtanari would be coming to the underworld with her daughter to Celine, and Irina Vashtanari that about him coming to the underworld with Riaz. Ever since Irina learned of Issei's existence, she became more active. Celine was glad that her grandmother was back to her old self again and was also excited that she would meet her long-lost cousin who would be the head of the Vashtanari household. Even after they found out he was part angel, they didn't care. He was family, and that is the only thing they cared about. It has been 4 days since the female members of Ria's peerage moved into the Hayadu household. Issei didn't have a problem with that since they had plenty of rooms available. The problem came at night when they all decided to sneak in and sleep in Issei's room at night. At first it was just the members of his peerage with Riaz. Then Irina decided to join, saying she didn't want to lose her childhood friend. Then came Akino sneaking and trying to seduce Issei when everyone was asleep. Zenobia came in on the third night, saying if she doesn't sleep in the same room as him she'll probably miss the opportunity to have his child. Kaneko came on the fourth night. Even if his bed was quite large, it was a little uncomfortable for everyone, so Issei used his magic to turn into a chibi version of his dragon form and slept like that. Asia had awoken in the middle of the night and saw Issei's chibi form and held onto him like a child holding onto a teddy bear. It was now time for Issei's date with Rias, and he was ready for it. He woke up and prepared a bento lunch for both of them, along with a blanket to sit on, and placed them in his pocket dimension. Everyone was awake and doing their own thing as Issei and Rias got ready for their date. Issei was wearing a pair of jeans with a red t-shirt and a leather jacket. Rias came down the stairs wearing a light blue sundress with a red leather jacket that was cut off right above her midriff. They went to the garage and got on his motorcycle. Issei noticed there was a small magic circle placed on the seat of his motorcycle and realized it was tracking magic. Probably one of the girls placed it there to spy on them. He let out a small chuckle to himself. He thought of dismissing the magic but decided to entertain them instead. Their first stop was at the local shopping center. They both looked around some of the stores and stopped at the food court. Rias ordered a strawberry crepes while Issei had a milkshake. He noticed that the girls along with Kiba and Gasper was there spying on them from different places in the shopping center. Issei then took her to the amusement park where they rode a couple of the rides. It was now past lunch and Issei and Rias was sitting in a grass field for couples to have lunch. Issei made sure no one saw him as he pulled out the blanket and the bento from his pocket dimension. As they sat and ate, Rias decided to ask Issei a question. Issei, that sculptor. She hesitated before continuing. That sculptor you made, who was she? Rias asked. Issei stopped eating as he looked at Rias before answering. Rias noticed the saddened look in his eyes. I'm sorry if I asked something that upset you, she apologized to him. No, it's okay. I knew one of you was going to ask me about her sooner or later. As he told her that, he stood up and gave his hand to Rias so she could stand us well. For that part of my life we have to travel somewhere else, he told her as he dismissed their lunch. They both walked towards to an area void of people as Issei's magic symbol appeared under their feet. He held Rias close to him and they both teleported away. Where did they go? Akino asked as she noticed they teleported away. I don't know, but I don't sense them anywhere nearby, Calawarner answered. I can't believe we lost them. Do you think they knew we were following them? Middle asked. Issei probably knew, but I doubt about you knew they were being followed, Kiba answered. Issei's motorcycle is still here, Kaneko told them. That means they'll be back, Rainer spoke out loud. Well, what should we do now? Kiba asked. We have fun until they come back, Akino answered. With that said, they all decided to enjoy the amusement park until Rias and Issei returned. Unknown location. Issei and Rias appeared in a small room. As Rias looked around, she noticed the room was lit by 4 torches at every corner of the room. But what made her eyes open wide was the glass coffin in the center of the room with a perfectly preserved body of an old woman with a smile on her face as if she's having a pleasant dream. Upon looking closer inspection, she saw a name and dates written in the glass above her chest. Catherine Linwood, August 18, 1694, February 20, 1758. Issei, where are we? Rias asked, a bit worried. A town in England called Haltwhistle, he answered, and this is the Catherine, my first love, he told Rias as he waved his hand, and the visage of an old woman was changed to a young woman in her early 20s. There's a story in this town that started the day after she died. It is filled with half-truths. Issei started. The story is about a young maiden who captured the heart of a dragon. But the dragon was slayed by a blacksmith and they married. Issei paused as he traced his fingers over the glass. Rias was speechless. She had heard many stories and legends about dragons growing up, but she never heard any close to what Issei just told her. She knew most stories were distorted and changed over time, but still she could not recall anything that was similar to his story. Come, I want to show you something, he told her as he opened 2 doors leading to the outside. It was still dark out and the moon could still be seen in the night sky. By her estimate, it was after 3 a.m. in England. She stepped out of the room and noticed they were in a graveyard. She turned around and saw they had teleported into a small mausoleum. It was well designed with 2 sculpted angels as pillars next to the door with triangular roof. But upon closer inspection she noticed a few more sculptors etched into the roof as if telling a story similar to those ancient Greek buildings. The first was a dragon with spears embedded into its body, followed by a woman finding the dragon, then the woman taking care of the dragon. The next was the dragon in the form of a man. She followed each as if reading a story. The next was the dragon and the woman. The last was the dragon leaving. Rias looked at Issei. He still had that sad look on her face. She went up to him and held him in a warm embrace before speaking. You're the dragon in those images, and she's the maiden. Rias asked. Yes, but that's just a false story. Uncle Red implanted the memories of the villagers at that time, Issei answered. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, Rias said with concern and worry in her tone. It's fine. I brought you here so I could tell you, he told her with a sincere smile. It was after Great Red sent me to do battle with Cromcrotch as part of my training, Issei told her. Flashback. June 1716. Issei just had a ferocious fight with Cromcrotch, the Crescent Circle Dragon, an evil dragon that roamed the planet after the defeat of the Irish evil god Balor. Cromcrotch was thought to be slain alongside the defeat of Balor but escaped to hide and heal his wounds. Issei found the evil dragon with the last remnants of his cult in Northern Ireland. Both were exhausted from the fight, barely any strength left. The fight was left with a tie. Issei teleported out of Ireland and found himself in a vast field of flowers instead of the multicolored surroundings of the dimensional gap. Bruised, battered, and with multiple cuts, Issei closed his eyes and let sleep take him as he released his angel wings to heal himself. He didn't even sense the girl coming towards him. A young woman at the age of 21 had left her home to pick flowers at the field close to her village. She had shoulder-length blonde hair, blue eyes, and wore a simple dress with an apron. Her name is Catherine Linwood. It was past noon that day and she was on her way to pick flowers as she does every week. She was unmarried and lived with her parents. She had yet to find a suitor. But she was surprised when a young man appeared out of thin air a few meters away from her. Catherine was unsure on what to do. She slowly walked towards the young man, and as she got closer she saw something that would remain with her forever. She saw 10 pure white wings sprout from the young man's back and enveloped his body, and the wounds on his body was slowly healing. Catherine had dropped the few flowers she held within her hand as she grasped her mouth to stop the shocked gasp from leaving her mouth. She immediately fell to her knees and started praying. She had stayed longer than usual as she watched the young man's wounds finished healing and his wings retracted into his back as if they never existed. She was in awe at the brown-haired young man in front of her. She couldn't believe that an angel appeared in front of her. She was unsure on what to do for the 2 hours that passed. She was contemplating whether to run back to the village and get the priest or stay and wait for him to wake up and ask for his guidance. She got her answer when he began to stir awake. Issei woke up in a frenzy as he felt the aura of someone nearby. He jumped to his feet and was faced with a blonde beauty, his clothes tattered and why he stood staring intensely at the blonde female before him. As he stared at her eyes he felt calm but then wondered something. "Did you see?" he asked her. She took a step back at his inquiry. She had an idea what he was talking about. "Will he strike me down for seeing his wings?" she thought to herself. She swallowed the saliva in her throat as she fell to her knees and answered with fear in her voice, "Forgive me, angel, I did see your wings." Issei never answered. He just stepped back and teleported out of the field. Catherine opened her eyes to find that she was alone. She immediately got up and ran home. On her way home she thought about what happened. If she should tell anyone what she saw they might call her crazy or mad and lock her away in the madhouse. She decided it's best to keep it to herself. It's been 3 days since she saw her angel in the field, but she's began to question what she saw. Why was he injured? Why didn't he have a halo? Where did he go? These were the questions that ran through her mind. She was walking home once again, avoiding the son of the town's head councilman attempts at courting her. He was the type that thought he was entitled to everything and had used many young women in the town and the surrounding towns and the towns he visited with his father. He had shoulder-length dark hair, a handsome face, and blue eyes, with a lean-built body, and was once again trying to have his way with Catherine. "Perry Hawksford, I've told you before I'll never heed your advances, so kindly seek another maiden hand for marriage," she told the young man. "Catherine, I'm the obvious choice. My family own the mills. I can provide for your every need," Perry argued. "I have no feelings for you and I know you don't love me," she replied back. "Who cannot look upon your beauty and not be in love with such a visage?" he answered back. "I see," she muttered to herself as picked up her pace to rush home, leaving Perry behind. Her family owned the small inn in the town, Dragon Tooth Inn it was called. Not many travelers come their way, so it only had 8 small rooms on the 2nd floor. As she entered she noticed her mother taking care of a customer who was dressed in gentlemanly attire consisting of a crimson just a corpse, a white ruffled shirt with a black jacket and breeches, white socks and black buckled low-heel shoes, and a cane in his hand. Her breath stopped for a moment as she saw his face. "Good timing, Catherine. Can you show Mr. Smith to room 4? her mother had asked her. Catherine's mother had shoulder-length chestnut brown hair. She was a stocky woman with an ample chest. "Yes, mother," she replied to her mother before turning to her guest and gave a curtsy as she introduced herself. "Good afternoon, kind sir, my name is Catherine Linwood." "Good afternoon, fair Catherine, my name is John Smith." He introduced himself as held her hand and gave her a tender. After he released her hand she turned and gestured for him to follow her up the stairs towards his room. As they arrived in front of a door with the number 4, Catherine opened the door for and entered first with John Smith behind her. After inspecting the room gave a satisfactory smile. "It's acceptable," he told her as she stood by the door. Just then her father came in with a chest that belonged to Mr. Smith. Catherine's father was a stocky-built man with blonde hair and brown eyes. After he placed the chest in the room Mr. Smith tipped him £2. Just as Catherine and her father was leaving she turned to Mr. Smith to tell him something. "Mr. Smith, we serve dinner and breakfast to our guest in the dining hall if you like, or if you prefer something else the town's tavern isn't far from here," she told him. "I think I'll stay here for dinner," he answered her in a calm demeanor. As they both left, Issei was in his room thinking about why he came back to meet the girl who he saw just a few days ago. He knew he was attracted to her. She had an innocent and pure aura around her. When he opened his eyes and saw her at that time, all he wanted to do was take her away and protect her from all harm. He had met many women in the world during his travels and training, but he never felt this way about any of them. He asked Great Red about this, but the lazy dragon just told him if he wanted to know why, just go to the human world and find out. So after that Issei conjured up some clothes and money and came back to meet the girl named Catherine to find out why he felt this way. It was dinner and Issei was currently enjoying a chine of mutton for dinner with a glass of wine. Catherine was the one serving him as she kept her distance from him at the same time. She had almost spilled the wine if not for Issei to move the glass directly under the wine jug. "If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Smith," Catherine started as she poured him a second glass, "what brings you out to our part of the country?" she inquired. It seemed like an innocent question, but since he showed up, Catherine had been wondering if what she saw was a dream. If God had sent her a vision of an injured angel with the face of the man before her, or if it wasn't a dream and the man before her was indeed an angel. And if he was an angel, was he injured fighting a demon, and is that demon in her village? These were the thoughts that went through her mind since she was introduced to John Smith. "I've been traveling all around the world since I was a very young lad," Issei began. "I've been to the Far East, I've been to the colonies. But now I'm ready to stop traveling and rest. I'm currently searching for a nice place to buy some land and live there." That was the answer he had given her. "I hope our town is to your liking," Catherine replied. "So far I've found this town to be a hidden gem," Issei answered. After dinner, Issei found himself walking around the village. He decided to enter the tavern and have a few pints of ale. As he observed the few tenants within the establishment, he felt the presence of someone with supernatural powers trying to suppress their powers. He found it to be a young man who appeared to be also in his 20s. Issei overheard his friends who were at the same table as him called him Perry. Perry noticed Issei staring at him and got up from his seat and moved over to where he was seated. "I don't think we ever met, and I know everyone in this town of ours," Perry said as he got closer to Issei. "That's true, we never met, as I've only arrived in town today," Issei answered. "Well, tell me, stranger, who might you be and what brings you to our part of this world?" Perry asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice, and his 7 friends standing behind his back. "I don't see a reason to introduce myself to someone who don't have the decency to introduce themselves first, and I also don't see a reason for me to tell you why I decided to visit this town." Issei answered. "Yes, you're right, I should have introduced myself first. My name is Perry Hawksford, son of the local mill owner." Perry introduced himself with an arrogant smile. "My name is John Smith." Issei gave a small introduction before taking another drink of his ale. "You never answered why you're in this town," Perry almost shouted with a hint of anger in his voice. "As I've said before, I see no reason for me to tell you anything." Issei answered in a calm tone before continuing. "I guess you're one of those guys who grew up getting whatever he wants, without someone telling you no." Issei quipped, leaving Perry infuriated to the point that Perry leaked out some of his aura trying to scare Issei, but had no effect. Few of the patrons had the look of fear on their faces. Perry's friends seemed unaffected. Issei could tell that they were human, but chalked it up to Perry not directing his aura at them but to him, instead making them immune to its effect. Perry noticed Issei was immune to the aura he leaked out. He had intended to leak a little to have the stranger shake a little and have him answer his question, and apologized for the way he acted, but John Smith didn't even raise an eyebrow, no reaction at all, as if the aura had no effect whatsoever. Perry took a step back in realization that this man probably came across someone more powerful in the supernatural world and came out victorious without breaking a sweat, or he too was something supernatural more powerful than he was. Then it struck him his father had told him how there are few humans who was immune to the aura of the supernatural unless they see it for themselves. Perry calmed down when he remembered what his father told him. Maybe this John Smith was a human who never came in contact with the supernatural and was immune to his aura leak. With a new sense of pride, Perry just brushed a few strands of hair out his face before speaking. "No matter, you'll eventually come to be in need of aid and be at my family door only to be denied." Perry once again had the arrogance tone as he said this. "If that is true, then may the Lord have mercy on this town," Issei said out loud, only to receive an eye twitch from Perry before he stormed back to where he was sitting. After a few more pints of ale, Issei left the tavern and headed back to the inn. He stopped halfway between the tavern and the inn, between a row of houses. He stopped and turned around. Following him was 3 of the guys that was with Perry. "You've embarrassed our young master," one of them snapped at him. "Now it's time for us to show you what happens to fools who don't know their place," another added. "Look, I don't want any trouble. Why don't you 3 go back to your master and say that you taught me a lesson? I'll even agree to it," Issei said with a sigh. The third guy, who was standing in the back being quiet during the exchange of words, pushed his friends out of his way as he went for a straight punch aimed at Issei. Issei saw the punch coming and used his right hand to block and divert his punch towards one of his comrades. His friend stumbled back from the surprised punch he received. The other guy stood there shocked at what just happened. "It seems like I can't talk my way out of this," Issei said with a slight exasperation in his voice as he got into a fighting stance. "I have to warn you guys, I learned martial arts during my travels to the Orient. If you leave now, I'll pretend this never happened." Their response was to glare angrily at him and rushed at him in an attempt to overpower Issei with their numbers. The fight was over rather quickly, Issei not even breaking a sweat while his 3 attackers was down on the ground unconscious and probably won't wake up till morning or if someone stumbles upon them. The next day, Issei was in the dining room of the inn having breakfast. Catherine was also having breakfast few tables away from him. He knew she was taking a few glances at him as he sensed her eyes falling on him a few times. He finished his meal and went over to her table to speak with her. "Excuse me, fair Catherine, I know not of your daily rituals," Issei started as Catherine placed her utensils down. "But would you be so kind as to give me a tour of this town? I would be grateful." "It would be my honor. I will meet you at the front desk after I finished my meal," she had replied with a smile. Issei bowed slightly before leaving the dining area. A few minutes later, Issei came down from his room and met Catherine at the front desk. With a goodbye to her mother, Catherine left with John Smith to show him around town. As they walked around town, they overheard some women talking about how 3 of Perry's men were found beaten in an alley. Catherine saw Issei smirk a bit at the gossip. She even let a small smile escape her lips. They had walked around town, Catherine showing the local business establishments, some mostly owned by the Hawksford family, and she told them about their attempts to buy her family's inn. They now reached the field where she first saw him. They were currently looking at the town in its entirety. Catherine started picking flowers and placed them in her basket when she spoke to him. "Can I ask why you're interested in our town?" she asked with curiosity. "I plan on opening a steel factory in this country, so I'm traveling around trying to find the right location," he answered her. "I see. Do you know anything about those 3 men that was found this morning?" she asked again to keep the conversation going. "Yes, last night on my way back from the tavern they attacked me and I defended myself," he answered casually. "How did you manage that?" "Those 3 are brutes in the employ of the Hawksford family," she said with shock. "It's no secret that the Hawksfords use their wealth and influence to control everyone in the town. It would be best you built your factory elsewhere," she told him. "I've met people like that before. All it takes is one person to oppose them, then everyone will see their true colors," he replied. "What about you? Are you also afraid of them?" he asked. "No, but I fear my parents are. They have been trying to push my parents to sell the inn, but stay in their employ as managers," she told him. "I see. I hope your parents don't fall to them," he replied. "As do I," she answered. "Well then, shall we return?" he asked her. She only replied with a nod. On their way back, they ran into Perry Hawksford and his men coming towards them on horses. The horses slowed down and came to a stop, encircling them as Perry dismounted his horse to confront Issei. "Mr. Smith, last night you insulted me and attacked 3 of my associates," Perry stated with a smug look on his face. "So I've come to settle this with a gentleman's game of fencing. First to draw is the victor." After he finished his declaration, loud cheers were heard from the entourage he came with. He then looked at Catherine before speaking. "Maybe now, my dear Catherine, you will see I'm the right man for you." Catherine's reply was to look away from him with disgust. One of Perry's men brought 2 sabers with him. As he approached both men, he first gave a sword to Perry, then threw the second at John, who caught it gracefully. They both stood apart and took a stance on their own. When both men seemed prepared for battle, it was one of Perry's men who shouted, "Begin." Before Catherine realized, Perry had crossed the distance between both men faster than any man she'd seen in duel, but to her surprise, John Smith defended himself by parrying to the left. This left Perry and his cohorts a bit shocked, as no one has ever defended themselves from an attack like that, and all thought this would be an easy victory in Perry's favor. John countered with an attack of his own, albeit slower than his opponent's attack. This gave Perry a sense of his strength. Perry thought that he had incredible reflexes, but his follow-through was slower than his. Perry contemplated if John had the stamina to keep up with him, and put it to the test by keeping the same pace. Perry was beginning to get infuriated 5 minutes into the match, and he couldn't land a single hit on his opponent. All of his previously fought battles against humans were won within a minute. Everyone looked on in shock and amazement. Perry's men, for they knew the truth, and was surprised to see someone last this long in a match against their employer. At first they thought Perry was playing with him, but as the match progressed, realization hit them he was losing. Catherine was ecstatic. She had finally met someone other than her who was not afraid of Perry and his goons. Even if he was a stranger to her town, she thought she was alone in the world against a tyrant the likes of Perry and his father. But standing before her was a true man who did not back down from a challenge or give in to his threats. Issei began to notice that Perry was slowly increasing his power and speed, but he also raised his only power and speed to be slightly lower than Perry. That was when he saw it, a small magic circle forming in his left hand. Even knowing he was stronger than Perry, he never let his guard down. He has seen many with power fall to someone weaker due to their arrogance. There was a blinding flash of white light that made everyone cover their eyes. Perry took this as an opportunity to end the match and went for the kill, aiming at his opponent's heart. He would lie to Catherine and tell her while he was blind he continued to the fight on instinct and accidentally killed him. But he was shocked beyond belief when his saber was blocked, followed by a parry. Then he felt that looking at John's saber there was dripping of the blade. He looked down at his right leg and that there was horizontal cut indicating first was drawn and him being the loser. By this time everyone's sight had returned and saw the final strike that made John claim victory. "I guess it's my win," John declared as he dropped his saber and returned to Catherine's side, who had an angelic smile, only to stop in his tracks as he felt an increase in power coming from behind him. "You filth, I will erase your existence and make her submit to me," Perry shouted as he released his full power along with 6 wings of the fallen. "Though this human, all this was fun, but no longer will I suffer such humiliation," Perry ranted as his compatriots stood behind him. Catherine was scared beyond belief. Even though Perry had wings, she knew he was no angel, but through her teachings she knew he was not a demon either. She was taught demons had bat-like wings and angels had pure white feather wings. But the monster before her had black feathered wings. She wanted to run away, she wanted to scream, she wanted to pray to God, but what she saw and heard next changed her world forever. I see, Issei began after Perry finished his rant. You're quite good at hiding your aura. I never thought you were a fallen angel. Issei said out loud as he turned to face Perry. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the men in your employ are former members of the church, he asked but got no reply. Catherine had heard the stories of fallen angels but had thought they lost their wings when they were cast out of heaven. She did not know anything about their wings changing color, nor did she know that Perry's men were former men of the cloth. So tell me, Issei began asking, is Perry even your true name? Since you're about to die, it's only fitting you know the name of your better, Perry began. My name is Periel, son of Batariel, he said with a smug grin. What is you angels and the names ending with L? Issei sighed as he commented casually. I know it means might, strength or power depending on the person, but it's a 5,000-year-old tradition. I'm glad my parents never had an L or gave me an L. After hearing that, Perry had a quizzical look on his face as he tried to process the information, then it hit him. A scowl enveloped his face as he pointed at John. You lie, no other fallen would come into another territory without permission, Perry shouted in anger. Catherine was scared and confused beyond belief. Here before her stood a fallen angel, an enemy of God and his father Batariel Hawksford. And now he's accusing the man that resembles the angel she saw in the field on that day to also be one of his ilk. She wanted to run, to hide, to pray, but alas, she found herself petrified. I never said I was a fallen, Issei began as he looked towards the sky smiling at the passing clouds. Indeed, my mother was once a watcher but luckily transferred to Gabriel's legion before the fall. So I'm not a fallen. As he said this, he released his power and let his angel wings unfurl, shocking everyone around him. Before them stood an 8-winged angel. Catherine fell to her knees in shock. Perry's men stumbled as they attempted to walk backwards in fear. Perry in disbelief threw an orange spear of light only to see Issei catch it and crush it before his eyes. Perry immediately knew he was outclassed. Hawksford Mansion. Batariel felt his son powers released within the office of his home. He knew his son took things too far sometimes and had to alter the memories of the humans involved and went back to the work before him. But what he felt next caused him to worry for his son. The power he felt easily surpassed his son and felt holier than him, but at the same time it was tainted with something else that was unknown to him. In that instant he immediately teleported to his son's location. Outside of town, Batariel appeared in front of his son and his men as he surveyed the area. He recognized the girl before him as the daughter of the innkeepers that he was trying to acquire, who kept denying his son's advances. And the stranger with the holy aura and 10 wings equal to his own. Without effort, Batariel released his own 10 wings that was black as a night without illumination. Harry gained a smug grin as soon as his father arrived. Father, together we shall exterminate this vermin. Quiet boy, Batariel shouted at him as he continued to examine the situation. He looked at the stranger and found it hard to believe this boy was an angel. Even as a survivor of the Great War, never underestimated an opponent before him and knew this stranger was a threat. His orders from Azazel was simple: go to the human world and start a business. Then Cockabeel came to him with the idea to acquire more land and businesses as a foothold for the Second Great War. He was intrigued the thought of another Great War to show the superiority of the fallen. He didn't want to pass up the idea, so he agreed to Cockabeel's idea even knowing it might take a couple hundreds of years before it came to fruition. As continued to examine the stranger, he saw that he was younger than him but was a hardened warrior, something his son wasn't and couldn't see. Who and what are you? Batariel asked. I can tell you're no angel as you do not have an halo, and I know every angel 6 wings and higher that resides in heaven. Even as he kept his guard up, Issei answered in a polite manner. My name is John Smith, and you are correct, I am no angel but my mother was, he answered. As he said this, Perry whispered in his father's ear about what was said earlier. Catherine thought she couldn't be shocked anymore. Before her was the angel she saw on the flower fields those days ago, but he was not a true angel and fell backwards once again. So tell me, what was the name of your mother, if you don't mind me knowing? Batariel asked. He knew before the fall the most angels was transferred in and out of the Watcher's garrison. Issei was about to answer when Batariel interrupted him. It matters not what her name is, but your existence is something that cannot be overlooked. If heaven has more of your kind, it will be disastrous for fallen angels everywhere. Batariel screamed as he lunged forward towards Issei, forming a light spear in his hand. Issei blocked the incoming attack with his own light spear, which caused Batariel to jump backwards. Issei and Batariel continued to clash light spear against light spear. To an untrained eye it appeared as though both were equally matched. But Batariel knew better. He could feel the difference in power. Even though his opponent had the same amount of wings, he still felt inferior. Batariel aimed his light spear at Issei's neck in order to release his head from his body. Issei slid down on his knees as he bent his body backwards to avoid the blow and slashed Batariel's thigh as he passed him. Batariel staggered a bit from the surprised injury, but it wasn't enough to keep him down. He threw a light spear at Issei's feet in an attempt to turn the battle into an aerial fight, and the tactic paid off. Issei immediately took to the skies with Batariel following on his heels. It was an aerial battle those below never seen before. To an untrained eye it appeared that Batariel had the upper hand, but Batariel knew better. Even if his opponent was only defending, he felt the difference in power. Batariel's strength and magic reserves were slowly draining while his opponent seemed to still be at his peak. This confused Batariel. How can a 10-winged angel be at the level that rivals a seraph? It was during this thought process that he made a mistake and not noticed the magic symbols on his body. Batariel's body fell from the sky as multiple magic symbols exploded all over his body. He was caught by his son, he was alive but unconscious. Issei landed not too far from everyone. The men all glared at him, but Catherine ran towards him with a smile. Issei took Catherine's hand and told Perry and his goons that the match was over and he will be returning to town should anyone attack him or Catherine and her family. He would not show no mercy. Perry was seething with anger as he watched them walk away. He knew in a fight he would not win, so he smiled as he thought of a plan as he instructed the men to place his gather on a horse. The walk back to town was quiet. Catherine had questions, but she didn't know where to start. She wanted to know everything about the man in front of her. She was infatuated with him, but she thought someone like that would not love someone like her. Her attitude was sullen as she fell into self-deprecation. I know you have questions, Issei started, but can we wait until all this is over with first? He asked her. Of course, Mr. Smith, she replied. Issei stopped as he looked behind him. Issei, my real name is Issei, he told her. She smiled as she heard his real name and answered him, yes, Issei, and followed him into town.